All right. Wow. Where is my box? Okay. Hi, Montez. Hi, Buns. Where's my box? Oh, okay. What up, Victoria? Girl, did you publish? Hi, Britt. Well, hello there, girl. Hey, Dear Freedom. Hey, Becky. Hey, Suze. What's up? Did you publish, Victoria? Hey, Tabitha. How are you guys? Oh, my goodness. Did you guys send out your blast of energy today? Okay. Oh, the river. I meant to come on this morning, but y'all, it was crazy. I don't know if I have time to read it. Because I'm trying to finish 2 books now. You sent me DMs? With what? Wait, what did I miss? Hold on. You sent me DMs. The title. Oh, okay. Girl, I wish I could be outside right now. This morning was wild. I'm grateful for this platform that I had the money, but my fiance and my son, they headed out of town. My older son, he's going to go live with his friend in Georgia. He's been trying to get up there forever, and so he's basically hitching a ride with my fiance. And like, there was nothing wrong with his car. I drove the car yesterday to the grocery store. Nothing wrong with the car. They drive 20 minutes, it starts shaking. And he calls me and I'm like, I don't feel it's anything major. Call your brother, because his brother like works on cars. And then call your brother, find out what he says. I'm not feeling anything major. Because he was worried about it being a Cadillac converter, something. And that was like $1,100, whatever. Yeah, turned out he needed to get a tune-up. And that was $260. Cadillac, there we go. And I just so happened to have made $250. So now I have to make more because I have car insurance next week. Yeah, so he's going back to go to work. It's nice to have, but not nice to have to spend on something that it wasn't for. So I have car insurance payment to make. But yeah, we'll see. It's good to have, though. I'm not saying that I'm not grateful. It's good to have, though. You guys, first of all, let me show you this. Let me show you. Do you see something? Do you see something? You see what I did? You see what I did? Yeah, Britt. I couldn't do my right eye because I irritated it so much yesterday, like wiping the thing off. So I didn't do my right. So that's why it's not all the way done. This only took me 2 tries. The left was definitely easier. It's a little too high because, you know, my old lady crease is like right there. So I would probably like do it a little bit lower when I test again. But I did it. The left was definitely easier. What side is this? Oh, this is the left side. Yep, definitely easier. You just do that and then, but you know, like your hand is steadier this way. Like when you're going across, your hand is steadier. So like I probably could have did this on live yesterday. But the right eye, I kept getting the shadow. So I did it. Oh, thank you for getting your daily heart, me girl. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I did it though. And now I see why y'all wear eyeliner. It's cute. Isn't it cute? So now I see why you wear eyeliner. Like my eyes are already almond shaped, so I never really understood. But now I can see it. I'm like, oh, it just like kind of extends the eye a little bit. So I did it. I did it. Oh, and you know what else I did? So you can't tell the color. You know that. Of the little lipstick kit. It's still under $10 for this lipstick kit. That's pretty awesome. Because I like it. It's really creamy and stuff. So this lipstick kit, what's the word? And by the way, for those who are watching YouTube, it will be in the description. I'll update the description with links to this stuff because this stuff is like really awesome. But you got to get it out of TikTok shop. But anyway, so it's a darker color. I already told you that. But you know the other thing I did, and I forgot that I like to do this. So I took the gold, not this one. I think it was this one. Yeah, because I took this one because it's a bronzy gold. And I lined my lips first. And then I did like the little, I'm not good at ombre and all that crap. So don't think I know makeup. I'm not giving makeup advice. But I did like a little gold here, a little gold up there. And then I did the cream lip thing that I showed you guys. The real color is so cute. Yes, I said it that way. It's so cute. It's wild how different this thing looks. Like it's really, matter of fact, I think I did take a picture by accident. Let me see if I did. Did I take one by accident? I did, but that's a terrible picture. Oh, I can't believe I showed you guys that. That was a horrible picture. That's a horrible picture. Nope. But anyway, so I did it. This is really cute. You know, because I don't like doing girly things that take too long. And so this was really quick, really fast. And I like that you literally do just stamp it on. And if you do it just right, you don't have to line your upper eye. Well, at least I don't think you have to. I don't know. I don't do makeup. I don't do makeup. But I do now. You see my darkened eyebrows? Okay. This is a TMI question, kind of pervy, but kind of TMI. Do you think, okay, maybe I shouldn't ask that. There's too many people in here. It's not just us girls. I was just wondering, do you think you can tint somewhere else? I'm just wondering, because you know, when you hit a certain age, some things don't have color. I was just wondering. Do you think that would work to tint something else? Just wondering. Because I think I read somewhere that gray hair doesn't actually hold color. I don't know. Like you can't really dye gray hair. I can tint my eyelashes? Because I think I saw a gray eyelash and I was like, nah, girl. And why don't they come out with like a mascara that's a tint? Or do they already have one that's a tint? Do they already have a mascara that darkens your eyelashes? I'm going to try that bubble mascara next. The one that was like all the hype during the summer. I wonder if they do make a tinted mascara. Because like I hate doing things every single day. So that would be like awesome. Yeah, that would be like really awesome if they do. You can dye gray hair and it's just extremely porous. I'll have to see, because these stress grays gotta go away. They gotta go away. I'm not old enough for gray hair. I hate stress gray. Like, you just see them just like popping out, just gray. I gotta redo my hair. I just hate doing things that take so long. I'm sorry, y'all. Like, there are things I would rather do, such as like writing or creating other kind of books. I would rather do that than to do something that takes a long time, like hair. Because, you know, it like a waste of time. It's obviously not a waste of time because now I don't have to like comb and brush my hair, but it just feels like such a waste of time, especially because I'm not that good at it. So the whole time I'm just like, you suck at this. All right, so that's some light stuff to talk about, because you know we got heavy stuff to talk about. Oh my God, you guys. I accidentally saw the picture of the car afterwards. Oh man, my eyes are stinging. And then I was going to scroll away, but then I forced myself to look. I was like, just look. Witness it. And then I scrolled away. Woo, child. That's all I gotta say. Woo, child. Because, woo. Woo. That was something else. I realized yesterday I should have wiped my face with this because this thing is like so soft. Regular the toilet paper I get like a basic toilet paper from like Amazon. So it was a little rough to be rubbing at your eye corner, but I should have used that. This thing is so soft. Like it feels like almost like a towel. Oh look, I'm wiping my eye thing off. Oh God, I knew it. I said, watch me cry today. Well, maybe I can redo it. Anyway, oh my God. I'm sorry, hold on. I didn't want to think about that. And it's wild because I realized today, like what a bookend it is to George Floyd, right? Here we are, just 5 years later. Same guy. Y'all know how I feel about him. That he's not actually alive, but still, same guy, same, wait, for entertainment purposes only. Thank you for getting your daily heart, Lisa. What's up, girl? For entertainment purposes only. And allegedly all the things. But we're really right back here. It's like, it's kind of like the earth, the heavens, whatever is like, all right, I'm gonna give you one more try. I'm gonna give you one more try. And then we're going full darkness, you know? So, because we're really right back here. Believe it or not, there's a pandemic still happening. There's a version of a flu or COVID or whatever we're not talking about that's happening. Nobody's talking about the fact that every disease we essentially eradicated through herd vaccination has returned and is attacking our children. And nobody's talking about, like, we have the highest case of measles in like decades. Measles. Okay. And nobody's talking about how, I just read all these comments from doctors and nurses and people today who was like, why did we take meningococcal, whatever, was it meningitis? Why did we take that meningitis shot off the record? They're like, have you seen a person with meningitis? Why did we take that off the vaccination list? You know, and it's optional. So you know what that means now. If something is optional, that now means things like state insurance, like Medicaid or whatever, is not going to be doing that and not going to pay for it. It's optional. I mean, there's a possibility that it doesn't get paid for. Like, I'm extremely happy I don't have babies to go through the school system like that. However, there are things you don't want older children or even older people, like adults and stuff, getting, such as the measles. The measles could make you blind. It could make you sterile. It could do a lot to you. And we're letting that stuff come back, you know. Anyway, it's really deja vu. because it's deja vu. It is very, very heavy, very heavy. Yeah, I looked to witness. I didn't necessarily watch the entire video, but the picture, somebody had posted it on Facebook, and like as I was scrolling through, it was just like boom in your face, and I was just whoa. And I scrolled by, and then I went, you know what, go back, witness it, witness it. Yeah, that mayor, listen, when I tell you there are people who are being brought to the front. It's like, hello, you guys have been quiet, come to the front, your turn, time to talk up, time to speak up, time to get loud. I like that Walls put the National Guard on reserve, because what that does is it prevents the president from federalizing them. That's what I thought every blue state was going to do. When I learned that earlier, before they started sending out the National Guard, was like, if the governor uses the National Guard, the president can't federalize it. I'm like, that's what I would have did straight off the rip. Like, sorry, my National Guard, they're doing something, you know? And then the fact that Texas sent National Guard is like, oh, hold on, baby, we can't do that. We can't do that. That means you're attacking another state, honey. We can't do that. We're the United States. We can't do that. Yeah. On the other side of that, though, like I say, it's like a perfect bookend. And I don't mean perfect with her death. I mean perfect as in, on the other hand, we have this black male with a criminal record that people have written off. And then he's like, Michael, what's that guy named? The guy from Green Mile. He, like, George Floyd reminds me of the guy from Green Miles. Michael Clark Duncan. Michael Clark Duncan. He just reminds me of him. So it was like, you have on this hand that guy, and then on the other side you have this fragile, pretty white girl with children, with a child. Granted, she's imperfect for MAGA America, because she's a rainbow flag, but it's still, hey, she's a full citizen. Hey, she looks like you. Hey, they can still dehumanize her simply because she is of the LGBTQ community. However, aside from that, it's like the perfect bookend, because now it's like, you're shooting white girls. It's like, yeah, honey. Do you remember how the poem goes? They came for, and no one stood up. Then they came for, and no one stood up. And then they came for, and no one stood up. And then they came for me, and no one was left. That's what we're doing. Yeah, that's what we're doing. And it's crazy, because I watch other readers from, like I say, out of this country, and they're sitting here like, what the fuck are y'all doing? You've had 3 marches in a year, and then you're planning to have one on the 20th. Keyword planning, to have a response on the 20th. So in a fortnight, you'll respond. That's not a protest, sweetheart. That's an event, And I'm like, can't tell them, can't say anything, because just as unplanned as the tragedy was, as unplanned should people be in the street. Like, it just, when I said yesterday, the shot heard around the world, every reader, Australian, UK, every reader, New Zealand, every reader across the world was talking about it. So this literally is the shot heard around the world. Part 2. The first one kicked off the American Revolution. What's this one? How are we here, bro? I'm 47. I don't want none of this shit. I'm 40. Well, I'm about to be 47. I don't want none. Okay, hold on. Herd immunity. Yeah. It's wild. We are literally going, okay, we didn't get it right in 2020. Let's do it again. You have an ex whose parents are Mormon. They didn't vax. He got meningitis. He's partially deaf. Yeah, and that seems very tame of a outcome, because this guy was talking about this person he went to school with caught it when they were 8, and that kid is now an adult but can't feed themselves. Can't, like, he's one of those very disabled people now. Other people died. Other people, you know. And we're literally letting this shit come back because, you know, it's like when you take stuff for granted, right? Like, okay, so this is not a plug because I don't sell this stuff anymore. But I drink this, right? Like when I was in an MLM, I was in Jamberry. They got bought by something called, I don't know, M something. I forgot what it was. But the people who were part of the M whatever, they had this proprietary formula where they freeze dry, but through this NASA software. Not this NASA, you know how NASA creates their freeze dry food? And it does. It retains flavor and everything. Like I like to buy the ice cream, the Neapolitan ice cream all the time or whatever. And so they were able to do that with the fruit. It's like literally just, I don't know. I forgot how they said it, but it's with NASA equipment and whatever. So it's a proprietary way of doing it. And a lot of MLMs and stuff, they have great products. They just have shady business practices. They often have great products. Like the only time I stopped biting my nails was when I was in Jamberry, because it actually helped me. I don't know how it, like, it just, I'll feel the wrap and I'm like, oh, can't bite. So I went over a year without biting my nails. They were so pretty. They're so pretty. And then I went back to teaching, and then I got stressed out, and then I haven't been able to stop since. But anyway, so they have this proprietary formula, and this right here, like I can't go more than a day or two without it, because the inflammation would come back. This helps inflammation. It is an antioxidant, a super antioxidant. I'm not selling it. I don't even have anywhere to sell it to you. So I'm just letting you know. And this is the, hold on. This is the nootropic. I don't always get this. Like I just accidentally bought a box, re-upped a box. This is the nootropic. And then this one is the energy. And their stuff is like super clean. Like you don't feel jitters. Like you don't feel shit. So it's super clean. But so I have to drink this every day to perk up. It has like a caffeine, a green caffeine or something, and it perks me up, and it lasts all day. I don't crash, whatever. So I love to use this. But this right here is a must-have. So like I said, I've been drinking this since 2018. I'm gonna get to the point of this in a second. So it's a super antioxidant, and all the people started sharing stories because some had been using it for a couple of years before the companies merged, whatever. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't wait to try this thing. And so I mix these. I put like a little bit here, a little bit there, and then a little bit. And it feels like a fruit drink, like a fruit, what? It's all fruit. So it feels like a fruit thing. It's mostly all fruit. It's, you know, like I said, green tea, some kind of pepper thing, whatever. Anyway, so I drank it and I'm like, it's not doing anything. I drank it for like, I think like 6 months or something. And then I was like, it's not doing anything, right? And then I stopped. And when I tell you, within a week or 2 weeks, it has mangosteen. And mangosteen is this amazing fruit that is, it has a very bitter rind, but that's where a lot of the nutrients are, is in the rind. And like the mangosteen juice, non-rind, but the mangosteen juice is like sold super expensive at like health food stores and stuff. And so they are able to do the whole entire fruit. So you get the rind and everything. And so then, thank you for getting your daily heart me. I went like a couple weeks or whatever. When I tell you, my entire body, I felt 80. And then I went, oh, I remember this feeling, because I have like so much inflammation, and from like the different surgeries, the different car accidents, like my back hurts so bad. And then, you know, I have the bone spurs, but on top of that, I fell at work, and like in 2017 or whatever, and it has stiffened my knee really, really, really bad. And so at that time, I was like, oh shoot, okay. So I went back on it, but then it went, when the companies got bought, they got bought by Longevity. And Longevity was changing the packaging to their branding and stuff. So it was like weeks that nobody can get their hands on it. Like weeks. It might have been over a month, because everybody was starting to panic, because it really helped with inflammation like a lot. Well, in that time that I couldn't get it, I lost the range of motion in my knee. When I tell, like, I'm gonna show you. You know, I'm 46, so I can be a 46-year-old, right? So I can do this easy, no problem. When I do not have, when I go weeks without drinking the antioxidant, I can't even do this without pain. It would get extremely stiff, and I can't even do that without pain. And so, it's been 8 years since I drank this thing. Now, the point of me telling you is because I can easily go, it's not doing anything. I could totally, because my life had become so normal. I'm like, okay, I don't feel it. And that's how the anti-vax community is. We don't need to do this. There is no disease. Oh, they're trying to fear monger us. Measles is gone. Blah, 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 blah. And they were like, you guys, it's gone because of herd immunity. Vaccinations. And we're like, herd immunity. That's the word I said. And like, we're saying, like, you guys, of course, of course. You know? And so it's like we get used to things being a certain kind of way. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, I needed that. So now we're going to have to take time again to eradicate this stuff. And it's going to take us years to get rid of everything that they're doing. It's like when mom is missing, right? Mom decides she wants to go on vacation for like a week. The house falls apart. All of a sudden, the guy who thinks he got it all together, of course, it's great, you guys. I'm just a hard worker. I can sit and write all day, or I could just work the best. And then the minute he is parent, not just dad, the minute he is parent, his life falls apart, because all of a sudden it's like, she does everything. Because she does, you know, or vice versa, because sometimes it's the other way around. But it's like you notice things when it's gone, but you don't notice things when it's there. And that's vaccination community, the anti-vax community. They're so fucking stupid. And then they're like, oh, you know, this makes you blind or blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, yes, there are people who can't take it. And guess what? Those people are protected by those of us who can take it. So if you can take it, take it. So that the others who can't are protected. I don't know why this is hard. I can't see pictures. I can't see pictures, Becky, on the computer, so I can't do it. Thank you, Michael Clark Duncan. And he died during COVID. He died during COVID, Michael Clark Duncan. My email is my name. Or you can just do leanintothespirit@gmail.com. Yeah, hold on. There were like 30 messages and now they're all gone. Okay, all these clips are everywhere. Wait. So many things happening. So wait. She had a 6-year-old. Okay, where are we? She had a 6-year-old It happened down the street from where Floyd. Yes, exactly. Oh my God. So, Maddie, Suze, or Leah, one of y'all has sent me the lady, the other reader, the woman with the spiky hair. She reminds me of a cockatoo. Like hairstyle wise. She was talking about that, and somebody asked that question. They were like, it feels like Wisconsin is under attack. And she was like, I mean, whichever state we're talking about. Minnesota. She's like, it feels like Minnesota's on attack. And she's like, because it is. And remember when she said that, I was like, you guys, we talked about this just yesterday, that it is like this gateway, this thing. And the fact that we're right back here 5 years ago is like crazy as F, you know? It is so crazy. Like, oh, thank you. I love that gift. It's so much fun to do. I'm popular. Okay. Hey, Bettina. Yeah, so many things happening. Dawn, right. Oh my God. So then there was something else that we said that was right. Hold on. Handy dandy notebook. I said we were right. Ah, shit. It's on my other notebook. It was yesterday. I was supposed to say that. I was supposed to say something about we were right. Oh, Miller. So you guys, let's talk about that. Remember, I was telling you, Miller, I feel like Miller's out, bro. Like Miller's gonna be one of the first people out, right? Hold on. I caught this death part before. Having a hard time writing words. I understand, Britt, like for real, girl. And I don't want this to come out cold or callous. I don't. It's like, this is the final wake up. Let's put it that way. It's like the final wake up, because now it's not them they're coming after. It's also, it's an us now. It's no longer a them. Like, oh, they're chasing the immigrants. Oh, those black people, what did they do? Oh, now it's they're coming after us. And it's like, oh, yes, us. Yes, us. Okay. And then the blatant lie right after, she was violently running them down and she's radical left. And I was just like, you guys, we literally saw it. This doesn't work twice. This wasn't a tour. This doesn't work twice. We saw this. We saw it with our eyes. We all have clips. We've all saved it. We have it on our phones. You can't take it. We saw it. So yeah, we saw it. We saw it this time, you guys. We saw it. Okay, you did a deep dive about the guard usage. The current situation has not happened since Reverend Martin Luther King, right? Yeah, and that was gaslighting, and that was a lie. Yeah, I'll send you. Is it a double A, Angela? Like, is there? Cause I see an AM. Let me know. Thank you, Bettina. I'll write that note so I can go back in your comment and look at it. If it's double AM, let me know. Otherwise, like I say, send it to leanintothespirit@gmail.com. That's the easiest way to tell you. Oh, actually, I think my email's on my YouTube. I think it's on my YouTube, or it might be on my profile. Bateman @gmail.com. You guys, I left the tent up last night. I forgot. But then I went out and I was like, oh, it's wet in the grass. So then I went back out because I'm like, okay, the sun came out. It should be dry. That tent was turned over. The wind blew it over because I didn't knock it down. So hopefully when my kids come home, they'll help me turn it back over because it's pretty big. But I did like take the legs down so they're not all spindly anymore. So I made everything short and I took all the fabric stuff down so that it won't catch wind. I hope I didn't break it. If I break it, I'm getting a refund. You gave it to me broken. Anyway, since the revolution, yes, and some during civil liberties issues. Okay, How do you go from 44 to 47? Girl, how do you go from 44 to 45? Fuck 47, because he ain't that. How do you go from 44, that darn black guy, to 45? And then the thing is, they didn't have time to realize that 45 was bad for the country because he rode the tail of 44, all the economic policies, everything, right? Because this is what presidents do. Their first terms do. People think it's like, oh, you're just trying to say that he was good because no. This is how presidents work. Like this is how it works. Is the first term, the first half of your term is riding the coattails of policies. It just kind of makes sense, you know, that you're riding the tail of the previous administration's policies. But then it's like when you look at the last 40 years of how presidencies go, Republicans F us up. Democrats have to save us. Republicans ride the Democrats' tail for the first admin. Like, do you know how bad Bush 1 had to be for him to only get one term? All I remember is no new taxes. Like, why are y'all so stuck on taxes? You'll break the whole country, but my taxes. You're just as idiotic as my heritage. Like, it's just crazy. They're shooting tear gas at protesters now. You know, it's crazy, Don. I think that must have been what hit us yesterday that required that burst of light. I hope every time you guys felt anxious, you did go in and push out, because I definitely did. Okay, people are so far removed from most of these diseases that they don't know how bad it, like, people literally did not live to 80, 95, you know, like, that wasn't happening as frequently as it is happening now. That's why the retirement age was what, 60? I think it was 60. That's why a senior citizen was considered 55. Because people didn't live. And now, you know, people are living like 20 years past that. Minimum. So it's really strange that Republican guy died at 65. We have modern medicine, but medieval diseases. Child, Becky, the way you just said that. We have modern medicine, but medieval diseases taking people out in 2026. It's crazy. Syphilis has made a return. The fact that HIV is back on the rise. It's like, dude, we just did this 40 years ago. Condoms. And not even just condoms. Close the shop down. No, you're taking glucose. I mean, I don't know. I'll send you the link because I get it from somebody. So I'll send you the link. And like I say, like, it's a whole stick. Now, mind you, ever since they got that new company is stingy as hell. So it's like this much powder. You got this big old stick now and this much powder. So the company is stingy. But the good thing is you don't need a lot. So like these things last for like 3 water bottles for me. And it depends on your taste buds too. Like Core is bitter to me. It's like taking a Kool-Aid packet and then just licking it. It has no sugar to me. But then to other people, especially white people, I found, because, you know, the Black community is like very heavy in seasonings, and the Latin community is that way too, whatever. So we're more season oriented, I guess. I don't know what it is, but I noticed that like the white women of that group would be like, oh, that's so sweet. And I'm like, but I also can't do cilantro biologically. Cilantro tastes disgusting as hell biologically. So it could be just that. But, and this is kind of sweet. So it's like when you mix them, it's like having a Kool-Aid water bottle. It's delicious. I love it. I think the only people who can't do that is if they're taking statins. You have to like compare them because it has cranberry. Which one of these has cranberry, or both of these has cranberry? Like when I'm sick, I definitely drink this because I get my electrolytes and my antioxidants when I'm sick. And that's how I get through my sicknesses pretty fast. And that's how I live and survive. Yeah. They are classic gaslighters. Yeah, I don't understand this gaslight, bro. You say black, they say white. Yeah, you say blue, and they're like, well, it's really cerulean. Okay, that's blue, right? It's cerulean. Like what? Yeah, this isn't collagen at all. No, I haven't tried collagen. It's a company called Longevity. Yeah, it's called Longevity. They will inject their entire body with Botox and filler, but no vaccine. Like, you know what I mean? You would put Botox, make your face freeze, and you will get your lips bigger. But nope, no vaccines. Yeah. What did Britt say? Yeah. I'm really. Yeah. We can definitely. You know what I'll do? I'll create a Google Doc or a Google Sheets or something, and then that way I can share it as a link, and we can all like do something to it. Or maybe I'll do Canva. I'll do it on Canva. That way it's more protected. Canva is Australian. They don't give a shit about our politics. So I'll do Canva, and I'll shoot you guys in a DM. I'll shoot you a link to Canva so you can edit and put your information. You really? Okay. You quietly fill out with your, basically a billionaire. Oh, because of the COVID thing? Yeah. I think that's why my son's wife doesn't like my son's wife. Ooh, Freudian. He was planning to propose to her this year, but he's struggling so bad. And I had to tell him, I said, babe, look, this is a design. This is the way it's designed. You'll figure it out. Because, you know, when you're a young man, like, I'm always worried about them committing suicide because shit gets really heavy. Especially when they grew up with school shootings and stuff, like their mental's not all there. It's just not. But it's really interesting. I don't know who shared that with me, with the girl in Minnesota. I don't know her ethnicity or anything, but she's a lighter brown. She could be a mixed kid. I don't know what she is, but she was talking about how like the youth, they're being called to stand up. And I was like, I've been saying this because if you look at every single revolution is started by the kids in the 20s, kids, young adults. It's always the 20s. Why? Because they don't have anything to lose. Like usually like family, kids, like, you know, having kids installs fear into people. And so they'll be slower to act. You know, but the minute you threaten their kid, it's like, okay, I'm acting. That's why I also don't understand how some of the people, shenanigans aside, that's why I don't understand how a lot of women voted for their daughters to lose all autonomy. And I don't buy the bullshit of voting like your husband votes. We go on booths right now, so you don't have to. And they would never have to know how you voted. You just say, yeah, I did the same thing you did, you know? So it's like you voted for your daughter to be stripped of her autonomy. Like the majority of pregnancies do not actually hold, right? A lot of people don't even know they're pregnant. Like, oh, my period was like 5 days late and then I started. No, baby, you were actually pregnant. More than likely you were pregnant. And it's called a chemical pregnancy. So a lot of people don't know that they're pregnant. Only about 20% of pregnancies are actually viable and can make it to the end. So most people don't know they're pregnant. And even, you know, there's just so many things. So even once you're pregnant, you can have a miscarriage. I've had that. Even when you make it past the 12 weeks, you can have something else that's horrible. My friend was in Texas. This is like right after the pandemic. So it was like 22, I think 2022 or 23. She got pregnant. She's in Texas. So guess what? Can't do anything. And plus she was like 39 when she got pregnant. So this was her first child with her fiance. Like she was really looking forward to it. But at that 20-week visit, and you know, a lot of offices will not do actual, like, they won't do ultrasounds until you hit about 18, 20 weeks. At that 20-week visit, she found out her daughter, well, one, she found out it was a daughter, and two, she found out that she had trisomy 13. So basically, the daughter would either die in vitro or will die sometime pretty quickly after birth. And because she was in Texas, she couldn't do shit. So she had to carry this baby, you know, get to know the little twitches and everything that happens, whether they're on purpose or not, you know, for over 20 weeks. For like almost 20 weeks. My heart hurt for her so bad. And then her baby lived for 30 days. So now you have a hospital bill on top of that. Plus she had to find the money to bury her child or cremate her child. And so I did a fundraiser for her because I didn't have it. You know, I was pretty much housing unstable then too. And I like put out on my Facebook, I'm like, look, y'all, my friend, she's having problems. She has to get up $800 to cremate her daughter that she just had. And luckily we were able to get the money. I'm like, here's her information. Send it to her, please. Don't make me the go-between. Send it straight to her. Here's her story. Here's her baby's picture. You know, if you want to see it, it's in the comments. I'm not going to put up here for you. And luckily we were able to get it taken care of. Luckily we were able to take at least that stress of having to cremate her daughter off her plate. It was wild, babe. But that's what people have condemned their children to. Or even themselves. Like when I see people get pregnant now, I panic. And I pray. And I hope, oh my God, I hope this is a sticky baby. I hope it's a fully healthy baby. And I hope the delivery is going to be easy. Because at any point of those parts, the primitive nature of having children kicks in, you know. And then there's the afterbirth. I ended up with my twins. One, they came super early. They came 6 weeks early. But also, after I gave birth, I didn't give birth after they took the kids because I didn't give birth. Like, you ain't coming down that canal. Nope, that ain't happening. Apparently, I then went into eclampsia. I don't remember any of that shit. I remember looking at my kid, both of them, waiting for them, and then I was gone. And apparently, I went into eclampsia. And to the point where they had to give me a lot of magnesium or something. I don't know. All I know is when I came to in the recovery, my fiance was like doing something with my head, rubbing my head or something. He wasn't my fiance then. And I just like vomited all over the place because I can't take a lot of medication. And apparently I needed a lot. So I ended up and I had a C-section. So vomiting after a C-section. You guys. 0 out of 10, do not recommend. Yeah, the idea, and that's the other thing. Stay home. Stay home. If you're at risk, stay home. I saw that. See, the COVID, I will say these last 10 years, 10, 15 years have been shocking. Just shocking. You know, because 2012, you learned that a 17-year-old boy used a weapon of a sidewalk. And that's why it was good for him to be shot dead by this guy who should not have been following him in a predator van, basically. Whew, that was hard. That was hard because I'm seeing people like, well, he had THC in his system. I'm like, you didn't know that, one, then, and two, do you know what your kids have? Because I teach. I can tell you what your children have. As a matter of fact, I probably can't tell you what your children have. Some of them don't have THC. And you wish they did. Like, I had literally high school students talking to me about Gettys and telling me about different drinks and different combinations of other drugs. I'm a square, so I don't know all that. You know, I'm a square. Like, do you know what your children are doing? And you got nerve to be mad at a little boy who has some THC in his system. Listen, weed is like for ADHD people. Like, weed is, that's why a lot of people like it, is if they get the right kind, like, it helps calm their brain down. ADHD is like rapid fire, like shit. Because apparently there's a strain that's good for that. I don't know. I don't like the taste of weed. It's dirt. That's all it is. It's dirt. The idea that all of those who are at risk, yeah. So that COVID bothered me. because I was hearing people say that old people were able to die. That's fine. And then I was also hearing people say that people who are compromised should stay home. However, they then made a law that said you had to go to work. And then when you get to work, because as a teacher, it says, if you walk in this building, you won't sue us, knowing you can catch COVID. I didn't want to walk in this building. You made me. You know? So it's like, oh my God. When I saw the greed and depravity and cruelty of people in these 10 years. Hey, Janice. Sorry, I didn't say hi. Girl. First of all, Dawn. You know, I ain't looked too hard at those pictures yet. I couldn't bring myself to do it. I basically had a kind of a semi-Trump free 2 days because I just had to. And but then when I saw them pictures, I'm like, oh, wait, there's no line in the phones. Are you kidding me? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. But yeah, the whole part of telling people if you sick, stay home was equivalent to if you don't like it here, leave. But yes, Miller is out. Okay, so here's the thing. I was watching Libby's readings. Y'all, this is a very ADHD thing, and I don't know why, because I did take my medicine. But you know, I'm going between heavy and light, I guess. Libby, I was watching her Rubio Miller reading. It's like literally labeled Rubio Miller. And she said Rubio is setting up Miller to be the fall guy. Allegedly, entertainment purposes only. Rubio is setting up Miller to be the fall guy. And I went, and then somebody posted today, you know, I've been taking a closer look at Rubio. You guys, did you know that Rubio's brother was a drug dealer or something? Hold on. Let me tell you exactly what the story was. Because his brother was apparently big time. Now, what people don't know, even though Cubans are running Miami, they were running Miami in a different way back in the 80s, in the 70s. There was something called cocaine cowboys. And so these people who have money, got money in nefarious ways, yet they think they're better than everybody in Miami, which is weird. It's like, dude, can't we all just get along? Rodney King. Like, because Miami was literally a gumbo. Miami was a gumbo. Like, everybody was here, and together, it all just tasted good. But then the Cubans felt like they were white. And it is crazy. Now, I don't know what it is. But anyway. So, the lady, now mind you, I meant to block this woman because I did not like what she said about Lotus. What she said about Lotus was, I will never vote for her unless she takes care of this. When I say that list was like 30 things long. And I was like, but you didn't ask that of that orange man at all. Hey, Sheree. Anyway, I meant to block her. Her name is Raquel. Raquel. I don't know what her name is. Wait, where is it? I shared it. I'm not going to read the whole thing because she writes a lot. I think she writes like Substack length things. We did hear that Minnesota can prosecute the ICE shooter if they want to, and they absolutely better. Okay, so this is what she wrote. Rachel Hurley. She wrote, holy shit, I fell down a rabbit hole and found out some quite breathtaking details about Marco Rubio. Now, mind you, I think Hogalith, or whatever his name is. Oh my God, you guys got so many. Okay, if you guys are going to be commenting, please make it a full comment, because I see like 48 new messages right now. And so when I scroll, I'm going to forget what I was talking about. So I want to make sure I honor the time you take to make a message. So please, like, do a full-fleshed message. Like, at least, like, tie me back in. Okay, so she said, I fell down a rabbit hole. ADHD pill working, y'all. Got a drink. Found out some quite breathtaking details about Marco Rubio. Buckle up. So Rubio's brother-in-law spent over a decade in federal prison for moving cocaine. I already knew this part. And it wasn't for small-time dealing. We're talking hundreds of thousands of pounds of drugs through a Miami operation that used exotic animal cages as cover. Orlando Cecilia ran the logistics for what the court records show was a $79 million drug ring, while young Marco built the actual cages, cleaning parrot shit for cash to buy Dolphins tickets. The American Prospect just published something remarkable. And I want to be clear. This is Maureen, whatever her name is, reporting. Okay, so y'all write that down for you to look up later yourself. The American Prospect. I guess there must have been an article or something in there. The lady's name is Maureen, Maureen, and then her last name is Tkacic. I don't know how you pronounce that. Maybe it's Kasich, because I know a lot of T's are silent in people's languages. Okay, so she traced how that teenage connection to Miami's cocaine cowboys connects directly to Rubio's current job as Secretary of State, where he's backing every drug-connected strongman in Latin America while claiming to fight narco-terrorism. So here's what that lady's reporting shows. The same family that employed teenage Rubio, the Tabros, I don't know, ran cocaine for the CIA. Not allegedly, not conspiracy theory bullshit. A CIA handler named Gary Maddox testified in open court in 1989 that Guillermo Tabru, whoever, has been his agency asset for years through something called the Deacon program. The agency paid him $1,400 a month in the 1970s. So y'all know that was like what, times 6 or times 5. So basically like a $10K a month job. Sorry, somewhere around there. To inform on rival drug traffickers while running his own loads. So the setup was this. According to the American Prospect investigation, Cuban exile groups from the Bay of Pigs got folded into CIA operations. Now, mind you, the Bay of Pigs is the thing that has been used to create Wet Foot, Dry Foot, which had been used to give Cubans carte blanche of walking into the country, to not have to do any of the actual paperwork that, I'll say, real immigrants have to do. You know, the whole 20-year process, that is null and void. With Cubans, and I think it's still in place, because I've heard people trying to do something with it and the Cubans get upset, especially, and it's really interesting. But the whole thing is, once you touch land, you're here. That's how Wet Foot, Dry Foot works for Cuban nationals. And they use the Bay of Pigs for that. I think there's a lot of shit in this Bay of Pigs, JFK thing that is not true. And I think it's all fantasy written, because that whole, like I said, Nazi, Jewish, Cuba connection is a weird connection. And now I'm like, what have we been learning? So anyway, so the setup was this. According to the American Prospect investigation, Cuban exile groups from the Bay of Pigs got folded into CIA operations. These operations needed funding that the Congress wouldn't approve, so drug money filled the gap, and anyone who threatened to expose it faced serious consequences. DIA agent Kiki Camarena was tortured and murdered in Mexico in 1985, and 3 officials involved in the investigation have claimed that Felix Rodriguez organized the hit. Rodriguez denies involvement. Now, this is the machinery Rubio grew up adjacent to, not metaphorically, literally. Now, I want y'all to think about this. Before we sent those 200 Venezuelan people to CCOT, Marco Rubio was the one who went down and negotiated that contract. And I thought this was like chickens eating eggs. I'm like, why would a Hispanic man negotiate with another Hispanic country to take other Hispanics? Now, I didn't know about CCOT. Like, I ain't no. But I'm like, why would you be negotiating this? Because it's like chickens eating eggs. It was just weird to me. And the more we learn about the sleeper agent, aka allegedly Rubio, and please understand, Rubio means blonde in Spanish. So that's the thing. Like, why would that be your, I don't know. Anyway, because you know, like Morena means dark. Okay, anyway, because I love Spanish. That was like gonna be my thing. I was gonna live in a Spanish country, and then I went to Spain, and I had racism 101 and 102 and a graduate class, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Nope. Because we don't have that in America. I was still Pollyanna. Okay, so anyway, he was 14 while this was going on. 14, 15, 16, etc. So in other words, he was very formative while this was happening, and I'm sure he learned some things as an apprentice, so to speak. It goes on and on and on. It talks about how he's now running point on Latin American policy. If you watch the Hogarth thing that I told you about, he had that dream, and he realized when he woke up and had the dream that Rubio was trying to be king of the world on the Latin American side, allegedly, entertainment purposes only, and that Cuba is pretty much vendetta, you know. Anyway, so it makes sense that we released. It makes sense that we got El Chapo's nephew. We gave him passageway into the Americas, into this country, in like March, I think it was March or April. And then we also released the Honduran guy. There's two things to that. There's the Marco Rubio thing that we were like, everybody's starting to wake up to who this person is, really. And then there's the rich part of it. You know, the billionaires with Prospera, that island where they have no rules. That's also attached to Honduras, and that they actually want to do here. Like word on the street is that's what Washington, D.C. is about. They want to sell that to Peter Cottontail and let him run Washington, D.C. Since it's not a state, they can sell it, you know. So they say. All right, so something about Nome. I don't know what that goes with. Well, yeah, Nome's definitely going out. Reagan coattails. Yes. I miss so much. Hold on. It's All of Us and Nome. Okay, yeah. But and again, I keep getting the Avengers in my head because you have Voldemort thinking, you know, Voldemort is Loki. Like, he's Loki. He thinks he's the one in charge until the ones in charge show up. Hey, Karkia. So, and that's what I think is happening with regards to Rubio. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Y'all had already blocked them. Okay. Thank you. I missed it. I was like, why am I unblocking? So it's almost like Rubio is somewhere in between Loki and Thanos. Somewhere in between that. St. Bart's has facial chlamydia. I don't even want to think about that because those billionaires were there. What? Wait. Hold on. Nana, go back that up. Okay. Nana says, a family friend has been arrested for his voice today. Not yet charged. What does that mean? Suze just said she saw a post that the people that were in St. Bart's had facial chlamydia? What? Facial I don't even know why I'm looking. How do you spell chlamydia? Okay. I'm glad that I don't know because that means I've never had it. You know, like when people can say something properly, you're like, wait, you had that, didn't you? That is weird. Sorry. I just felt sick right now. St. Bart. Saint Bert. That means your face was... Okay, so right now it's a rumor. It's a viral claim, etc., etc., etc. But what? A super chlamydia broke out in St. Oh, good God. Wait, it made it to India Times. Wait. Why do you have Bethany Frankel attached to that thing? Did she have it? I don't know, child. I don't... Ooh, child. Ew. Just stop sleeping around. Being a square is not that boring. You've been adding people like crazy in here so we can link up. Link up. Okay. Your home, change, and interact. Welcome, Serafina. Okay, cheerful. I had a whole West Coast late night come. Oh, cheerful and I. Oh, right. Elise. I'm like, wait, what? You can't imagine. I cannot imagine growing up now. Like, my son is so fucking stressed. Meanwhile, when I was turning 30, I was like, oh my God, I can't wait to turn 30. How stupid was that? It was like 30 happened. It was like, face plant. All right. I'm out west too. I said, you said it yesterday. I don't know what we said. I'm in East Bay. Hey there. Oh, hey, Candy. The loss of RNG. But you know, you even struggle with female friendships with people whose husband. Yeah, it's weird because it's like, I have a hard time with that too. But at the same time, it's like, okay, if you were able to vote differently than your husband, then you know what? That means you have your own mind. So I can at least talk to you, you know? It's definitely deja vu, bro. It is so deja vu. Yeah, it's cruel. Walls just authorized. Yeah. The only time a sticky baby is something. Listen, that is the only time, because they always put, I remember I was in mommy groups and stuff, you know, and so it's like sticky pregnancy. They now have a possible factor in a complication. Wait, what? They now have to possibly factor in. Yeah, you have to factor in a complication, and things happen, you know, things just happen. Like, because the process of having a child is like, it's a long one. Like, they have to go, I mean, the design, listen, there's some things you want to talk to God about, right? Like, listen, dog, you over here creating bodies. You messed up with knees, because once they go out, they're out, you know? You messed up with knees, and you messed up with this whole kitchen down here, because you have to go from the ovary, which is over here, through open air to get to some fingers of the fallopian, to then get in, and then to make it all the way into the uterus before you plant. So that whole trip can go wrong. I literally saw a couple years ago this lady whose baby missed the fallopian tube and landed on her kidney, liver or something, and the baby was growing. The baby like plugged in and was growing. So does she get to die because you don't want her to have an abortion? That's wild. To say you're pro-life but not pro-mother? That's wild. To say it's okay for a baby to live but not to have their mother? That's wild. Yeah, I'll just leave that. You had a friend who almost died from a tubal pregnancy because they wouldn't help her. Yeah, until like they have to become like almost septic before they can get help because they're afraid of going to jail because of these white men, period. And these women who are jealous that other women have babies. I don't know. I'm sorry it doesn't happen for you, but there are so many children who need love. So maybe that is what it is for you this lifetime. Next lifetime, be like, hey, make sure I can have 20. You know, I don't know. We all got lessons, and we should not take our lack as something we can weaponize against others who are abundant. All right. Oh, I don't know which thing I went through, girl. I went through a lot. I don't even know how I smile. In distress, and even her husband had to give permission. Yeah, and then your husband has to give permission. Or if you decide, I don't ever want children, they still say, I need your husband's signature. My friend was able to get a vasectomy, no problem. Didn't even have to ask anybody. But a woman, when I was 21 and I was having my second kid, I was like, can I get it done? And he's like, well, one, I was 21. So they had a rule, you have to be 25. And then two, it was like, you might want kids someday. And your husband might want kids someday. I don't give a fuck about a husband I don't have. I just don't, you know? And it is reversible, by the way. Painful, but reversible. It always works better for a man to get a vasectomy. That is so easy for them compared to a female. Oh, sativa. That's the strain, apparently. I just don't like the dirt of it. DC smells like weed 24/7. Listen, even when the shit's illegal, stuff still smells like weed. Like it just does. You know, my dad was one of those, he's 70 or whatever. And weed was on our ballot for Florida. And he's like, I don't want it to smell like weed. I'm like, you do know, I can walk by the park right now and I'm inhaling. Like, that does not matter. You saw that about brother. I don't know. Can't stop Rubio. He's always been fake. He shuts down. And apparently that's what the dead eyes are about with him, is like, basically they're the shutters. So it's like, again, it also brings up Jafar. Like Jafar deferring to the little sheik guy, little whoever he was. And then the whole time he had plotting on him. So it's like, you keep the shutter, because the eyes are the windows to the soul. So you have to turn your light out, basically. You have to stay checked out. But you know, you're getting ready to handle business. No, his brother's not in the administration. Oh yeah. Rubio's been dabbling in it himself. Yeah, there's one press conference. Oh, I missed the 444. There was one press conference where he's just like, and I'm like, what are you doing? And they're like, amphetamines. I'm like, okay, well, I do take Adderall, so I know about that cotton mouth, but Jesus. Connection's weird. I'm sorry. Things are fine for me. Okay, fine for me. Okay, I did too. It's good. My connection, great analogy. I don't know which one, because there will always be a caste system. Some think they're better. Yeah. We also called him. We did, actually. So I don't even know if it's so much that, well, he is, okay. I was going to say, I don't know if it's even that he's a mole, but I think he is still leaking information for the purpose of taking down certain people. And then the fact when I told you guys this yesterday, I think, but when I read that Miller would be over Venezuela, that's when I was like I literally had the Jeffrey Dahmer moment for him, something like it. Oh, I did, because I remember talking to y'all about the broomstick. Your instructor enemy, she was talking bad about construction workers, saying that's weird. However, it turns out that they were citizens and she was not. That's weird. I don't understand it, bro. Like, how do you think you are better? I just don't. It's weird. Anyway, kind of just chatting right now a little bit, but okay, I know a lot of 80s people, which I think, oh, like that. I don't know if I've ever seen that, honestly. I think, I don't know if I've ever seen those. It might depend on, I guess, what stuff they have. I don't know. Brooklyn smell like weed more than California. Yeah, California. I went to California but it was a long time ago. It was like 15 years. Shit. I don't like saying that stuff out loud. I'm gonna stop. I went to California a few years ago. I hate weed. I hate the smell of weed. But I won't. I know it helps people, you know, but I hate the smell of weed. Yeah, THC makes me hot. And I looked it up because I was like, is something wrong with me? And apparently, some of us can't take it. So I get extremely hot, like hot flashes. I get waves and waves and waves of heat. And I'm like, yeah, I can't do this shit. So I'm okay with that. I've always said my body doesn't like drugs, and it just doesn't, except Adderall. Oh, I knew not to search blue waffle, so you won't catch me looking that shit up. The syphilis thing not so bad. I mean, the chlamydia thing not so bad, but I'm not trying to. Listen, okay. You're in Minnesota and the folks are speaking. Okay, hold on. I want to catch up to whatever Nana was saying before. There's a caste system. Okay. I already prayed, so if y'all have to pray, make sure you do it already. I prayed before I hit live. I want to look it up, but yeah, it's okay. Like, well, at least on Google, there was nothing like, it's just the thought of it. Like, bruh, you know, like I see like a cartoon video of it. So that was enough for me. My brain goes all the way there. Thank you for the gifts, you guys. Thank you for the shares. We're at 22 shares. Thank you so much. Okay, and thank you for getting the Daily Heart Me. Make sure, by the way, that once you get the Daily Heart Me, you go back up here and you grab your points. It lets TikTok's algorithm know that you are a real person and that you're an engaging person and that you like this kind of content. So it'll help you see other people who do similar content. So we're all here. I kind of like doing it at this time. Wait, hold on, guys. I'm going to do a quick pause. Make sure I don't have to pick the kids up. Hold. We're all here. I kind of like doing it at this time. Wait, hold on, guys. I'm going to do a quick pause. Make sure I don't have to pick the kids up. Hold on. Okay. I don't have to get them. All right. So nobody should be making decisions for anybody else. No. And that's what I don't understand. Like, why is a female's body even law? Like, why don't we have agency? Men's bodies aren't law. Nobody's debating it. Nobody has to put a vote in about what they can do with their body. So, no. Saw a post where the guy asked fellas if their rights change when they cross state lines. Oh Lord, that's a deep one. Yeah, 20 minutes in and out. Whereas a female, you have to cut through several layers of tissue. It's wild. Okay. All right. So that's crazy. If it helps you, great. Because yeah, if it helps you, that's fine. It's natural grass, literally. I just don't like the smell of grass. I don't like the smell of cut grass. I don't like grass, period. I don't like grass or gas. So when people say it's both, like some people call it gas, some people call it grass. I don't like either. I hate gas stations and I hate when a lawnmower comes out. But I love fresh rain. Yeah. Yeah, I have to be in control of my body. Like one of my fears. Okay. So I watched The Notebook only one time. But I wanted to see what everybody was talking about. You know, I have that problem of trying to see what everybody else was talking about. Yeah, it's like 7 layers of and then they'd be like, okay, go back to work. Baby, all my layers are not done. Healing, they're not done. Pay for me. Like I love, is it Sweden or something? Did they have a year of pay, of maternity pay, and when you leave? And it's funny because when I had my first child, when I left the hospital, they gave me a car seat. It was a basic ass car seat, you know, but it was sufficient, you know, to get my baby home. And so now you have to have a car seat to take your baby home. Like, but in like Finland or Sweden or somewhere like that, they give you a box, and the box has the first baby's outfit. Like it has all this other stuff to it. Yeah. So I just don't like weed. I do not. I don't like the smell of it. I don't like the fact that it gets on everything. But that said, if that is your medicine, that's your medicine. You know, for some people it helps them with pain. For some people it helps them with their ADHD. Once I understood how pervasive ADHD actually is in a person's life, that it's not focus, it's not squirrel, it's not that. Like it's literally functioning, like actual executive functioning for people who really have ADHD. I finally understood functional drug addicts. Because I was like, oh, that's what you're doing. You're medicating. So it's not, oh, I'm addicted to the drug. It's like, oh, I'm addicted to being functional. And I went, I get it. I get it. And then, like, there were stories of people, like, I think it was on Twitter or something, back when it was Twitter. And people were sharing, like, how did you know you were ADHD? Or like, what should have given it away for you? And there were, I missed it. I missed the happy hat. I like to do the blow thing. Ooh, goosebumps. Why? What's going to happen? I will say, you guys, the energy feels extremely different. Extremely different. It doesn't feel like that shit yesterday was like, oh, I don't know what to do. Like, this is so heavy. And that was before I like even knew what really happened. Like I heard the lady died or what, you know, like there was ice and death and stuff. I'm like, but they did that before. Like, this isn't the first one. This just is the first white one. Because this happened to a Hispanic woman, I want to say a couple months ago. But she survived. But they shot at her and nobody did anything. Like, nobody said anything. Nobody protested. Nobody, you know. But this is the part we have to remember. It's not just the fact that she's white. I don't want us to get into that. Like, oh, now everybody cares. If we go back to our reading like 3 days ago, we talked about how Murdoch was going to let the news through. And I think it's just timing, you guys. I think it's just timing. Because between Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal and Fox News, things are finally coming out. And I think Venezuela was the hands off. Venezuela was the, all right, new game. New game. And I think that's when Murdoch was like, yeah, my turn. I was helping y'all. I'm not helping y'all no more. My turn. Okay, so, and then that's the other thing. Yeah, she was shot 5 times. Yeah, it was something. So it was something. It was something. It was a Hispanic woman. Nobody gave a shit. But at the same time, I don't think it penetrated the algorithm because I don't think it was allowed to back then. Now, I'm telling you, now there's something else going on. Because look how many perspectives we've gotten those videos. I didn't look at all of them, but there were several different perspectives of the same video. You know, just different things happening and stuff. And so Venezuela got through, right? That got through. But nobody knows about the guy who was killed by ICE on December 31st. There's no video of that guy. But literally, December 31st, fireworks. I don't know about y'all, but I was just finna shuffle this again, and then I saw what happened. Telling you, the magician has released us. But a guy died on December 31st. Now, mind you, the ICE agent was off duty. So technically, at that point, he's a civilian. I hate that we're calling them agents. That gives them some kind of validity. There's nothing valid about who they are. By the way, there's a 10% off coupon they just gave me to share with you guys. So this guy died on December 31st. Where are we? His name is Keith Porter. There were fireworks going off. Somebody, I guess, was shooting also. You know, where I am, people do shoot their guns in the air or whatever. In Miami, just different places in Miami, it's never that whatever people are making it to be. And an ICE agent killed him in his home, in the guy's home. So the thing we don't know, see, there he is. Hold on. So, and, you know, we don't know about these people here, right? We don't know them by name. We don't know any of that. But if you notice, all of them are of ethnicity, different ethnicities. Okay. Like one of the first people to die in ICE detention was actually a Canadian. No, a Ukrainian, which I thought was interesting. So we have Renee Good, we have Keith Porter, we have Silvero Villegas Gonzalez. We have 32 other people, which was the list. And we have hundreds who have been forcibly disappeared, hundreds/thousands. We have women we will never be able to find. We have children we will never be able to find because of the pervasiveness of trafficking. And that is scary as shit, man. It just is. So this guy was killed by ICE on the 31st. And I think he had a kid too. I think he was a father also. You know, it's not necessarily that that matters, but I'm just saying this is what is happening. And so that was a post I made. I think that's it. My McDonald's order. All right. So yeah, I thought I actually took the story too of it, but you'll have to look it up if you're so inclined. Oh yeah. You see that? Oh, hold on. One of the reasons why I took this picture is you see what an ass he looks like? You see his chin? His chin creates an ass. They stopped creating one for him. But it's his damn, he's an ugly ass man. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I do not see what y'all see as attractive. But money, I guess, makes people attractive. But when you find out they're actually broke. Oh, I know why I was looking this up. Because if Regis Philbin was one of his really, really good friends, I think we need to look at Regis. Remember how I kept saying he looks like Regis? He looks like Regis? Not when he was younger, but in his recent pictures. He looks like Regis. You're not going to tell me he doesn't. So if we're such good friends, we're wearing ties that match and stuff, I don't think Regis is a pure person. See, doesn't he look like him? Hold on. Oh. Like there. This is one of his older pictures. This is a 2024, the debate. You see that face? And then like, if you look at Regis, they look alike. Anyway. Yeah, so Keith died also this past week. We don't know that. You know, it didn't get out. On one hand, this was before I think the decision was made to let information out. And on the other hand, I also think, well, also I know there was no video, right? There was no video to go around the world. So like this really is, and I'm going to agree with this, this is comparable to the George Floyd moment. So it's not just that, you know, oh, a black guy, blah, blah. This, all the circumstances around it too are a thing, such as, like I said, there's no video, it wasn't done in such a public manner, public place kind of thing or whatever. So there's that part too. But also I think all the information was being kept. I don't know who Katie Tur is. I don't watch TV, so I don't know who these people are. Okay, so there were 32 faces, 32 names, minimum, you know. All right, I'm trying to think, what are we reading on? Yeah, I have a friend who, she has a medical card. She does it through a tincture. So I guess through her vape or something. I don't know. I don't know how that works. But I'm sure it still tastes like dirt because even the oil tastes like dirt. Like I've had like an edible before and I'm like, they're like, you can't taste it. And I'm like, I can. You know, there is no, I caught you. No. Why is there dirt in this? I guess, I don't know. I guess because I had something with mold by accident once. So it's like, I'm very, you know, like when you don't know something had molded, you're like, How does it taste like dirt? That's what weed tastes like. It tastes like dirt. It tastes like poo-poo dirt, like fertilizer. Like, it tastes nasty. I'm trying to get people away from alcohol and other drugs. Okay. Weed will make some people angry. Like, some people don't respond well. Just like weed is addictive. Anything is addictive. Too much water is addictive. Too much milk. Like, people can be addicted to anything because it's usually about, like, why you're doing it. Alcohol isn't legal where? People are always people always find a way. We had moonshiners, everything through prohibition. And the only reason weed went this high was because of, oh, that was the other thing I was going to bring up with the Rubio thing. But the only reason weed is so highly criminalized is because it was just part of the black criminalization initiative of Nixon. That's why. That and the hippies, because they were so against his policy. Wow. So MSM, whatever that is, I guess it's a news station, is showing all the graphic stuff. Oh wait, the graphic stuff bleeped out. Okay. Like, that picture of that car. Okay, need to get rid of people feeling a purpose. The youth need hope. Only the athletes are reconnect. Yeah, the youth really do need. I feel for them so much, y'all. Like, they just went through an entire lifetime of school shooting drills and watching the community not give a shit, and then they become adults into this. They become adults, some through the pandemic and watching people not give a shit, and then through this. And now, for those of them who were old enough to vote and chose him, or just not voting at all because they believe the bots of Kamala, they now got guilt riding on their asses for falling for this shit. Okay, understanding the voice feelings. And they've taken away our, what's MMIW? That sounds familiar. I just don't remember. Shame the media, but have reported. Okay. Remember one Hispanic man that was dropped? Yes, the one with at the school, I think it was. At the school, dropping the kids off, or just dropped the kids off, or something. And the fact that they don't care, like, you can't tell me you care about kids. Like, all this shit is being done in front of kids. And then when the guy, the ICE agent got pulled over for DUI, not in front of my kids, man. Oh, you care. Oh, you care. Not in front of your kids? What? Okay. No, it's not the hairstyle. That's not the part that makes him look like Regis to me. It's literally the face. I think it's because the AI is doing it, because his real face really doesn't look like him that much. But I think it's because the AI is doing it. Okay, so I think I'm caught up, and then I think we can get to the reading. Husband is showing his true colors. Why not read on Ruby? Ruby. Oh, wait, Ruby. Are we talking about Rubio? Because we did read on him, but I was thinking that we should read on him again. CBS propaganda. Who? He pulled forward for a reason in convo today. He's definitely on. JD at the house speaking on shooting. Closing time. Okay, the hippie music almost pushed ascension then. You have to, like, at the hippie movement, we also, okay, I don't think it was just the hippie movement. I think it was just movement, period. There was a lot of it. Because you had the civil rights stuff going on with the black people. You also had the indigenous rights going on, right? There was a lot of shit. And then the indigenous and the black people were also together. And you also had the hippie movement happening too. So in this span of like a decade, you had a lot of people like trying to come out of this like a lot of people who realized what we were being sold wasn't it. But again, those were people in their 20s. It's like the minute you get a child, and like a family, a house, bills, etc., a job that you could lose, is like all of that shit takes away your agency. So yeah, I think we're back here again, you know, because it's like, get it right this time, you guys. Otherwise, we are going to be looking at an era of, I can't shake the AI policing. I can't shake bot policing. So I think if we don't get it right ASAP, that is where we are. It's going to escalate bigger than it was before. Will that stop rebellions? Will that stop all that stuff? No, but it'll make things incredibly harder because it will literally start entering like Matrix era. I'm talking about a movie where the enemy keeps coming. Okay, I don't know if you guys ever watched this movie, but it's called Mitchell's versus the Machines. It's a cartoon and it's on Netflix and it's really, really good. But that's kind of what we're talking about because they had AI policing as well. All right, so yeah, so we got the Magician here, and we got the Nine of Swords in reverse. And so this is the manifestation, the creation. This is the light. This is like us, like people. And then finding their path, finding their calm, finding their whatever. So honestly, like the collective energy, the collective light, that collective energy is manifesting power. I think, I don't know, I just saw a flash of February 17th. It really is like, let's get to that portal window. Is it a portal? I don't know, but it feels like that. Let's get to that portal window of February 17th. Hold the light, hold the light, hold the light, come together. I think if we're going to do a, say, January 20th thing, I think the next one should also be February 17th. It can't be one a quarter. Like, that's some bullshit. I don't understand why y'all are doing that. But I think the February 17th it's a very pivotal day. Well, see, it's pivotal, child. It's the day you met your ex. You just didn't know you were going to make them an ex. Or you just did not listen to your own intuition at that time. So, I feel like I just had a flash of that day and I'm like, that's something. So it's like, hold on, guys, hold on. Yep, hold on. Because this is the Minor Arcana Death card. Are things going to escalate? Absolutely. However, the cards that are focusing themselves out to me right now is the Page of Cups on the bottom. Then this card jutted itself out. Okay, so that's the Knight of Wands. Remember, we got this card like so much over the last few days. And then the Ten of Swords showed itself again in reverse. What am I looking at? The February 17th is pivotal. That's the Minor Arcana Death. Remember, January is shaping up to be a Tower moment. It really is. The Minor Arcana Death card. The ending of okay, so my brain is filling in the gap of saying the regime, but is that shady? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. The Page of Cups in reverse, that's coming out as shady. Emotional immaturity, lack of direction. The Death card. Is this a literal death too, though? Because I do feel... sorry. I do feel... I feel mourning a little bit. So I do... It just reminds me of the thing I said during the summer is like, you guys, there are going to be sacrifices, but there are people who literally came here for that. Yeah, the thing that we have been, we'll say we collectively as a country have been trying to avoid, that martial law, it's coming, but it will not work because they will not be with them. So it's like, even if you call martial law, it's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I'm seeing. I'm seeing people putting things down. I'm seeing people, like military, whatever, like literally like putting down, I'm gonna say swords, because that's what we're coming here. You know, it's just like, no. And that reminds me of something that Libby said in her reading the other day, where she said there was it was about some skirmish. I'm gonna just say skirmish. I don't remember what the fight was, or change of guard or whatever. And the military or the police or whoever was like, no, we're on the side of the people. So I see that happening. Sorry, because there's the 9 of Wands in reverse here. And it's like, at first I thought this was the people like giving up, but this is not, because that's the freaking fire horse, you people. That's the freaking fire horse. That 17th day is important. Good, Heather, because like I said, it feels like they might try to do it, because I feel like there's an order or something. However, I don't think it's going to actually happen. I see like, no, we're not doing that. That's what it is. It's the no, we're not doing that. It's the refusal of an illegal order. Because remember, there is no orange man. I'll put it that way, because I don't want to get flagged. There is no orange man. So this is, it feels like them. It feels like, because often we get the 9 of Pentacles and like, oh, oligarchs. But here we got the 9 of Wands in reverse. It feels like there is a giving up here. Like, oh, we've lost our position. You know, like our what do you call it? Surprise, vantage point, something. I think this is the running of, not running, yes? See, that's the thing. If they want you in the streets, I don't think they know what they want, right? This is like Versailles. This is like the Russian one. Like, you are the nobility of these historic things. You know what I mean? Where they drag you out and behead you. That type of stuff is what I'm talking about. They had this in China. They had this in Russia. They had this in France. They had, you know, like, this is what happens. The rich get dragged out. So it's like they would have to run to their bunkers, basically. And what people have been saying is like, run to your bunker if you want to. All we'll do is seal it. You think that's your protection, but guess what it became? Matter of fact, that's what Hoagie said too. He said, you think it's your protection, but it's going to become your coffin, you know? And this right here is like, oh my God, the 4 of Pentacles. When I saw that, but I saw the 4 and then I saw the 9. So I think that is yes to that being the Ollies. There's some, okay, so yes, there's definitely something about February 17th as far as it being more than just a tipping point. I think it's a no. Like, I feel the no very strongly. I feel no. So it's like the things coming down, like it's like, that's it. No more. We're done. No, is what February 17th feels like. You got that the military are walking off, and yeah, like we're on the side of the people this time. Yeah, not a toddler no. Because that's what the I keep going back to Loki, because that's what this card right here feels like. It's like, kneel, do what I say. But it's like at that point where, oh, okay, yeah. At that point where a Hulk smash, right? The 10 of Pentacles in the reverse coming down. At that point we're a Hulk smash. Because it's like there's no more conversation. We've been trying to converse with you, you know? We've been reaching out. We've been doing emails. We've been on your social media. We've been trying to reach you and say, hey, we're people. We like to stay people, not your slaves or anything, right? And now, because you won't listen, we have now become your enemy. Not the one you have in your mind, but the one that's really in your face. Like, that's kind of what it feels like. If we were gonna say it's a strong parental no, it'll be like after I done told you a couple times, and that's that no, like, don't try it anymore, you know. And for my cultural Black people who've seen the old Color Purple, that's when Sophia says, "I said, fine, by me." Yeah, that's that one. Oh, time to go. Time to go. Time to back it up. That's that moment, that point. Okay, so that's really interesting. I want to see then what is the energy of the do I? Yeah, energy of the people. Yeah. Okay. The young are stepping up. The young have had enough. They are gathering, you guys. The world they were promised has yet to even be realized. You know, it's kind of like a Gen X millennial people. We were promised you go to school, you get your degree, you gonna make this money. And then what ends up happening? Everything goes up. The cost of everything goes up. The requirement of how to get a job goes up. They went from not needing degrees to needing bachelors to needing masters to needing, oh wait, too many of y'all got masters. Now you need to have the hours and the experience as well. But we were too busy going to school trying to get these degrees. Listen, they already said that 20 some odd states are already in recession. Oh, I have student loans on here to talk about. Yeah, then you get the student loans, and then they're like, you shouldn't have went to school. What? What? Yeah, girl, I got the seals on here to read about too. I have a list now. We're gonna get on target with this list. So, all right. So the people, the energy of the people is the Page of Wands, and it's mostly the young people, and they've like you rang. Yeah, we're definitely tipping into depression. We've been in a recession. We've been in a recession since what, like 22? Because I remember that we're not in a recession. I was like, bullshit. See, the kids feel trapped, bro. This is what's challenging them, is that the kids feel trapped. They feel like there's nothing, and you guys have seen it, right? Have you seen like the videos of the children? And by children, I mean people who are 20 years younger than us, like a lot of us. And they're like, I make $80,000 and I can't go anywhere. I can't do anything. Y'all are telling me to put down my avocado toast. I make $80,000 and I'm still living paycheck to paycheck. You know, there are people like, the crash out is real. You know, there are people like, I've made more money than I've ever made in my life, and I have less than I've ever had in my life. The crash out is real. Girl, yes. 50-year-olds making that with 20 years experience. Listen, I was a teacher for 10 years in Miami-Dade County before I left. I was only making $43,000. I started making $33,000. And what was the problem? The problem was every time we were up for a raise, the people in the beginning, the first 3 years, and the people at the end, the last few years, they would accept every raise, no negotiation, because for them, it was literally a bump. It was a bump. But the people in the middle, because the way Miami does it, Miami freezes you. So if they do a negotiation, they'll be like, okay, we'll raise you $1,000. However, you'll be stuck on this step. But the step is what is actually related to you going up in income on your own. So I was making I was 10 years in with a master's degree. I was making $43,000, and a beginning teacher with zero experience, just a bachelor's, was making $41,000. I got 10 years experience. My kids, 80%, 90% passing on state tests, state examinations. And I only made $2,000 more than a beginning teacher? Weird. Weird. You know? So I had to move to a whole new state to give myself a raise. I moved to Georgia. And I did have a raise. The only problem was to a whole new state to give myself a raise. I moved to Georgia. And I did have a raise. The only problem was hold on. Hold on. I'm back. Okay. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? And like, I worked for Miami-Dade. So Miami-Dade was the 4th largest education district in the state. No, the country. The 4th largest education district in the country. But we were killing it on scores and stuff. And listen, that 10th year when they negotiated a raise and I went up 1% and my Social Security tax or insurance went up 4%, I was like, I'm out. Now I got to pay you to teach. I'm out. So I left. All right. So that's the thing though. The kids they're feeling trapped, and I understand that. Well, I mean, he's done, and he's probably going to try to run for something else, but I hope we run his ass out. Anyway, that's why he's trying to change the numbers by what, March? April? I was like, you can do whatever you want to do, baby. Like Jasmine said, you can make these districts so damn tight that you guarantee that you lose. It'll be a guarantee. Okay. So, yeah, so the kids are feeling trapped. And part of this energy here with the kids is like they're competing for everything. So it's like when you see a kid say, I want to be an influencer, or I want to be on YouTube, you can't get mad at them because the people who seem to be not struggling are the ones who have uncapped their potential, you know, whereas these jobs are paying you this much money. Like, here's the thing I learned having faced mortality a little bit too much is you can never pay me enough. You can never pay me enough because every hour that I'm alive is worth more than you will ever be able to pay me. So to tell somebody your hour of life is only worth $7, $17, $27, $37, $47. Like, who the F are you to tell me my life is worth less than $100 an hour? You can't. So if I take your job, you better say thank you because I'm giving you my time. There is no amount of money you can pay me that's worth that, right? There's just none. And if you ever have a mortality moment, you will understand that. That's what I'm saying, period. Like, it's worth my time. Time I can't get back at all. I can't get it back, you know? And that's why it's like, you'll never be able to pay me enough. You'll never be able to pay me enough. So if I do accept $35, if I do accept $20, you better say thank you, and you better treat me right. You better treat me to the point where I don't realize that I'm actually way more valuable than here. Like, that's just it. And the fact that people are like, oh my God, I can't pay you $15 an hour, then you don't need a business. You don't need a business. You know, that's why I have a hard time paying, like, you know, they're like, oh, you can get a VA overseas. You know, you pay them $5 an hour. That feels wrong. It's like, yo, but they're living big over there. Okay, but first of all, they'll never do what I need them to do. I used to be an English teacher. No, you'll never speak English the way I need it to be spoken. So I still got to check your work anyway. And it takes more time to check somebody's work than to actually do it. Yeah, tipping. No, people bitching, oh, nobody wants to work about COVID, you know, during COVID. But it's like, but you literally go to this restaurant and you're like, the restaurant's closed. Yeah. Or you're like, you need to get a better job. Okay, well, I'm going to leave this job and I'm going to go over here. And now it's like, I can't get a Big Mac? No. Because they went and got a better job. You know, like, it wasn't people were just going home to sit on unemployment. That wasn't it. It was the people went, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. And that's, I like, listen, that's what, like, COVID showed a lot of people that it wasn't worth it. But here's the problem. We got complacent again, right? We let these corporations force us back into the struggle. Like right now, they're telling people you have to be in person. I have to be in person to do what? To be distracted by you? Send an email. Like, there's a lot of jobs that do not actually need you to be there to get it done. And then they're like, no, but like the office dynamics, baby, I have the best friends online. Like, I have friends I never met, but we had a weekly schedule where we would meet every Sunday for the first 5 years during the pandemic. Every Sunday. And it started out as a game night, and then it ended up being something even better. Like, we just made a friendship, and we've seen each other through some of the hardest times of the 20s so far. And without them ladies, I don't know what I would have done, and vice versa. So to tell me that the office dynamics and shit will change because we're not in the office, child, when I was working in person, I kept my door closed because I did not want your energy. Stay away from me, baby. You know, you're not going to bring me that. I'm just so much more vivacious on a camera than I am in person because it's like, I don't trust you. Oh man, so much fire energy, y'all. The youth is, if it's up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuck. No, then I hear the other song. Don't push me cause I'm close to the edge. Not the rapper Delight, but the Chipmunks. It was somebody. So it's the young ones. Yeah, it's just a means to control your every movement, and it's not necessary. It's just not necessary. I think it should be, what do you want to do? Do you want to be in the office or do you want to be at home? Guys only want to be in the office because they want to get away from home. That's all. Listen, I miss going to work. Happy feet. There we go. I miss going to work. Because, yeah, you do get away from home. But I miss going to work that I can actually enjoy. All right, so the kids. What's happening? Looking towards a future that just isn't there. This was in the past. You know, they were looking to a future, and then they're seeing that everything is hard. Like, everything is hard. And no matter what they do, rob Peter, pay Paul, get groceries on Afterpay. Like, that should not be necessary. But like, all that is not working. And they see through the bullshit. Like, is you can't you can't tell them this stuff. Like, they don't buy it. One, they didn't grow up in this culture, the corporate culture. They didn't grow up seeing like how some of us grew up with the 30-year, careers that you saw people do and stuff, and get the clock at the end or the pen at the end, or you have a real pension. The more these rich, greedy ass people pulled all the benefits to being in their employment away, the further away the youth gets from wanting to be in that. A lot of people they want to be in tech as much as like some of us really actually wanted to be doctors or lawyers. Like, a lot of us didn't really want to do that, but that was promised as the job that makes money. But here's the thing. The explosion. The messaging did not match the reality. In the last 3 years, here comes AI, and it steals the jobs they went to school for, or that they had worked so hard to get certifications for. So now they're having to look for all these scams and all these things that's going on here, like the digital marketing pyramid scam and all that shit, So, and a lot of them don't feel like they actually have experience to add. So all they're doing is following these scripts of these pyramid schemes. It's like how women got into MLMs. MLMs promised something, but the reality was way different, Yeah, accountant looking to leave because AI is going to take her job. Anything that's brain work, the AI will take. And then they're also working on the physical work, right? So now you have robot waitresses. Oh, I love having a robot waitress because they don't ever get sick, or I don't have to pay for their insurance. Okay, so you love having a robot waitress because they're not human and you don't want to deal with human stuff. But guess what? When people go to your restaurant, they're not going to interact and talk to a robot. In fact, I get pissed if I go through a drive-through and it is an AI. Like, how do you not listen to people say, I don't want to press 1 or 2, or, give me an agent? How do we go from that frustration to going, yes, let's put these in our drive-thrus? Stupid as hell. But basically, like how some of us millennials feel, these kids feel even worse, because at least millennials had a chance of, when they did get their degrees or whatever, to be in the jobs. These kids don't even get it now. So what's the current energy is they feel like they have sold their soul and bought the lies. They feel like they're being controlled. They feel like they're seeing the government abuse the power. All the shit they sat and learned in school, if they learned anything, because a lot of schools were pulled back, these kids are feeling like, why am I even living? And here's the danger to this, you guys. Some of them, a lot of them, may choose to not continue. So it is our job to really pour this light out, to send the pulses of light that helps heal the world, heal the earth. Yes, on that spiritual level, but also to show up and start talking them through these moments, you guys. Like, one of the reasons I share my stories is so that people see themselves, because I've been through a lot of things. And in fact, like, on my own page, what I am intending to do is to share more of that stuff in relation to also like some of this political stuff. But getting back to the actual purpose of my page, which is to speak life into human beings, to light the lights who need to light the lights. So we need our people to keep going on. Yes, we are the elders they need. And we are the elders we need it too. It's weird. Right. We made moves to be good. Like, we have the opportunity. The problem is, here's the thing, is that we have generations in the struggle now, right? Like my parents, they still have to work. And my parents are in the 70s, and every kid has that dream of, I'll be able to pay for my parents, and they could, like, some people get to make that dream come true. That's true. But a lot of us are watching our parents struggle. So from, you know, like if my son had a kid right now, my parent will be great grandparents. And my son's 29. So it's very likely he could. I doubt he will, because boys are less likely to get to have children in economic stress times because they ain't with it. Not I'm talking about the good ones who stay around and do stuff like that. But that said, so my parents would be great grandparents. So you would have great grandparents, grandparents, parents, all working. 3 generations competing for even the lowest of jobs as well as the higher jobs. 3 generations in a workforce. That's not how it used to be. That's not how it used to be. So yes, it is poverty while these people get rich. They see what's really happening. They see the bill of goods. A lot of them don't want to go into the workplace because they don't want to be their parents or they don't want to be their grandparents. You know, and so you have assholes like Shady Vance, like, yeah, we're going to close the daycares and then the grandparents will watch them. Baby, our grandparents are working. The grandparents are still working, sweetheart. So how are they going to watch their grandchildren? You know, that's just what it is. Like, yeah, I had grandparents who can watch us. That's not the truth anymore. So the kids are seeing these struggles and they're seeing the rich get richer. And they really do feel like they're locked in a hell. And I'm just telling you guys, show up and just start talking, start sharing the stories, start helping people. Even if it's not going to be online, make it in your community. You know, write a newsletter, stick it in people's mailboxes or something, or just start having organized things. But you know, the thing is, these children are helpless, and I do feel like a lot of them are going to check out. And I mean like all the way check out. But there are a lot of them who are going to fight. And so if you want to keep our fighters here, you've got to start telling them there's something worth fighting for. That they do have the ability to help make things change. And I'm going to say this right now. If you are a person who's watching me from in the room or outside the room, and you feel that same way, I'm going to tell you right now, you are absolutely needed. You are needed in this fight. I don't want you to give up. Take a breath, take a breather, go walk into the ocean for a second, get clean, go take a bath for a second, get clean. Fill the water, clean yourself. Or if you're not a water person, you're an earth person, go plant a garden, go sit under a tree, go literally touch grass, okay? I need y'all to stay here because you're needed. The fact that you can take a breath every single day means that you still have purpose. Because if you had no purpose on this earth, life would have been took you. And many of you can count several times during your life where you should have been gone, but you're not. You're still here. And that's for a reason. So I do need you to stay here. I do need you to keep fighting. And I do need you to show up. And one of the things I want to say to my older folks who might be feeling that way, if you feel like you're purposeless, you've got to turn around and help the next generation. Because your purpose is that. Your purpose is to be a guide, to be the star, to help the next generation navigate the waters that you have already been through. To start sharing your stories, to find the strength in your shame. Like, you really have work still to do, and it's good work. You just have to choose to do it. You have to have courage through the fear to make it happen. You're needed here. You're wanted here, and you better stay. Because the youth needs you. Okay? They need you. Show up, make a YouTube page, make a TikTok page, make something and start speaking if you need to. Do a Substack and start writing if you need to. You have got to reach back and help the next generation. Because if you feel like you have no purpose, that is because you are likely looking in the wrong direction. So, your job is to look back, to help people who are right behind you. And don't say, I can't help them. I promise you, if you sat with a younger person and started telling them the stories of your life, they would be riveted. It's just like the moment when I sat with my grandmother. hearing about how she used to be a swing dancer, and her brother, my uncle, my grand uncle, used to be a local celebrity. They've had James Brown on the stage with them. You know, I told you about my aunt who killed her first husband. I don't know what he did, but she shot Michael in the back. I told y'all, do not glorify the old days because you don't know what those women went through. But she got away with it, so it had to be something. And the family rallied around her about it. So I promise you, you're needed. You are needed. And I wish I sat with them more. I wish I had more time with them. You have the time to share. So, like, it literally is about that. It literally is about you helping to bring up the people behind you, because you are that person for them. So anyway, overarching story. That's why I say your shame is your strength. Like, you really need to look at that. Your shame is your strength. The fact that you have navigated whatever that thing is. You know, there were things that I was ashamed of. For instance, the response I had to being, I don't want to drop too heavy of a trigger on you, but let's just say, I can identify. Well, I can't really identify with the Epstein people. I'm a survivor, right? I'm a survivor who was made a mother as a result of. That's the lightest way I can say it. But my response to that, as a person who was lost in those waters of having to navigate the grief and the trauma and now the new responsibility and the shame that people would put on me, like, oh, you're an unwed single teenage mother. It's like, but you didn't know how this happened, you know, and the anger, that thing. So I had this whole whirlpool of negativity that did threaten to drown me over and over again and over again. But had I somebody to talk to, you know what I mean? Had I somebody who would navigate that water and tell me, like, I'm not broken, I'm not trash, I'm still worthy, or whatever it is I needed to know at that time. Because my response to it, the things that I did afterwards to try to feel alive, to try to feel in control of myself, I would have never done had somebody walked me through this. You know, like, hey, I've been there. I know how this goes. And, you know, whatever it is, like, hey, girl, you need some real therapy. Not just a therapist, but like a grief therapist, you know, like something like that. No, my mom was half a half. She was supportive in the fact that obviously I live there. But it's like yes and no. Like, there are things I'm like thankful for, but like, And here's a little bit more. She'd been through what I'd been through. I didn't find out until I was 39 that I was a rape baby. She'd been through what I've been through. So here's somebody who could have helped me navigate this, or at least, you know, let me know what I might be feeling, or, you know, something. But the thing is, she didn't have that help either. That's the other thing we have to understand about our parents. Our parents, for the most part, did what they could with what they had. Did they fuck up? Oh, yeah, a lot of them did. Oh, yeah. But at the same time, you have to see them as a human being, you know, and give them grace that way. You don't have to be back in their vicinity, but you give them grace. Like, all right, I get it. You didn't have the equipment. Y'all weren't talking about that. A woman who was unwed was shamed for sex, even whatever happened, right? Because guess what? My grandmother went through that and was forced to marry. My grandfather, I love him to death. I really do. But I found out the story of how he got to be my grandfather. And her mother, who knows? So it's a generational thing when you do not share and do not help break it. You know? So it's just like, we got to stop holding things in as secret and start realizing that there is a new path here. Like, a lot of the work that I actually do, or I used to do with my clients when I was doing storytelling. Yeah, yeah, they were just trying to survive, you know, and I get that, right? And again, like I know my mom has some shame around it also. And that shame really transpired into how she treated me. Like we have no closeness whatsoever, none. Whereas my son and I, we are actually really close. Like, I don't know, it's just different. But it just illustrates my point that we have an ability to find the strength in our shame. So with the work I used to do with my clients, they would be telling me stuff that I could feel their shame. Before I really understood my own spiritual gifts, I would feel their shame and I would feel their hurt and I would feel their, and then when we're talking about the story, I would be like, so how'd you survive it? What did you do to pick yourself up? What were the mistakes you made? What were the ways, what was your pitfalls? What were your successes? And we would talk through their story. And by the time we finished, they would be like, oh, wow, I never saw it that way. Because the truth is, if you do not give up, then you're stronger than you actually do realize. Whether you are using medications, legal or illegal, to help you out, you're still stronger than you realize, right? And it's like when you get to the bottom of that, when you get to the truth of that, there's nothing that you do that harms your body that you would continue to want to do. So once I started realizing who I was and where my strength really was in my own story, I stopped doing the thing that brought me shame. And I started valuing my body more, you know. And if you're curious, what did I used to do? Oh, I used to go hunting. Because I said when, I said where, I said who. And that was important to me. After somebody takes your choice, you kind of want to make sure you still have one. So it was fun while it lasted, but it was a source of shame. It really was. But also, you got to see how weak men really are. Now, if I had made money while doing it, who knows? Who knows? Because really, it shouldn't be for free. Hey, Lisa. I think, okay, here's my belief about therapy. For other people, it helps people a lot, right? For me, it doesn't. Like not in the yeah, I'm not ashamed of it actually. I actually wrote an erotica about it, which actually helped me fix that shame, right? Because I understood, like even while writing the erotica, I understood what it meant at that point. Like, oh, that's why I did that. But the thing with hey Zeke, the thing with therapy, people who are therapists are equipped to hear you. Oh, it is just part of my story. I don't know. Hunting was fun. Selling probably would have been funner. You know, like, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I wouldn't tell people to do that. Trust me, I wouldn't, because diseases, hello. I told you I'm a square. I really am. Just not in my mind. But get something out of it, you know. What was I saying? But a therapist is equipped to hear you, okay? But that's what I'm telling you. Like a therapist, one, you need to emote. You need to talk. Because I know they wrote a book about it, but before there was a book, this is something I learned. And I learned that the things that you hold in, the energy you hold in, has to go somewhere. And I always wonder, like, why do women have breast cancer? Right? Why don't men have breast cancer? And men do, just not at the same rate as women. And I'm like, why do they have breast cancer? It can't be just because they have breasts. Like that sounds stupid to me. Like, you got breasts, so therefore you get breast cancer. No. So I started like realizing that when you don't get all this energy out, oh yeah, my prey definitely knew what was up. Like, but men were so easy. You're like, hey, you wanna? And like, yeah. Like, okay. Now, you know, if I was like that serial killer woman, I could be taking you to take care of things, right? Like, that's another way that I do not condone at all. Like, do not. That's somebody's baby. But that's like, please don't do it. Don't Thelma and Louise people. Okay. Hi, boo. But a therapist is equipped. Your best friend is not equipped. Your parents aren't equipped. Like, a lot of people just aren't equipped with the heaviness that you carry. But a therapist is, right? Now, here's the thing about a therapist, though. I just use it to empty my cup. That's all. Like, you have to get that energy out, because if you don't get the energy out, the energy has to go somewhere. This is science. If you don't get the energy out, if you don't emote, if you don't go break shit, like, you know, they have glass therapy, you know, if you don't dance it out, there's some people who have to, like, you know, wiggle it out, you know, whatever their wiggles are, right? There's art therapy. If you notice, like, a lot of artists are, you know, going through something. And so that is their voice. That is their way of getting it out. Comedians, they tell jokes, they process. The comedians are worse, actually. They're worse because they're not allowed to be depressed. Because people don't want to hear about their real life, right? They just want to say something funny. So they're the worst. That's why a lot of them don't make it. So that said, a therapist is equipped to handle it. A therapist is equipped to handle it. I saw a therapy. Oh my God. Speaking of dance therapy, right? So there's this guy. I saw him on Instagram. I don't know if he's over here. He probably is, right? He does the fat people. You know, he's a trainer for the fat ladies, a dance trainer. So you'll see, like, bigger ladies do stuff that you're like, oh, I didn't know bigger ladies could do that. Like, oh, if I didn't hurt my knee, I would be right with you. So I forgot what it's called, but it's like they dance, right? And then there was one part where this girl was killing it. And I guess he felt it, right? I guess he felt, you know, sometimes the spirit just moves you. And he was like, let it out. And she just started crying while dancing. And I was like, oh my God. Ooh, it's making me cry because just thinking about her. And it was just like, he gave her the space in the moment. He said, let it out. And she did. And it was just beautiful watching her use the aggression in her dance. It was just so beautiful. And I was like, there's just so many different therapies, right? However, it has to go somewhere. The energy has to get out. It has to get out, because if it doesn't, it becomes cancer. It becomes autoimmune disease. It becomes just illness or sickness. It becomes something that eats at you all the time. So it's like, if you're angry, let it out. If you're sad, let it out. If you're hurt, let it out. If you're scared, let it out. Like, the shit has to go somewhere. The only thing we ever let go of is the good stuff. And it's so weird. The bad stuff are thorns. The good stuff is sunshine. You know, it's like, oh, the sun feels nice. You know, and then that's it. Meanwhile, all the bad stuff, you're still carrying the thorns. You haven't healed. You know, thank you. All right. So you got a question? All right. We'll deal with your question in a second. So it's just like, you got to let this stuff out. So find your therapy, one. But even with dance therapy, you still need the emoting. Like, you still need to say what it is that brought you to work. I mean, brought you to that moment. All right, Sydney, I'll get to you. Yeah. Let me get off my soapbox. But yeah, that's the kind of work I did with people. I think I'm going to, now that it's like the spiritual element here, I now understand why I was actually really good at my job. And I think I'll be doing that again. We'll see. I just don't want it to be so focused on money. All right. So, whew, thank you for allowing me on my soapbox. Okay. So, why did I put those there? Oh, because I was talking to the older folks. Hold on. Older folks. Oh, I'm not going back to teaching. Not classroom. No way. No way. Every time I think about that, look, my chest already hurts. I'm not going back to classroom. Not at all. But I am looking at how to incorporate spirituality into things. It took a while to get to be amazing, I'll tell you that. But yes, I was. Because I was also neurodiverse, so my strategies worked for everybody. I didn't know I was, though. Okay, so yeah, so current energy of this basically, like I said, what's happening is the youth is rising. The youth is angry, the youth is hurt, the youth feels trapped. The youth is about to take this fight to the street. It's just what it is. What is needed overall, take this fight to the street. It's just what it is. What is needed overall, thank you. What is needed to their fire, because that's like so much fire here, is your water, is your wisdom, is your helping them navigate, is your support. So that needs to come there to keep them from, if we think of In and Out, that emotional cartoon, to keep them from always being on flame. You know, that kind of thing. But it also says here, like I say, the imbalance and the broken relationships. I do think that's community as well. Our community is broken, and it's all by design. Families can't be home to raise their children. Communities are shattered. And so community is a big thing, and I think that's really going to help the kids as well. And so with the impact here, or lesson to be learned, is that they are ready to hear you, actually. Believe it or not. They are ready to listen. Yeah, they're hard-headed as shit, but what young person isn't? They want something new. The old ways don't work. They didn't work for us either, in case you haven't noticed. They worked for our parents because, you know, there was like, if it's your business, you deserve to make more money than me. That's true. But you don't deserve to take everything from me so that you can't make more money than me. You know what I mean? So it's not even just because they followed the rules, but it was because the rewards were actually there. You know, the 30 years, sure, give me 30 years of your life, but you could buy a house for $5,000. I mean, yeah, actually, houses were like $5,000. You could buy a car for a few $100s, and, you know, adjust it for inflation. But they could work and enjoy life. They had a community. So they left work Monday through Friday. On Saturday, Sunday, they're getting together for barbecues or fishing or boys' night or, you know, like different things like that, or go down to the bar or whatever it is. So they had community gatherings, everything. Again, I'm kind of romanticizing it a little bit, but there's still things that they had. There were absolutely work-life balance, because work stayed at work, right? And then you had your community for the most part. And that's how my grandparents were. My grandparents were the house everybody went to. So there was always community. There was like always a party. It was so fun. But they were able to afford their life. If they went to college, first of all, college was free for like, until Black people got free. College was free until the end of segregation. School was. And so like there weren't even private schools really until the end of segregation. So racism is expensive, you guys. So outcome though, this is interesting. Outcome is the world does get back in balance, at least for our community. So the fight is needed, the fight is necessary, and the fight is worth it. The outcome is going to be good if, yeah, racism costs everybody. But if, matter of fact, you guys, this is the first pentacle of the whole thing. Oh my God, it is. Now temperance kind of counts. No, they're all, nothing's earth. This is the only earth. Oh no, the devil was earth too. But that's because they've had to sell their soul for money, you know, just to survive. But this, yes, this feels so good. Hold on, let me show you something. This feels so good. Hold on. This reading, I gotta show you what this reading like really looks like. Hold on. Okay. Look at this. The whole beginning of this reading, red. Like, look at it. All of it's red. The second half, water, pentacles. The one pentacle. So this is where we are. And this is where we're going. The youth is rising up. If we take care of them, oh my God, look what's on the bottom. We take care of them, it's all good. That's amazing. That reading is so telling. All right, you guys. We got some double chin action just then. All right, so I love that. So I'm going to tell you, this is the key. This is the big key right now, is reaching back, talking to the youth, being their safe space, being their support, helping them navigate these waters, and then giving them water in the fight. They're going to have to fight. That's just how revolutions happen. But to be there, like, we got your back, you know, like, we got your back, and if we are able, we also got your side, you know. But this is game on, babes. That's really what it is. It's game on. There was only one sword here, and there was only one pentacle here. And of these earth cards, it was the devil card, the one that they were conscripted to in their current energy, right? Because everything's about money. Everything is about money. And earth is a money card. Everything's about money. Like, that's all you see. What do you want for Christmas? I want money. What are you hoping for? You see people's vision is holding up money. And it's like, no, don't you want something else? Like, you know, but money equals freedom, except it doesn't, because the things you have to do for money is a prison. So, yeah. And the only air card here was the sword, but then at the end, the justice. So this is I get goosebumps. This feels real good. Support the youth in their fight. Tell them how to do it better. I love that, like, some people, like, who've been in the CIA or other things, or who have been like old protesters or something, they're like, this is what you do if you get pepper sprayed. Don't do this, don't do that, don't do this. This is what you need to carry, blah 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 blah. Get you a burner phone, blah blah. Like, there are people who are giving them what they need to know to navigate this space. The only thing you can't say is don't fight, because all you're doing is taking away their power. We're not in that place of peaceful, like, we're not there, you guys. I know we want to be, because the opposite is scary, but no revolution happens without a fight. Let them fight, and you support them. The crazy thing is, we have a gap generation that had nothing to fight for. So we don't know how to do it. So we become super scared. But you got the old people fighting, and you're going to have the youth fighting. That bird. The fight's here, babe. We can't help it. So the only thing we can do is help them fight. What can we teach them? What can we tell them? What do we actually know? Because some of us didn't even have to fight, you know. But there are people who have been in fights, like former vets, or not former vets, veterans who have been in wartime, like all that kind of stuff. What skills do you have to reach back and talk to people? You know, those kinds of things, like how to survive the fight. That's something that can be shared. Like how, you know, like like I like some of the ones was like, here's the thing. Let me tell you. White people are really scary. Y'all are really scary. And I get it, because there's nothing you really had to fight for, except women's rights. And even then, like usually the lesbians or something doing the fight. So not everybody. I'm sorry, I'm getting to your question. My bad. Hold on. just to finish this. Damn it, took me off. Who had to fight? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. So they were giving like information like, if an ICE agent comes or if somebody comes, sit down. And people who have actually been in real things like military or whatever, they're like, you don't sit down. Get going. Like, why would you sit down? You know, because the person who's going to hurt you is going to hurt you. Why make it easy? All right. So justice came out again. So that's good. Justice came out again. There's the dishonesty, there's the moon, and then there's the queen of reverse queen. All right. See, this is the reason I don't really do this way. Like I said, once I start with doing our politics talk, it's hard to switch energy. Hold on. What was your question? Something about somebody getting together. I can't find your question. So hopefully you just typed it again. Okay. Well, Van and you work out. Okay. All right. I'm going to go to the yes, no deck. Oh. By the way, guys, all cards that I use are in the shopping cart. If you are watching this on replay, all cards I use are in the description. All replays, by the way, y'all, go to my YouTube page. So if you want to catch up to any of like the actual readings, they're all there, including my predictions, not predictions, my readings. I don't predict. I think I just tell the truth. All right, so I'm going to pull 2 cards for you. I'm going to pull a Love Vibes Oracle card. These are pretty good. They're by Inner Haven Tarot. I'm also going to pull a yes, no card for you. I pull 2 when it comes to relationships, but I'm not going to dive deep into this. So hold on. I'm telling myself that because I always do. So I'm not doing that. We're just going to keep it to the yes, no card pull. All right. So Will, Sydney, and Van. There we go. Okay. Will Sydney and Van work out? Okay. That is what I got. That's what I got. That's what I got. That's what I got. Okay. And tell me about the relationship. Tell me about the relationship. I put that back because it wasn't one that came out on its own. It's because I missed. Okay. Tell me about the relationship. Tell me about the relationship. Tell me about the relationship. That's an interesting card. Wait, give me one more about the relationship, please. Give me one more. Oh my goodness. Really? Oh, all right. There you go. It made sense. All righty. Oh my Lord. Oh my God. Now, I can tell you from my own experience, that off again, on again thing doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing. As far as about the two of you, but it does still mean kind of a bad thing about your relationship, because it means something's not fixing itself, right? And so here's what came out. And I think it's really interesting that you said on again, off again, on again, because that's exactly what I got, babes. I got 4 cards that jumped out. We're going to go with the first card as the strongest card, as the now card. But I want you to see that. It was like, it's on again, off again. We got yes, no, yes, no. Okay. So I was like, what is this about? And then I read your comment. I went, oh, okay. Got it. All right. So, but present energy, babes? No. This is a divine detour. So why is it a detour? Here is exactly why. Because you can't heal with them right now. There's something you need to be healing. It says you can't heal by watching their life unfold. And I thought this was a strange answer at first, because usually that means you've broken up and now you're like watching their Instagram or something like that, right? Or, you know, trying to hear news about them or whatever. But it's not just that. It's also the fact that you can't even heal with them either, because you give too much attention, interest, value, time towards them than you do yourself. You have some major healing to do on your own. And all you're doing by being with them is picking a scab and not letting it heal. And when I ask for even more clarity on this, it's saying you're romanticizing a red flag. So, but I also felt the need to tell you cautiously that it doesn't mean they're not the person for you, but it means they're not the person for you in this time, for sure. Just a quick example to that is my fiance. Technically, we've been on and off for 14 years, technically, right? But we've been on for 3, because that 3 years is after healing, you know, so that 3 years is after a major breakup. And like, it was like our only like real breakup. The other ones had been small things, but it was our first one. But it was also, I realized I wasn't the innocent person in the relationship, meaning that I was triggered by a lot of things that I hadn't healed from, that I was seeing him do. And a lot of my triggers actually come from my mother, right? But he was also triggered by a lot of the things that I was doing or saying that reminded him of his abusive ex-wife and his mother. So when we actually had a real conversation and I really heard him and he really heard me, and we still were separate, but we were actually talking and listening to each other, it was like, okay, I was not the innocent person in this relationship that I thought I was. And that's not like how a female like blames herself all the time or whatever. It was more to the point of I didn't see myself in the relationship. And then now, best relationship ever. I'm a safe space for him. He's a safe space for me. Like literally. And so much so that he was able to tell me when he got the call to go back to work, because he'd been out of work for 2 months because of tariffs and shit. And supposedly he wasn't supposed to go back until May. They called him and was like, hey, can you be there in 3 days? He was even able to tell me, like, I'm sitting here with tears in my eyes because I don't want to leave y'all. He never would have been that vulnerable with me before if I wasn't a safe space, you know, and vice versa. But that takes healing, and you're not healed enough to even be with this person. So I'm getting the initiative to tell you that it doesn't mean it's completely over, but it is. Instead of a comma, it's a semicolon, which is like a period, but it still has a comma in it. In other words, you heal, he heals, y'all may come back, and it's very good. But if neither one of you do the work, you'll never get back to anything good. Okay? So you're romanticizing a red flag. So stop that. And honestly, I kind of feel like the red flag could be you too. You're romanticizing yourself as well. Okay. That is the answer. I'm glad it resonates with you, because I was getting goosebumps the whole time. So it just felt like I'm just going to follow it, and I'm going to tell you what I'm telling you. So it doesn't feel over, but it feels done. however that makes sense. Okay. But y'all got to do the work. All right. Thank you for your patience, by the way. That's why I went a little bit further. Alrighty. So, as I told you guys, these are in my shopping cart. These are amazing cards. Amazing cards. Look how pretty they are. And these have silver edgings. So they're so pretty. So pretty. And clear. You want forever. They want for now. You're welcome, sweetie. Thank you so much for your patience, like I said. All right. So, if you are a reader, or if you just want them for your own personal selves, I suggest you go into my shopping cart and you find them. And again, if you're on YouTube and you have made it this far into the replay, y'all just drop down in that description and you'll find that information there too. You'll see my links there as well. All right. So these are the tools I use all the time. I love them. I'm so glad. And they're right here on TikTok Shop for those of you who are on TikTok Shop. So what numbers are they? They are number 134 and number 135 if you want to check them out and add them to your shopping cart. Let me see if my coupon's still good. Is the coupon still good? Do I promote a shadow workbook? I do have one here. Yes, I do. Matter of fact, I'm waiting to get it myself. So I do have, yeah, I have 10% off at orders of $50. So $59 or more. So that's there. You might have your own coupons as well, because y'all know we all get coupons from TikTok, especially if we buy stuff through TikTok. So that should be there. The shadow book is, and most of everything I promote is free shipping, because I like free shipping. I hope you do too. The shadow book is cards, 75, number 75. It's a 2-in-1 journal. It's pretty good. I'm just waiting for another one to come. Yeah, you got to do the work. You got to do the work. Like a lot of relationships that break up for no reason. Oh, not no reason, but a lot of relationships that break up, they could have been really, really good things. It's just, people didn't do the right work. They didn't do all the work they need to do. So, all right. Okay. Woo! You guys, let me stand up real quick because I need to. Yay. Thank y'all for adding things to your cart. Don't forget to use your coupon. All right. So where'd y'all want to go? Did you want to go to Rubio right now? Again, because we did do him before, but I feel like I missed something in that reading, and I forgot to go back and look. I should have gone back and look at that reading. It's hard because I need, like, you know, we do hours. We do hours of reading. What are we on? Oh, that's it? That's all we're on? 2 hours and 48 minutes. Okay, we're not going to have a long one today. All right, cool. And then I want to do some Nyx work, because we got to check our work from some of the things that we've been doing. So, I have Rubio. If y'all want to do Rubio, we can look at Steven again. If you want to look at him, we have Fannie Willis. Yeah, we had him down as snitching before, Sean. We did. But, you know, it's so crazy because it's like when you watch the movie and you... Okay, there's this movie called Hoodwinked. This has jumped in my head. But Hoodwinked is based off of normal whodunits. So there's this movie called Hoodwinked. And Hoodwinked, it was actually a good movie. I actually liked it. It was almost like a Knives Out with cartoon. And the bunny... Ooh. On Renee? I haven't looked at Renee directly. I gotta write her name down. I don't know who that is. I gotta check her out. Is she on YT or is she on here? Kamala Hurley. Camilla? I don't know. I'm used to saying Kamala now. Whereas before I couldn't say it. Oh, she's on YT? Perfect. Okay, I prefer YT because I can just like put that on podcast style and be working. Okay. And TT? Okay. But yeah. In Hoodwinked, the rabbit was always there and you don't pay attention to him because he's just a rabbit and stuff, you know? Oh, you got the training wheels? Girl. The light seers. When I tell you, the light seers be talking. I love the light seers. The light seers be talking. I have the oracle cards, the other oracle cards too. I just use those when I do private readings sometimes if I feel compelled. I mean, they're cool, but it's like, I think I just use these for guidance of a reading. Like perspective is a matter of where you stand. Like these are nice, but I think they help like lead a reading as opposed to give me the reading. So, hey Samantha. Britt, I feel you, girl. Listen, the only cards I had, and I never actually like use them. Like I use them for myself, but I never used them to the point of trying to actually learn how to use them. Because I had them when I was like 21. I don't even know why I got them. But I never like fully understood them. And that's the Osho tarot cards. They were so beautiful, but I never really understood them, you know? So I had them for over 20 years until like my storage was sold last year. And then like I had resisted getting cards, and then I don't know, the journey that I was on was like, all right, get a deck. And so I went for the training wheels, and I spent hours looking for training wheels, and those are the best training wheels that I could have found, like absolutely. But yeah, so the Osho tarot, oh my god, I really love them because they're super pretty, but I never fully understood them. And I would say though, every reading I gave with them was a pretty accurate reading. It's just I never actually thought I was a reader, so I didn't do anything with them. And I could have been learning for 20 years and I never did. That's so stupid of me. Now that I think about it, I'm like, I've already entered this space and never did anything with it. Scared, I guess, you know, just a little scared, you know. So but yeah, so I have those up there if you want to take a look at them just to see what they look like. That's what I mean by like if you click on them, you can see what they look like. And so those are the Osho tarot. And when I say they're so pretty, but I never understood. I probably would understand now. Hold on, they don't have a picture. Let me see if I can find one with a picture. I think oh yeah, I'm gonna put these instead. But I would probably understand them now. Let me actually cancel this because I saw one with a picture. I want you to see what the cards look like. And what's really interesting is when I was going to buy cards, my intention was to actually buy them again. But when I looked at them, I was like, I don't resonate with them anymore. And so that's why I went to the training wheels. But if you look through the pictures, like, aren't they gorgeous? They're so gorgeous. But I don't resonate with them anymore. Like, I don't feel anything. Like, even looking through the pictures now, I don't feel anything. So that's like how you buy cards. You buy cards by what resonates with you. Like when you look at them. So yeah, I didn't plan to read anybody either, Britt. I'll tell you that. I wasn't doing this. Let's just say that. And then the other cards I got was the angel number cards. And these are great. I actually really like them. But in 2 or 3 of the people that I've read, this is training. This is indoctrination for me, I guess, you know, is the 666 number. Like, that still bothers me. Like, even when I was a kid, if I saw the 666, like, even if I was like paying for something and it came up $6.66, my mind would just go 7. Like, I have to put a 7 on. Oh yeah, the inner child deck. Yes, I'm buying those. Unfortunately, I was gonna buy them, but I had to help pay for the car. The car, he had to get the tune up. So I'll save that for next week. The inner child deck, yes, but you have to look through them. Like, if you look, like, those spoke to me for sure. But yeah, the angel numbers speak too. But like 3 of the people I read got the 6s, and I was like, I don't know how you feel about 6s. I just know I have an icky feeling with it, and I'm sure that's indoctrination. Actually, it doesn't feel like it. But if you look at it, like, for instance, this is one of my last readings, got this, and it's great blessings. So self-love, boundaries, needs. So the card is really good. Nurture yourself, like it, and it's on time. It's telling the truth with what happens in our reading. It's just, I have a hard time with the number. It's me. It's me. I'm the what you call it. It's me. Whatever the song is. It's me. I have a problem with the number. Yeah, it will draw you. And that's why I really like these, because I was looking for angel number ones, but I'm trying to see what the triple one is, and then we're gonna get to who should we read now? Which one do y'all think we should read now? Oh, there we go. I'm the problem, it's me. So the 666 is about reflection, so healing and empathy and self-discovery. Look at that. Unexpected changes are on the horizon. This is a prime opportunity to reassess your identity. This stuff shows up with people who's like doing career changes and stuff. I'm like, oh, it's so good. It's right on time. It's saying everything, but girls are adamant on not talking to me. Let me do this real quick. Hold on. All right, so this card just came out for you. I'm gonna give you this one. And it's right on time. So I want you to see it. And it says here, blessing in disguise. All right, hold on. We're gonna read this in a second. Wait, blessing in disguise. I'm telling you, it's a block with you. Let me show you something. Hold on. Yep. But it's blessings in disguise. But the keywords here are obstacles, resilience, strength, character building, experience, and transformation. It's your stubbornness, sweetie. It's your stubbornness. It's also kind of your entitlement and your loneliness. I'm telling you, it's about you at this point. It's about your journey. It is really about your journey. They don't feel a change. They don't feel a change. They don't feel a change at all. So to go back to this, it says here, challenges may lie ahead, but you have the strength to overcome them. If you felt lost, know that the winds of change are now going to be blowing in your favor. However, though some things may fall apart, you're building the foundation for something better. Stay strong and keep moving forward. Oh, that's his name. Jonathan Ross. Yeah, that's right. That's his name. I'm telling you, Samantha, it's you, babes. There's a block with you, and that has to be chipped away. You're not entitled to them. You know what I mean? Like, you're not entitled to their time, and you're not entitled to their presence. And you got to show them that you've changed, like for real changed. You're doing all the things except that thing we talked about, which is like feeling like your own light. Okay, so I'm gonna just say it the way that I hear it. You got to let them go for them to come back to you. Yeah, but you're in the middle of the work. You get what I'm saying? Like, the work isn't on the other side. Like, there is no done. Done's never done, especially when you have a lot of trauma and stuff to work through and heal on your own. Done's never done. But you're not further along enough on the journey. Trust me, kids are intuitive. They are intuitive. You're not further along enough on the journey for them to sense. It's not just illegal. It's not just illegal. I'm telling you, it's not. You got to let them go for them to come back to you. You got to let them go for them to come back to you. Because the more you hold on energetically, the more resistance is there. Jonathan Ross. I'm just giving you what I'm picking up. The more you hold on, the further they go. So you got to let go for them to come back. You got to like totally focus on you with no attachment of I'm doing this for them. You have to do what you're doing for you, and you have to fully commit and do it. But there's literally there's a block, and that block is still the same block. I know, I feel it. Listen, I feel the well of grief, but I think it's necessary for you, because they will come back if you allow yourself to grow, if you allow yourself to change, and not even change, if you allow yourself to become, like, to really become that person. Oh yeah. Especially the younger one. The older one, maybe not as much as you would like, if at all, but the younger one, yes. The younger one, yes. You see? If you do the work, hold on, let me show you. If you do the work, the answer is yes. Okay? That's a yes card, but that's the work card. You see that? Hard work, diligence, work on you. You do the work, the answer is yes. But it's more the young one than the older one, because the older one has some grudges. She got some grudges. Okay? Exactly. The only way forward is through true growth. And I have to show you this, because this is what's preventing everything. And I'm not calling you immature, but the emotions are immature because you haven't felt them all the way. There's an emotional immaturity here, and there's that word, that block. So in order for you to be able to fill your cup and be the person you need to be for them, but more importantly for you, that is for you to work on especially your own emotions, not just restraining yourself as in never speaking up, but like actually letting that shit flow through you. Like the tears, the anger, the hurt, the shame, all that shit has to flow through you so that it can all flow out of you. So that then that water is clean when the next thing comes. Like, you have to push it all out. you know, like it all has a flow out. Like it really does. And also remember, they are their own human being self. But I do feel that, I feel that the young one actually yearns for you a lot, but she's actually following the oldest one's footsteps here. I do see a reconnection with the younger one. I do still feel a grudge with the older one. So you have to eat your responsibility and allow them to feel. You have to let them feel. And they are absolutely correct to feel however they feel, because we don't get to dictate that part, right? All you can do is to continue to show your growth, to show your growth. But the growth has to be for you, not for them. Like, it really is what fills me up. It really is what makes me happy. It really is what brings me joy. Okay? That way, if you're focused on you as opposed to what can I do to make me better so I can get them, because having them as your thought means you're going to trick yourself. It means that you're actually going to lie to yourself, or you're going to force yourself into something that is not true. And I promise you, going back to that word sincere, everything fake will meet the fire. Everything fake will meet the fire. Okay? So do it for you. Fill yourself up with your own light. Build your own self. Be your own self. Become your own self. And I promise you, there will be a connection with your younger one, at least. At least. And you'll have to be okay with that. Just keep putting that love out there for your oldest one. Hopefully you get to reconnect. That one, I can't really see. And I'm not saying because it never will. I can't see because that's blocked. I can't give you a how much longer. That's up to you at this point. It just really is. But I do feel the younger one wanting you, you know? So just understand, I just feel a block with your oldest one. And so she's going to have to go through her own journey. And what happens after that, I can't tell you. I can't tell you if the door is going to open or if the door is going to stay closed, but I do know that young one wants you, and that door will be open when she can, you know? Yeah, absolutely. It's going to happen. I'm getting goosebumps to back that up. There will be some reconnection. You still have to allow your oldest one to feel what she feels. And all you can continue to do is be you, like, you know, keep growing into you. But if you don't, all you're doing is prolonging your own suffering. So when we're talking how long, it's like the longer we don't do the actual work of filling our own self up with joy, of filling our own light, of pushing out all this dark, of making the water run clear, the longer we take to do that, the more you expand and prolong your own suffering. There's so much healing that needs to happen, but that healing starts with you. It does. And then you're going to have to give them room to heal too. Trust is broken, and trust takes minimum 3 years. Minimum 3 years. And that's once in contact. So just, you are, girl, wait, you ain't got to tell me, girl. I feel your block. Like, I'm not listening. No. I hear you, but I'm not listening. No, you ain't got to tell me. You don't have to tell me. Girl, you ain't got to tell me at all. See, look, the 9 of Pentacles came up just like I was just talking about the other one. It has to be only for you. Exactly. Priorities. And you are the biggest priority you actually have. You know that, right? Libras can be interesting. Becky, our resident astrology person up in here, I think we have another one in here too. She's going to tell you need to look at their midheaven as well as their rising and their, my twins are Libras, girl. And I'm a Libra rising. So, yeah. You know, it's like we give chances, and then like, we're hurt. No more chances. So Girl, listen. I know about them Libras. And it's really going to be, do the work. Let me trust you. You know? And so I just saw it. What I see happening is when that connection with your daughter, your youngest daughter happens, and that's surprising because Scorpios get on my nerves. My mother's a Scorpio. They tend to hold grudges, but I guess she's too young to have actually really had one. So right now she's just following the lead of her older sister. But I'm gonna tell you this: don't you cross that one. A Scorpio will hold a grudge seriously. Ah, welcome back, Amy. But here's what I'm telling you, what I just saw, honey. You'll be able to get your oldest daughter back based off of the relationship you have with your youngest when that connects. Okay? When your relationship with your youngest one reestablishes, it's going to chip and chip and chip and chip and chip at your oldest. And then slowly, it won't be fully, but slowly, y'all will reconnect. But that's how it's going to happen. So timing wise, it's you. Fill you all the way up. Fill you up to the overflow of all the way up. So that when that energy, listen, energy, even exactly, don't push it. Let it happen. But that energy will be felt out of presence. Like y'all won't even need to be together. Because let me tell you, your team works on your behalf. I told you that already. Your team works on your behalf. So they will be in communication with your children's. I'm getting so many goosebumps right now, girl. It's like, come on, focus on you. This is your opportunity to actually focus on you. This is your opportunity to fill your cup to overflow. I get it, but show people that you're better. You know what I mean? Like, show people, but you're not there yet. So keep doing that work. You've already acknowledged your stubbornness. So now you got to go, okay, breathe through it. It's like what I imagine labor feels like. Because when I felt them first cramps, I was like, can I epidural, please? You know, I was like, nope, we're not doing this. Okay. I'm talking about the pushing part. I've actually had labor. I just didn't do the pushing part. So this is how I imagine it is, right? Damn. Hold on. What was I saying? Because it's about pushing the baby out. What was I saying? Damn it. What was I saying? Something about I guess let's just put it this way. You got to be reborn. And birth is whew, you got to be reborn. You got to let go. You got to let go. You got to focus totally on you. This is your opportunity to do it. That's basically it, babes. You got to I know it was something, but I lost it trying to caveat things. It was like you should have just said what you were supposed to be saying. It's something about pushing and then seeing the light. Was it pushing and seeing the light? What was it? Show me what it was, baby. See, look, the heartbreak thing come up and the time. See, oh, your stubborn ass. That's what it was about. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Because I remember saying, I'm not pushing. And then my body said, clunk, clunk, and pushed by itself. And I was like, no, don't do this. So I was going to actually have to push a baby out. And then thankfully, but not so, I guess, I don't know. Turned out he had a cord around the neck, so he didn't come all the way down. And so I did have to have surgery. I would prefer surgery over pushing. I don't know how y'all do that, but hey, more power to you. But this just said, this is your problem. It came out again. I just did all that shuffling and it came out again. You are delaying your time. You're delaying the birth. Exactly. Thank you, Amy. You're delaying the birth, honey. But here's the thing. You're going to have to go through it anyway. You're just stretching the time out. This card returned again. And what was it about? Prolonging your suffering. This card says, what does it say? It says resistance and stagnation and missed opportunity. This is you, babes. So this is you by yourself. Yeah, my second, that's what I'm talking about. My second one was a VBAC, was supposed to be a VBAC. My second one was supposed to be a VBAC. I made it to 7 centimeters. And they're like, oh, no, it's too late to give you an epidural. Now, mind you, I was supposed to get an epidural, but the nurse thought she knew better than the doctor, and she gave me Demerol. Demerol made me dizzy. Demerol didn't help me. And so the doctor came and was like, it's too late to give you an epidural. You're at 7 centimeters. He's like, you're just going to have to push. I was like, I'm not pushing. And my body clamped on me anyway. And I felt a push, and I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it. My body was going to do it without me. And that's what I'm telling you is you're going to stick yourself in the canal, but at some point you're going to be born, and you need that to be while they're young, because there's no point in changing as like a 70-year-old looking at like 50-year-old kids. Like, I wish we could have a relationship. When you get to a certain age that you don't want it no more, they're not at that age. They're not at the age they don't want it anymore. I don't care what your children say. They're not. I still wanted my mother until I was in my late 30s. And she's alive. And she's always been around me. But I still wanted her. And then the bridge got burnt. And I was just like, you're just you. You're not my mother. I mean, you're not my mom. You're my mother. You know? So exactly. You have time. Do it now, or you're just prolonging yourself. Okay. A girl will always want her mom, especially when she experiences all the things that mothers go through. A girl will want her mom. So you have time, sweetie. No, it's not. I promise you, Sam, it's not. And I don't feel that they do. I really don't. I'm not speaking from me. I just checked in. I don't feel that they don't. I just feel she's telling herself, the oldest one, she's telling herself she doesn't. But the thing is she's struggling. She's struggling. And, but she wants you. Trust me, she does. So how does that go? Do the work. Stop being stubborn, girl. Breathe. That's what I was saying. Breathe through it. And breathe through it, because you got to be reborn anyway. So instead of tensing up, relax into it. Stop tensing. Do the work. And like I said, if the therapy you're doing is not enough, try to find a different therapist, babe. You need to probably, the way I feel about you right now is you need a physical type of therapy. You need a physical therapy. I feel you throwing shit. Like, there's this scene in Forrest Gump. I don't know if you've ever seen Forrest Gump. But if you did, if you haven't, watch it. It's fantastic. It's a great movie. But there's this scene in Forrest Gump where Jenny is on her path of healing. Okay, good. So Jenny's on her path of healing. She and Forrest, this is before they made Baby Forrest. This is when they're making Baby Forrest, basically. She goes back to the house that hurt her. If you remember that part. She goes back to the house that hurt her because her dad used to touch her. And as a result of her dad touching her, she became very loose. She got into drugs. Basically, she abused her own body to numb the pain of the abuse that she went through. The thing is, that abuse is in your mind. So nothing you do to your body will actually help you, right? So anyway, so she goes back to that house and she picks up rocks and she throws it at the house. That's what I feel about you. You gotta let the anger out. So you gotta find something physical. Skating, running, jogging, I don't know. You gotta find some physical therapy to go with your other therapy. Or try to find a different therapist. You gotta do something to get that anger and that hurt and that betrayal and that fear out. But the first kid you got to parent then is yourself. You got to heal her. You got to hug her. You got to hold her. You got to tell her you love her. It's not enough to forgive the you now. You got to also let the other one know she's safe enough to come out, safe enough to rejoin with you so that you can be whole, that you got her. And you got to thank her for whatever she did. You know, she got you through. You're here. Yeah, rage room. I think that'd be great. I saw something at one point. It was on Groupon, but at one point it they had plate breaking or skeet shooting. I don't know. It was something. And I always meant to go to it, but they got rid of it. The only thing they have now is axe throwing. Mm-hmm. Oh, Gaga. What's Gaga? Oh, you did a rage room? I want to do one. But you know, another thing that came up too. Oh, maybe you should try some improv, some acting classes. Because there was this actually started helping me separate from my mom emotionally. Is I did an acting class where the woman, our acting teacher, had us, she took it from somebody, I think Stanley, somebody. They had us imagine the person who hurt us, so to speak. Well, imagine the person who either hurt you the most or made you the most angry or whatever. Imagine them inside of their coffin. And then tell them everything you've ever wanted to tell them. Hey, Janice. It was so cathartic. It was so cathartic. And then it's like getting that out. And then we had to launch into our lines right after. Oh my God, it was so amazing. I was like, I didn't see the play this way. But now that I've connected it to my real relationship with my own mom, I now understand Gypsy Lee Rose or whatever it was. So yeah, they have different things. So just find what will help you get it out. Your girls are not your medicine. Don't put that burden on them. Don't. They can feel that. Your girls are not your medicine. You got to heal without them. Don't ever put that burden on them. It's like when people make their kids their best friend. That kid is not your best friend. Like, let them find themselves first. And then when they're older, y'all could be best friends. So, it's something here with these values here. There's a lot waiting for you. But this is Earth, and Earth is slow, honey. Earth is slow. Earth is slow. But it's going to be rewarding. Do the work. All right? There's no wrong. There's no wrong. There's never a wrong. Wrong would be something different. Like being Donald Trump. Like, that's wrong. Okay, that's wrong. All right. Yeah. When they're older, they can absolutely be your best friend. I've seen older people with their parent, you know, guys with their dad, or even a girl with her dad, or a girl with her mom, or whatever. I've seen those relationships. Man, when I tell you jealous, that's when I get jealous. But yeah. So yeah, stop the stubbornness and then go within. You got to go within, honey. All right, so we're gonna move. I just felt like I had to pause and give that to you, because we needed to get to what it was. And what it is you're not doing the work of introspection, like the real work. And that real work is figuring out who you are. And the more you figure you out and actually begin to love you, the more that energy will touch them too, and they'll find you, especially that younger one. See, it's all good. Otherwise, if you stay in this non-progress, look, this card keeps coming out for you. This stubborn ass card keeps coming out for you. But there's a new beginning waiting right behind it, though. And then there's a victory and a success. And there's you standing up after this battle, being successful, being determined, being there. And then there's new new beginnings. And then there's abundance and nurturing. And then there's financial stability. So keep going, keep doing the work. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. All right, girl. It's going to happen. But don't be disappointed in the 14th, okay? If the 14th come without you needing them, don't be disappointed. Do your work. Do your work. I promise you it's going to happen. But you got to do your work. Okay. Ooh, John. Jonathan Ross. Let me stand up real quick. Yeah, I keep forgetting I had blood clots before, so I got to remember. Jonathan Ross. All right. Ooh. Okay, hold on. I'm going to... Yeah, he's the guy. He's the guy we're going to look at right now. Mr. Shoot 'em Up. Sorry, I had to blow my nose too. Okay, so I just went ahead and did that. Real quick, like I said, all cards are in my shopping cart. If you haven't shared this live yet, this would be a great time to do that. Thank you for doing that. You don't have to share it to anybody particularly. You can just hit the repost button. You should tap it up. By the way, we're at 168,000. Yay! Thank y'all so much for liking this live. That helps me get out to more people. I appreciate it. If you one of the people who don't want to be like all the time, every time I do that, I make myself laugh. Get you one of these. Not a chicken salad, but you gotta get you one of these. What is this? This is a tapper. So like I have my tapper here set to 90 in minutes or something. And you just put it on the screen and it will tap for you. And get you a tapper, because likes help people feel seen and feel heard and feel acknowledged. So, you know, this is hard work. Hey, Lucy. This is hard work. It's courageous work. Let me put it that way. Nice. So this is courageous work. Oh my God, Jonathan Ross. Jonathan Ross, baby. And I say judgment coming for you. Oh, he's not escaping this one. It's a good thing he's not black, because he might, you know, like that boy, the one who just got married from Kenosha. Who's the boy who shot the protester 5 years ago? Starts with a K. Kyle? Kenneth? Rittenhouse. Okay. Now, mind you, he didn't shoot anybody black, but it was because of the black protests. They let him out. So, but judgments, this is judgment and this is fire. So judgment is going to be sufficient with him. There isn't going to be probation or anything like that. He's getting real judgments. As long as they keep it in the state, right? So he'll get real judgment. If they do a GoFundMe with him, please don't think it's normal people giving him money, okay? Don't think it's normal people who'll be giving him money. It is going to be just billionaires or somebody, you know, basically looking out for their own interest, all right? You know, somebody might pay for his lawyer, whatever, but he's not going to get off. That's what I see right here. It is a Queen of Pentacles. He's not going to get off. He's not going to get off. This is feminine energy. She's going to take care of her people, but she's earth, so she's going to be slow, y'all. However, that judgment, The people judgment is quick. He's not going to find rest. He's not going to find rest. The gaslighting is like, this is the hill y'all want to die on? Like, this is why you want to get fired? I was about to say, ooh, let's add her to the list. I was about to say, Amy, like, this is really the hill you want to die on. Like, you couldn't choose something else that we could not, you know, we couldn't really fight back on. Like, I think, like, this the hill you want to die on. The one where we just watched this shit. Everybody watched it. In person and on video. This the hill you want to die on? Baby. Okay. This the hill. Okay. Ain't no way in hell this would have been my hill. I would have been like, we'll handle it. And then you could go slow as hell. You know what I mean? Like, ain't no way I would say, you didn't see what you saw. I'd be like, we'll handle it. Okay. You know. But no, this the hill they want to die on. I feel like she's saying, fire me, please. Please fire me. We made our money already. I just don't know how to leave. See, in Vance, I tell y'all. I'm sorry. I should have put the other one on. But, you know, Adderall makes my mouth dry. So everything feels dry. I don't like that color. But anyway. Like I said, that boy, all that boy has to do is shut his mouth. Right? Fancy, just stay quiet. Like, you know, let everybody else burn down. That's all you gotta do. All you gotta do is just shut up. Stay quiet. But the boy keeps stepping in steaming hot piles of capital feces. Let's just put it like, shut up. I know Murdoch like, see, that's why I'm throwing you under the bus too, baby. Just shut up. Yeah. Even if you're trying to stay relevant, like, there's a way to do it without doing anything. You know, like just tell the nation, we got it. You might not do shit. Like, you just might not, you know? But if you like, listen, we got it. We understand your concern. We're going to take a good look at this. You can drag the investigation as long as you want. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to be a liar, be a good one. Like, just let the people think you're with them, you know? Luckily, they're bad at it. That's all I got to say. Luckily, look at this. All this shit is upside down. Luckily, you're bad at it. Okay? Codependency, neglect, greed, possessiveness, materialism, emotional manipulation, moodiness, emotional detachment, king and queen. King and queen. Shady and your girl. All right, Imes. Okay, so let's look at them. Jonathan Ross. You the boss. Sorry, that's Rick Ross. Now they're going to try to block it. The government is going to try. I mean, they're already trying. They're going to try. But I just don't feel it being successful. Especially because it's state. They can do state. They don't have to do federal. That boy is stupid. It's crazy to think there's a timeline where he's amazing. But that boy is stupid. Look at this. Just dumb. Like, bruh, no vision. No vision whatsoever. And you just out here committing treason and shit. Like, no vision. Like, you literally lying to the people. Tell them in it. If I was the Ollies, I'd be out of here. Devil in the reverse. They got a choice. Like, they could leave. If I was the Ollies. Okay, time to go. I don't think this is going to turn out right. I would be gone. I would be so gone. Jonathan. Ooh. Homeboy is stressed. Homeboy is worried. That's interesting, though. Oh, okay. Okay, that definitely signifies him, but I'm trying to see what you're doing over here. Okay, so just to let you guys know, foundationally, we're looking at a 7 of Cups in reverse. Again, the same thing. No vision, lack of focus, scared, confused. And the Knight of... he's the guy who shot the girl. The one in Minnesota. Then you got the King of Pentacles. I'm sorry, Knight of Pentacles in reverse. This is the mercenary, right? So he's a F up, basically. So foundationally, he's in a bad place. But interestingly enough, we have, and it's so funny, like we're learning so many people's names. Like there are governors and mayors and stuff whose names I never knew and would have never known, but they're stepping up. And then you have these kind of people. It is weird. That's weird. I didn't pay attention to all of that. This is what he feels is going to happen, though, because he's being promised that, you know, and it looks like it's happening. But the interesting thing is the cards that these words are on, you know. So it says here, like, even though he's confused, even though, you know, he put himself here, he's a mess up. He thinks he might get away. He really does. He really thinks he might get away because the devil is telling him he will. Right? They're putting out certain messaging, that they're trying to put out certain messaging. So he thinks he's going to be able to get away. But the thing is, what I'm being drawn to is the fact of what these cards are actually in reverse of. So this is telling me that he's not. He's not. And when they find it's not convenient to stand by him, he will be thrown under the bus to take all the fall. He did this on his own. He wasn't ordered to do this, blah, 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 blah. It's really stupid to put your trust in the devil to take care of you. It just is. So what he feels, I'm being told, think about that a little harder, baby. Think about that a little harder. I know, ain't that something? Literally says she was the domestic. All right, so let's look at this challenge. What is the challenge to his... What is the challenge to Jonathan? Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. This is interesting. This is Tim. Tim, right? Yes, Tim. Interesting, Carly. We're going to look at that in a second. Tim. Then we have the Ollies. So like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a GoFundMe or whatever the one is that they use now. That backs him up. However, again, it's a challenge. So it's like signing up for the devil again, right? But it also feels like when they decide you are not worth the trouble, they're going to let him hang. Because it will break. Whatever partnership, whatever they're telling him is going to fall apart when people realize that they will also be implicated. And so he's going to be left out there by himself because somebody's not telling him the truth. Because the thing is, let's not forget that we're also in a tower moment. So when the shit flips, ain't nobody gonna save him. They're gonna be gone. They gotta save themselves. And so at the bottom is Nominome. She's at the bottom. Hold on. Let me see something. You know, those two cities are, they're the gates. Portland and the Minnesota areas. And that's where Nike is. Federal agents. You guys, this was just 40 minutes ago, 50 minutes ago. City of Portland, 2 shot and injured by federal agents at 2:18 p.m. I guess PST. They were quick to say Portland police ain't had shit to do with this. Okay. The man who had been shot was calling and requesting help. Officers responded and found a man and a female with apparent gunshot wounds. Officer applied a tourniquet and got them to the hospital. Early stages. That's really interesting. Because they were found away from the shooting. I don't know distance-wise, like time-wise. However, this would be at least a 10-minute drive. And the distance, because it said they were shot. Well, they've secured both scenes, both places where they were shot, and I wonder if anybody has it on. Okay, it wasn't ICE. It was Customs and Border Protection. Are they deputized as ICE? That's crazy. Police was like, yeah, we weren't part of this. We weren't part of this at all. Okay. We'll know more in a little bit. Y'all know how TikTok is. Ooh, you learned how to write in Morse code. They were deputized? Yeah, it's Border Protection. It's saying an agent. Like one. I don't know. We'll see. You got one agent shooting 2 people? See, they're lucky. It's, I don't know. Like, seasons play a lot in things, right? So they're very lucky that it is winter. Because, and I learned this through Shakespeare, actually. It's like when it's summer, things are worse. But the thing is, this is going to be a hot year. Especially because the cool came faster than it normally does. Like, it was cool in like October. And at some point it's cold in October here in Miami anyway. So I definitely, things are gonna heat up. I mean, they just are. This the year we're in, babes. Call local police for help as federal agents were allowing them to bleed out. Interesting. Yeah, they don't need to be in cities. You know, it's bad enough because police aren't skilled in mental health or anything, so they shouldn't be patrolling streets. What are you telling me? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to like, all right, here's the message. Where is it coming from? Okay, because interestingly, in the past, we get the Emperor and we get the Hermit. Of course, with the Emperor, obviously that is homeboy being president, allegedly entertainment purposes only. Oh gosh, my energy just went down. What is happening? What are you telling me? It's weird. I'm just like hearing, I'm just hearing stuff like about that. Like we have, you know, two, man and a female. Like I'm just hearing that. So I'm trying to figure out like, what are we doing? I'll be interested to find out what the other bits of information is. There's like this big chunk. There's a big chunk, a big hole to the story that I'm not actually hearing. These are property that people didn't make. The police got. Yeah. It is like I'm hearing alert, alert. I'm like, what? Okay. Oh yeah, that's not gonna wash. That's not gonna wash. That's not actually gonna. That's not standing up for anything. First of all, you're just the VP, honey. You're not the P. And second of all, no, that's interesting. Okay, hold on. This is weird. Okay, like I said, first of all, that's in the past, but the energy underneath it though is yeah, they can't control the narrative. When the intention comes back to here's the thing. Here's the thing about those files. They haven't gone anywhere. There are literally people who are working on that by themselves. Like there are people working on like there's literally a house committee. You know what I mean? And then you have a million files to go through. So we have people working on the files too. So they haven't gone anywhere. It's just like regular. There's never any real talk about it in the news or anything. So that's not any different than normal. I don't know. I don't like Jeffries. Like every time I see him, something. I don't know. I think that's my light skinned boy bias though, because you know, coming up in the '80s, that's all people liked. So I'm contrary. We put a motion to subpoena PB. Oh, Comey's not gone. Matter of fact, let's add her to the list. She's not gone. I don't think we'll get to her today, but she's not gone. She's not done. She's not gone. I just felt that. Like, she's like, nope, I'm not done. I'm not done. Okay, so then I'm gonna oversight. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oversight is requesting a special master to oversee the release. Yeah, people aren't done. Like, it's just we don't have that focus on it with the news, but the focus is there with the people whose job it is to be focused on it. Yeah, and yeah, I guess like I'm looking at a picture of him saying, she's a liar. But I don't know. I have a light skin bias. I don't like light skin guys. Just on principle. I didn't like Shamar Moore. I didn't like any of that because everybody else did. So I didn't like Michael Ealy. I'm like, people are like, oh my God, he has pretty eyes. I'm like, yeah, but he has an ugly face. What are you talking about? I have to close some tabs. So what we know about the woman who died, she was 37. Okay, girl, I thought this article was tripping. About the lady, because it says, okay, the shooting took place on a snow-lined street where an ICE vehicle had gotten stuck, according to Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. A mob of agitators that were harassing them blocked them in and attempted to impede their efforts, Noem said. One of the vehicles was being driven by the victim, who proceeded to weaponize her vehicle in an attempt to run over an officer before he opened fire, Noem said. While Noem defended the agent's actions, state and local officials strongly disputed claims that the shooting, which was caught on video, was done in self-defense. The shooting had already blah, blah, blah. So they give all this space to Noem's lies. And then that one little line, state officials disagree. What? Okay. Yeah, he's definitely, listen, when Jennifer grilled his ass, it was crazy. I don't trust him either, but, and you know what's crazy is like, ever since we done that reading on him, that's when I really disliked him. I was like, oh, hell no, baby. He put glasses on to read the comments. He has no spine, definitely not meeting the moment. Yeah. Damn it, shot. Never in the story? Never in the story. Okay. Me either. He takes money from Izzy Place. All right. So that's just really interesting. What I was picking up here, though, is the Five of Swords. And it looks like he's going to be left. And while this is... I'm getting goosebumps, so I'm going to keep going with it. While this is the energy of the past, this is still showing that he's going to be the one left trying to, really pick up the story, because he's going to be abandoned. And this is interesting because I think it's Lori or something calls this the prostitute queen, basically, because she has her legs spread. So it's like, that feels like actually Noem in this moment, right? Because she has to say that. He plays both sides. Yeah. But remember, he's bought and blackmailed, allegedly. So yeah. So it's like, there's a lady. It's funny because the lady was in front of him in the cards just now, like trying to protect him, like trying to distract with her pretty words, I guess, with her legs open. But he's going to be the one left. Like, I really do feel like he's going to be abandoned. I just do. I feel like this Jonathan Ross guy is going to be abandoned. But what is the current energy? Oh, God. Why do you keep doing that? Okay. He thinks he's good. This is too much. This is too much. I need you to. That's like 7 cards, bro. What is the current energy? What's the current energy? How does he feel? Okay. Hangman. Yeah, he thinks he's good right now. Yeah, because trickery. Trickery is on the bottom, and that devil came back for him. He thinks he's good. I'm talking about Jonathan Ross right now, his current energy. And he's in limbo, letting other people fight his fight for him. I guess he's being told to shut up. And they're literally trying to let that money change hands, let the story change hands. And then, so he thinks he's going to be good. He thinks everything's going to be all good. But the truth is, it is not. So there's some trickery, there's some manipulation, but honey, he has sold his soul. So, like I said, I think he's definitely, like what I'm picking up, and I'm getting goosebumps behind it, he's definitely going to be left. Wait, damn it. I just put it away. What the hell was it? Y'all remember the cards? Oh, Hangman. Okay. I'm like, what the hell was the card? I don't do that, honey. We don't do entitled demands of people's gifts. I don't do that here. But if you scroll up, somebody else might. All right. What's over it though? What is completely over Jonathan's? I can't. No, this is way too many again. Yep. He's being told to chill. Change of the wheel of fortune in reverse. The 6 of swords in reverse. Make it clearer, please. That's a lot. Make it clearer. I'm sorry. No one is entitled to your gift or your energy. No one is entitled to your gift or your energy. I need y'all to know that. Just like I had to know that. Nobody's entitled to your gift, your time, or your energy. If you give it away, that's your choice. No one's entitled. Damn, she just moved to Minnesota last year, y'all. Just moved there. She has 3 kids. Okay, so overarching is the moon. They are going to try to confuddle us. Ooh, okay. Okay. They're going to try to confuse us, to confuddle us, right? So there's confusion with his story. There's confusion because that is the overarching. That's what they're trying to do with the moon card. The spin, like trying to act like it's all good. This feels like your boy Shady right here. So it's like trying, like representative, but he's like trying to put the spin on it. Like, nah, this was how it's supposed to be. This is exactly what it's supposed to be. However, honey, there's 2 things happening. 2 things happening. 2 things happening. Yeah, all good? I don't think so, honey, because you've even made the, like, I won't say the rest of the MAGAs. You made those who were close to leaving with MTG leave. They have just turned their back because they're watching this shit. Because now the victim looks like them. They're watching this shit. And they're like, wait. I'm looking at the video. And what are you telling me? So when it's pivotal. It's pivotal. It is literally, I hate now turning point thanks to these fuckers. But it's a turning point. It is I hear a bell. It's a ding dong. That's it. That round is over. The round of waiting is over when it comes down to the people. So, and that's death of, well, one, the whole thing over this is the death, but it's also the death of, I guess, that last little shred of illusion. That last shred of illusion is, like, I guess how I'll put it. The last shred, you know, like in my prayers, I was getting, we're waiting. And I'm like, waiting on who? Like, I hate that I have to be waiting on people. We're not waiting anymore. Yep. So, yep. Things are happening. And when I say we're in the streets, it's going to be different. I know we're talking about the 20th. I wouldn't be surprised if other things break out before the 20th, to be perfectly honest. So what are we learning from this? What is the impact of this? The impact of this is that those who took too long, they now realize that on one level. But I also see the organization of it all. I see the resistance being put together. And everything that we've been waiting on is now coming to fruition. Yeah, now they look like them, you know? The only thing that keeps her from being like them is the rainbow flag. That's it. She did the husband thing, you know? She had the children. She's the mommy. So the only thing that can let them see her as less than human is who she loves. But everything's clear now. So the outcome, people see it. The sword has cut through the bullshit. They see it for who it is. Every time they open their mouth and they tell a lie, it is seen. So outcome is they see it. Outcome is their hearts are broken. They are no longer the MAGAs we think they are. Anybody holding on are going to be bots and brainless people. Bots and brainless people. Or people who have money and who think they need to stay in that way. But even they are splintering because it will be moving on. This is the Minor Arcana death card. They're moving on. They're moving on. So the wake up has happened, and it literally took it looking like them. And the rest of the people are, when the bow breaks, the rest of the people are collected. Financial insecurity. We have farmers committing suicide. We have so many things happening. And the shatter is, wait, you're coming after me now? That's the shatter. Because you can look at her and go, you know, on a general note, because, you know, Hispanics look like everybody, every different type of Hispanic. But you can look at her and go, she's probably a citizen, or she's at least the right kind of immigrant, you know. Y'all, the devil and the death, the minor death. So we're no longer waiting. We're no longer waiting. Like I said, everybody else will be scooped up along the way, but we're no longer waiting. And it's really interesting because there was no, and it's funny, people were like, yeah, there's a march, it's coming. There was no march. They didn't put it on the list. There was no march. Everybody kept saying, oh, there's a march. And then they would go look and they're like, wait, there's no date. There was no march. There might have been talking of a march, but there was no organization within it. Now they're talking about January 20th. Okay, January 25th. People give it to you. But like, why are you waiting 2 weeks to organize? That's not how this thing works. That's not what a protest is. A protest isn't, let me schedule this in my calendar. That's not a protest. That's not a protest. Okay? Because people, honestly, there's two reasons, and this is what we got to be honest about. There's two reasons. People were prostituted to their comfort. I'm semi one of them, you know? I'll say that because I don't want there to be fighting. I don't want y'all grabbing up my kids. You know what I mean? Like, I want people to be safe. I don't want it to happen. However, because it took so long for people to wake up, there is, at this point, no more choice. Y'all had a chance to shut this shit down immediately. You know, and y'all is like everybody. I'm not talking like specifically anybody. But immediately call the votes into question. Demand to do a recount. Call your Congress people to task before we get past January. You know, like all this shit should have been handled in November and December. Okay, cool. We get to January. It still could have been handled in January. Okay, cool. We get to February. Oh, hell no. You're talking about cutting this, cutting that, and we got to feel pain, and you got this. I almost call him the N-word again. Why I want to keep calling Elon an N-word? I need to see his birth certificate. He don't look like his daddy. He doesn't really even look like his mother. I'm just saying. And boys tend to look like their dads. I'm just saying. Just like that guy at the top didn't look like his dad either. I'm just saying. I mean, rumor has it his Scottish mother was vacationing somewhere. Rumor has it. You know what? Is that what happened to her? Because when she was about 2 years old, that boy she got sick. Did Daddy Dearest do something to her? I'm just saying. Yeah, his case has to end up dismissed. It has to. Because otherwise, what are we doing? He didn't get his rights. There was no chain of command. I mean, chain of with the evidence. There was no chain of whatever the tracking thing is called. That's interesting. That's possible. Because his mom was on vacation and then she came back pregnant. And he don't look like his daddy. Have you seen that man? Chain of custody. Thank you. Have you seen that man? And then when you see a picture of him with his relatives, he don't look like his siblings either. Have y'all seen that man? Have y'all seen that man? When you look at that family, have you seen that man? His siblings. Listen, the most you can say is he looks like his mom. That's about the most you can say. He don't look nothing like them peoples. And I think that's why his daddy didn't like him. Ooh, child. Them some ugly people. It was just gonna happen. Let me show y'all real quick. I might get in trouble, but I'm gonna show y'all real fast. Real fast. Y'all gotta look fast. Okay. See this picture? You see, daughter looks like mother. You could probably give this son a little bit to the mom. And this the older brother. This man right here do not look like these boys at all. Not like the boys. And he should be looking like the boys. Now, if we look at Daddy Dearest, that's not that man, Daddy. You see that? That's not his daddy. That's not his daddy. Boy, that's not your daddy. Yeah, girl. That's not his daddy. No, it's not. That's not his daddy. That's not Fred. Because Fred look like Fred. That's not his daddy. And then you put them together. Let's put it this way. The man got strong genes. This is how you know. Okay. Because this happened in my own family, right? Yeah. But he does look more like his mom right now. This happened in my own family. Because I'm going to say it happened in my own family. Kind of, but not really. Listen, okay. This is a little bit private, but whatever. So, I have an uncle. Our genes are strong. Our genes are strong. I have an uncle. The kid that is his for sure looks exactly like him. The kid that is his for sure had 3 kids of his own. All 3 of those kids look just like him. So that line is strong. Those other 2 boys, nothing like him. The girl, nothing like him. Nothing like him. And also, nothing like the mom. And then we also know people who look like them. that could be their dads. This is not my... She was a special lady. Okay? So, but boys do, now mind you, some do look like their mamas, but boys do tend to look like their dads. That's why genetically, when they're doing, you know, like 23andMe and all that kind of stuff, they want to use your dad. As a boy, they want to use your dad because that gene is a stronger line. But look, okay, so here he is with his older parents. You see that? So yes, he looks more like his mom as an older person. But you see them eyebrows? Those eyebrows don't belong to either one of them. You're not going to create the eyebrows on your own. They don't even look like a mesh between those two. You see that long face? That's the only thing that says, maybe. But that nose is completely not the dad's and it's completely not the mom's. You see them lips, child? And then the, that's not his son. That's not his son. No. And have you seen Elon, Daddy? She's just the girl that says, okay. Because the chin is not mine. I never knew what the words were. So the kid, I used to say Le Chin. Hold on, let me see Elon and his daddy. I don't even know if they have a picture together. And the way his dad treated him was horrible. And you know that's usually you keep it because his older son was such a failure to him. The older son wanted to be a pilot. He didn't want to be in business. You know, he had other dreams. He had other purpose. So they mercilessly belittled that man so much, the older son, to the point where he developed a drinking habit and he died in like his 40s or 50s. I think that's Mary's dad. That's not his daddy. Okay. So they don't actually have pictures together. But they have side-by-sides. Now, mind you, I do know Elon had work or something. I'm trying to find a good one to show you. They are not the same people, y'all. Like, you should find a hint of a daddy. You can't find a hint. Okay. But they really, and then if you read the story, Donald did the thing. He did it too. So growing up, he made fun of his brother because his dad told him to. Now, I know he had a lot of work, but that's not his daddy. You see, Elon got this Asian look to him. That's not his daddy. The nose completely different, but he might have had surgery on the nose. I don't know. That's not his daddy. That's not the boy daddy. No. And now I see why men are so mad. Because I'm like, ooh. This is why y'all already got these women who sleep around on y'all. Or because of how they play, because these billionaires play a different game. Who knows what you made your wife do? That's not his daddy. And his daddy don't like him at all. Like, don't like him. And then when you see him and you see, say, like Vivian, his daughter, you can see their resemblance. So it's like when a dad has a resemblance to a son, but he don't have a resemblance to his dad, that tells you there's some question of paternity there. Yeah, his daddy definitely knew. His daddy definitely knew. But you don't want to, if you don't have any other heir, you're going to keep your mouth shut and let that be your man. This is supposed to be a picture of him with his dad. Now the brother, that's daddy's son. I'm going to show you. I don't know who the wife is, but the brother is daddy's son because they got the same downturned eyes. So look at that. You see that? That's the brother. So you got this. And then it's funny because he's balding. So if you're balding like this is hereditary. They're not balding. This is hereditary. Mm-hmm. Male pattern baldness is hereditary. If you got it from your daddy. Yeah, but even the way like their hair grows out of their head is like completely different from his. His is almost like, to me, it's like an Asian white mix. It's like an Asian white mix. So I don't know if mommy got with an Asian man, but Elon gave me Asian vibe. Like he gave me like an Asian vibe. So let me see if I can find his mother. He don't look like his mama. He has something of his mom, but he don't look like his mama. Oh, she's a very good looking woman. Yeah, she slept around, child. Yeah, you know because she was a very good looking woman. I'm sure she had fun with husband friends or something. Look at her. Look at her. So that's them together. See, he don't have her eyes either. Oh, she lives in China now. I wonder if she still talks to his daddy, if he's around. Mm-hmm. And then when she got married a second time or whatever, that's when she sent him to South Africa to live with his dad. He was like 12. How do I know? Shit, I had to look all this stuff up. I had to figure out how we got here. And we got here because of these broken little boys. Woo! Child, the star. Okay, the star. Broken boys who needed to be important. What? So they did some rash things. Got these government contracts. Had to be king of the world. Trying to be expanding their horizons and conquering shit. Being like, Daddy, look at me. No. All right, so that was Jonathan. Who we doing? Okay, I got like another 20 minutes and then look, the star came back out. What you trying to say? Wait, what is that? The star in recovery. The star. This time the star is faith. Faith and recovery. Oh, I like that. This card, these two cards both have hope. Okay, look, Daddy, I bought a new country. Meanwhile, your dad's going, he's a 51-year-old child. That's when you know there's no love lost there. Because at first I was like, maybe the dads were raised that way. But then when I saw a picture of them together, I'm like, oh, Daddy know that you aren't his. Okay, so look. We got this star, and it's like hope and stuff. But then we also got the 5 of Pentacles in recovery, but also hope. Okay, so here, and relief. Goosebumps, thank you. All right, so like I said, we're about to go through a hardship, y'all, but this hardship is for strength. That sounds weird, but it's like a workout, right? It's going to be a workout. That's what we're going through. But when we come out, we're going to be fine. We're going to be really fine. It's coming, but girl, keep the hope. And look, this is hope and hope. And this is why I'm saying the hardship is coming, because it is, right? The 5 of Pentacles talks about that financial loss and hardship and poverty and all that kind of stuff. But the hopes, girl, the hopes. The hopes. Listen. Okay, Britt. The hopes. Look, this is weird. This is too much. The hopes. All right, so that, I guess that was a brief message. Real quick, let's look at student loans. No, wait. Who y'all want to look at first? I'll do 2 things. Who did you want to look at first? Thank you guys, by the way, for helping me reach my goal. I think you did. I don't know. Did you? I might be wrong. It says goal ended. Did I reach it, though? No. Oh, I reached the 2026 one. Yay. And the followers. Thank you guys for being followers. Thank you for the heart me. I hope you commented and got your points. And then I missed the hat goal bite too. That's okay. All right, so we're gonna do 2 more readings. Tell me what you want to do, and then we'll be doing it, and then I gotta go feed the kids. I think our cat left us. We have switched his diet because I had found out we were feeding him too much. I was feeding him like he was a kitten, and so we switched his diet to what do you call it? Twice a day. I think he left us. That man was like, I'm supposed to eat 5 times a day. I think he left us. He didn't love me no more. But that's okay, because I was worried about what to do with him when we do leave. I don't know, child. I don't know, child. Hold on. All right, edit goal. Yeah, so I guess this would be the appropriate time to say it again. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a comment, you guys. I really appreciate that. But also comments show engagement. This is for people who are watching this on the replay. So if you are on YT watching this on the replay, please leave a comment, because that is going to help YT send me places. Like, all my videos are less than like 30 views. So we're trying to get some stuff here. Yeah, I have Fannie Willis on my list, but I'm wondering how we're gonna do this. So should I look at Fannie? Because all they're doing is talking about charging her for their court case. I don't know what's going on there. Oh shoot, we're almost at 200K. What? Yes, man. I hate that everything took so damn long, because she was on the ball. Everybody was on the ball trying to handle business from last time. Oh, nah, Janice, I'm not telling tell that cat to come back. Nope. I will take the food I just bought back to the store. Yes, get you a tapper, child. Get you a tapper. Oh, wait. No. Who are we reading? Let's look at Gnome real fast. That show was made after her, Sean. I gotta watch it. I gotta watch the show on Netflix, but they made a show after her, after Keisha Lance Bottom. Tell me, Kai. Where? Y'all, I have 10%. Thank you for that reminder, Becky. I got 10% of my goal on YT done, because you got to have 1,000 followers. So I'm up to 102. I was at like 27 last month, or the month before. And then you got to have 4,000 watch hours. Surprisingly, I'm 10% of that too. I'm like at 452 watch hours. It kind of helps that these things are almost a day long. It's Lean Into the Spirit. If you look for Lean Into the Spirit. I mean, I also have a Girl Use Your Voice one too, and I'm close to getting my 1,000 over there. Not the watch hours, though. The watch hours are far. Oh, that'd be fun. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, let me show you guys the tapper. This is the one I have. It's I know some of the tappers you got to leave plugged in to your phone. This isn't that. This is one where like I said, you can see that I just held it in my hand. But if you like these things, I think you tap on YT as well. So if you like watching people's lives, or if you like watching people's I think you tap on everything that's live, then get one, please, because it's bravery. Like, think about the fact that some of y'all won't even do a live stream because you're afraid of either talking to yourself, which I did for a little while, or you think you don't know what to talk about. But I promise you, once you start talking, you will know what to talk about. Like when I first started, I was like, let's just do a reading for the collective. All right. So that's the only thing I could think of. And then it, you know, it grew from there. But for other people, like I said before, you guys know so much. So think about, if you have to talk to a young person, what would you be saying to them? Or if you had to talk to your younger self, what would you say to them? If you want, let me know, and I can do a live stream probably tomorrow of showing you like how to find your content and how to find stuff to talk about, and we can go over it if you want me to help you do that. Now think about this though. I'm not talking about how to make money. I don't talk about that. Okay, which is why I'm a slow grower. I'm a grower, not a shower. Stop. Sorry, I'm a perv, but I'm a square perv. Okay, so the Hermit. Yeah. So this is about introspection, that wisdom that you already have, and the way that you get to guide the way. So, like I said, the young people need you, but I will also say the older people need you too. Because one of the things that was happening last year on YouTube, for instance, is that like some of the 50 and older would get on and say, y'all, get on here and start talking to people. And if I'm not, I can't remember if it was last year or the year before, but I remember being here on TikTok and those young 20-year-olds were like, where are the aunties? Where are the people who are supposed to be guiding us? Now, mind you, we've been here trying to guide y'all. You're not listening. You think we don't know nothing. But also, more of us do need to be speaking up. So this says this is a new opportunity. So, oh my God. And let me say it this way, because look, you need to stop delaying. You need to stop delaying. You got the truth. You got the light. You got the way. You need to stop delaying. And you need to start passing on this wisdom. Pass this wisdom down. Like water, man. Someone put it this way. They said, and it was really beautiful. You know, back in the day, like grandparents and older women and whatever, back in the day where there were letters that people would write, they would write those for people to find, you know, for their young ones to find and stuff. Like oh my God, there's this amazing book, you know, like To My Daughter, or Mom, Tell Me Your Story, or something like that. And I need, oh, goosebumps. Yes. I need to do that for my kids too. But there was this video and whatever. There was this video that I was watching, and this guy said, imagine if the pictures of your grandparents could talk. I'm sorry, that just made me a little teary-eyed. I'm like, wait, why did I get sad? I miss my grandparents. Anyway, but it was like, I'm a G, suck it up. I need to do like that guy on Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, where he just makes a tear go back in. But it's like really interesting. Like, imagine if the pictures of your grandparents could talk. Like, that would be so awesome to hear their voice, you know? So this is like creating a time capsule for your grandkids or your great grandkids, like people you may not ever meet, but if they Google your name or whatever the search engine is, it'll pop up, you know? Oh my God. Don't make me cry. The phone I had that, like, I had a weird phone accident in 2023. Oh God, weird phone accident. I had my phone up at the top of like a counter or something. And so I was like making eggs or making tea or something on the stove, right? And my mother, she fries stuff. So she had a pan of grease in the back. Now, mind you, it's in the back. It's cold, you know, it had been a day or two since she used it. Now, my phone was here next to me. I'm doing this, whatever I'm doing, cooking whatever I'm cooking, making whatever I'm making. This pan of grease in the back. You guys, somehow my phone went all the way into the grease. So it just made me remember the voicemail I had on that phone. Oh my God, I'm a crybaby. Oh, hold on. 1 second. I gotta blow my nose now. And I didn't even lose a husband. I lost a grandmother. Enough of that, I'm back. No, but it was just one of those damn random shits. And I was just like, are you serious? And then it ended up being more complicated than it needed to be because my laptop died. So between my laptop and my phone, I lost the ability to get into my email. So I have an email account from 10 years ago I can't get into, and Google is hard. All right. I'm clear. No, it's just, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand how you lose a husband 4 months ago. Like, I just don't understand how you lose a husband 4 months ago and you're so good. My grandmother died going on 9 years ago now. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh my God, they came right back out. What is this about? Who are we reading on? These two cards came out exactly the same again. I don't know who we're reading on, but I just put them back and they came right back out. The King of Pentacles and the 9 of Cups. They came right back out. What in the heck? Who is that? I know, but who is it, Tabitha? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, who is it? What is it? Whew. Yeah, but as far as like, well, that's what convinced me with YouTube, right? I want my kids looking back. Not even just my, well, I have my kids. I'm not going to be having any more, I guess. Because I'm 46, y'all. We could say this is a little bit wrapped. But please. Everything that I've ever go, oh my God, that might happen to me, happens to me. So I'm like, wait. Don't let me be the one who has a cryptic changeling baby, where like you don't know you're pregnant until in labor. Ooh, that would be a nightmare. But anyway, so that's what they said. There's like, it's like a time capsule for your people to find. And there's this guy on here, and his grandmother's from Florida also. But she, back in like the 60s and 70s, she recorded everything. She had one of them big old recorders. Like, she was recording everything. So they had some money if they had a recorder. And so what she saw herself doing was like documenting for her people. And so like it was so cool seeing Florida through her eyes, because I always wondered what some of it looked like, because Florida was quite undeveloped even in my youth, because I remember like some rocks and lots of trees. There were so many nurseries down here. And like this area used to be swampland and all that kind of stuff. And now it's so built up, and I'm like, oh shit, this probably means a sinkhole is coming. But anyway, and so just looking at these videos was so awesome, because one, she was the age of my grandmother. Stop. I will never believe Erica Kirk. There's no way. It took me 20 years to stop crying about my grandfather. Oh my God. Okay. Down goes Frazier. But anyway, it was just so cool. And so I was like, You know, that's a good plan. And then also, like, you kind of get to talk to them and they get to hear you. And I think that'd be cool. Anyway, who is this? Tell me who this is. Tell me what this is about, please. Tell me who this is. Tell me what it's about. Because I don't want to be like, it's the oligarchs. Is this is that? What is this about? Okay, I don't know. What is this about? Gosh, the Magician, the Moon, and the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. What is it about? What is it about? What is it about? Oh my God, trickery, shenanigans. What is this about? Okay, what's on my list? What's on my list? No, what is this about? What's on my list? Oh, I think this is Fanny. This is about the situation with Fanny. Like, why we're here. Hold on. I don't know. Let me see. You know, it's the Pentacles. I just got reminded they're votes. I'm sorry, I was trying to catch up to your thing. No, I just, you know, okay. Because, you know, this, oh. It's just Sun in reverse. All right, hold on. So this is, okay. This showed up like this, right? This is the, oh, wow. Okay, cool. All right, so this is the King of Pentacles, right? But again, if we're talking votes, it would be the guy who's able to, words I can't say, with votes, right? And it gets this guy in. Now, this is a number 9. And you see, they call him the smug merchant. Well, guess who's a smug merchant? What is a 4 plus a 5? It's a 9. Right? So then, so that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's Fanny that we're talking about because this feels very 2004 related. Because, like I said, we got the Knight in reverse with the Pentacles. And what is that? Okay, if that is him, and that is him. Yes, yes. Okay. And what is this? They're asking him to deliver again. And it's interesting because we touched on this yesterday. They're asking him to deliver again. As, you know, the magician, like they're asking him to be the magician to do that shit secret again, but he's in the upside down world. Oh, okay. And that's interesting. All right, because, you know, sun is usually like exposure and stuff, but it's in the reverse. And the word that's standing out to me is delay. Delay and setback. Because then comes this word. Oh my God. Why is this like back to back? What? Bruh. Okay. Yes. Oh my God. That's a wild thing to have just happened. First of all, they're all back to back. There's only 22 major arcana. So they're all like back to back to back to back. So there's 6 of them like right here on this board. That's exactly what's happening. They are asking him to deliver again. He doesn't want to, but he needs to because of the car situation, right? He wants to be, it's not her. He wants to be the trillionaire. We talked about this yesterday. He wants to be the trillionaire. But the thing here is there's a setback. There's a big setback to him doing it. One, there's like some procrastination to it. Yeah, I'll get to it. It's not priority. We got time, blah, blah, blah. Yes. Okay. Yeah, procrastination. See? Procrastination is happening. That's the word that's here on here. But they're going to be stopped. The military is going to come and stop it, and then everybody's going to be walking away from them. Because that's what this just showed. This just showed that justice will come first. Before he even gets around to doing it, he's going to have taken too long. Justice will come first. And there will be just a whole new beginning to this. And that there's going to be a different partnership, a different pairing. I do think he might, I was going to say, I think he might get trapped. But that's why he's leaving. He's going to leave. And that's funny. You know what? He is. Ah, good. We're at DEF CON. That means we're going to war with Iran. That's interesting. I told you, Iran was on my mind. Yesterday, I was like, why am I thinking about it? Why am I thinking about it? And next thing you know, everybody's talking about it. But let me tell you, he's going to leave. He's going to leave. Okay, this is what I'm saying. He has said, and I think we read that, but he said that he doesn't have any other kind of passport. I'm laughing. I'm just saying it because, like, damn it. Like, yeah, we came true. EM says he doesn't have any other kind of passport. He says, I'm American. I don't have any other passport. Who believes that? Who believes that? Wait, hold on. You told me to look. Who believes he doesn't have another passport? Ooh. I was like, why am I looking? Whatever they're doing will not be completed because people will be turning around and walking away because there's conflict. You'd be a fool to believe he doesn't have another passport. Oh. I don't know why he came to the front and had to come to the front twice, but something's... Because you know he's oh, shit. I was going to say, you know he's gun shy. You know he's gun shy. That man finna cut his losses. He's going to be one of the first to dip. EM just jumped to the front, Jen, twice. Yeah, I don't, like, what did he say? He said he does not have another passport. I don't know what he calls himself on X. Because it was a weird name. And I was like, who is that? And they're like, see, he says he doesn't have another passport. Wait. Oh, yeah, okay. I know he got kicked out of... See, Finance.Yahoo says he has a Canadian passport. Yeah, so he says, I hold only American passport. Can't get to it. Oh, I can't open it because I don't have memory. Fudge. Okay, I gotta close some things. Dang it, I gotta close some things. Close. 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 I don't even know what I'm closing. Having ADHD is crazy, you guys. Like, I never want to close tabs till I know. Until I look. Okay. This was February 2025. Somebody asked, is he a U.S. citizen? And it says, of course he's not natural born. Oh my God. Okay, what else I gotta close? Close. Close that. I'll come back to that. Close that. close that. I'll come back to that. I got to make my Steelers book. That just reminds me of that. Okay, can you open it now? Can you open this now? Okay. It says, they said, is he banned from South Africa? It says there's no official record or credible report indicating that he is banned from South Africa. So he remains a citizen of that country along with the U.S. and Canadian citizenship. So he has 3 citizenships. Oh, the privilege. But then he said just a couple of days ago, Trump in surprising Elon Musk move just 6 months after Tesla's new party pledge. He appears to have extended it. That's not even a real. Okay. So he said, they said he reportedly became a citizen. So is he actually one? They said he reportedly. So why wouldn't they say he is one? Then he got the Canadian one through his mom. Sorry. I didn't have time to mute. That's why I don't believe that widow. My nose is still running, but backwards. Yeah, he's not banned from South Africa, apparently, still. As of 2025. I don't know if they did that. Okay, that's it. Yeah, so he said, I'm trying to see how he said it, because I don't want to make mistakes here. Do they have a picture of it? I hold one passport now and forever. America. I will live and die here. Or Mars, part of America. Okay, baby. So, that said, honey, I think we're guaranteeing that. The fact that he's saying it definitely tells me he's lying, Dawn. Because if your mouth is open, you know what I mean? Wait, what? Timber. I think Janice brought that up. Okay, there are 3. Hold on. Let me catch up to where y'all at. 3 critical areas right now in. Yeah, he definitely has multiple passports. Right, so he's an illegal alien. He never went to school. Shut down internet completely in the country. Which country, Kai? I'm yelling timber. Oh, never mind. Now you got me. It popped in my head, so something's going down. It's going down. Oh, that was you, Amy. Oh, the Pitch Perfect version. Essay in Canada, but complicated visa situation. Yeah. Iran. Yeah. I'm telling you, that country popped in my head yesterday. Why are we there, though? That's what. Okay. Let's go there. And then, let's go there. If you want to start a trend, bring that cup thing back. I had him going there. I did, Dawn. I did. But I don't know. Something is happening, though, y'all. That's funny. You said they cut communication, and they did. That's a communication. That's the truth. That's all that stuff. And there's disconnection. They don't want people talking to each other, talking to the world. I'm yelling timber. Yep, he had an Iran hat. That was definitely a signal. Mind you, that was an AI, Lindsay. So it was weird. It was weird. They don't want it getting out. Oh, you have already pew-pewed. Girl, you had dreams all that long ago? Okay, let's see. What's going on in Iran? Can you tell me? Oh, we gotta nix something, and then we're done. Shoot. Let me check on the kids for a second. Hold on. Iran. Greed. Greed. Imbalance, excess, extremism, misuse of power. That's Iran. So we have the Ace of Wands in reverse. We have the Temperance in reverse. So there's no moderation. And now we have the Merchant in reverse. Now, mind you, Iran was making money at some point. Wasn't they like oil or something? And the Prostituted Queen. This is fire stuff, so fire is fast. Timber. Okay, what is going? You know, I think Libby read that Mad Dog would be transported and then transported. He's gone though. Well, I'll do my usual check-in with that. That may be how he... Wait, okay, you want that out? Because I was putting it back and then I was like, I'm out. Who the heck is this King of Cups? I know I think of the EO, but that's not Iran right now. Who's the King of Cups? This is somebody who's stable. Okay, I'm going to pin you over here because I don't know what that's for. Wait, is that what crosses it? Oh, okay. Okay, so they weren't getting what they wanted. All right. King of Cups is definitely not SM. That's a stable person. See, this is more SM. This is the blocked emotions. This is the person who's not stable. That's the person who is an emotional drain. But it also feels... So if that's the past. They didn't do something they were supposed to do. I think they were supposed to say yes to something they didn't want to say yes to. Did something... Oh, okay. I was about to say, did something flip? What is the... it came back out. So there's something here. Not... And it's all cups, y'all. So far, we're 4 cups in. And 2 fires. Smoke and mirrors. Okay, so this is by themselves. They have no support. That's crazy. I think that was the plan. You know, the queen who prostituted herself. I do think... Oh, shit. Yeah, it's gonna go down, y'all. It's gonna go down in Iran. And they're without support. They cut off their support. Thank you. They cut off their support. This feels like a Russian plan, though. This feels Russian. Yeah. I do see him too, but it also feels like a Russian plan. Because Russia, these are 2 of Russia's allies. These are 2 of Russia's allies. Vinny and Iran. Those are Russian allies. So what are we doing? Now, I know one of y'all sent me a video about a person saying that, what are we doing? Okay. Yes. trickery, manipulation, looking to expand their territory. I knew it was coming. Looking to expand their territory. This is overhead. It's going down. Upheaval. That's the word. Upheaval. And they're stuck. They tried doing whatever this administration wanted, and they're stuck now. Oh, it does. It's so weird. Like, it feels icky. It feels icky weird. Like, what are we doing? I don't know if she was in reverse or not, so I'm not really going to show you the Queen of Swords. I really can't. What do we... Ooh. You know who we haven't talked about? Not just us, but who nobody talks about? And that's Gabbard. And she just came to mind when I looked at this queen. Okay. What's the impact? Impact. Here comes the prostituted queen again. Impact. Lack of leadership. It's about to be another regime change. Oh, God. Yep. Loss. And then judgment in reverse. What are they doing? Like, this is not how you sustain anything by moving this fast. It's desperation. They're messing up. They are messing. I mean, I can't really take it because I don't know if she was the one who was popping out. But the fact that I saw her, exactly. The truth is going to come out. The truth is going to come out, and all the secrets and stuff they got going on, that's going to come out. But it is... she said me. The truth is going to come out, and the time there's a change. Oh my gosh, what is this? But they are going to try to do a regime change, and it is the Ollies at the background. It's the Ollies. They're the ones holding tight to this. It's weird because Peter Cottontail has ties to both countries, both I-State and Vaca. And it feels like because Vaca needs money, Peter Cottontail can funnel money to get things done. And he's attached to Starboy. Y'all, it's going to come out, but after. We're about to see what they do, and it's going to be after. But I am going to tell you, they've created an enemy. They've created an enemy, and we're the ones who are going to have to deal with it. You know what? I wouldn't see past it, Mandy, honestly. I wouldn't see past it, except I don't, and we're going to do Nyx now so that we can answer that definitively. As far as Iran is concerned, we should be concerned. Yeah, there's been a bounty. That man has a $50 million bounty by Iran. Okay. Let's Nyx this. Real quick, do you have anything else to say? Prepare. Something about the general. What about the general? Hold on. What general? Prepare. And the general. Confusion, fear, just okay, but that's still just Iran, right? Yeah. Okay. It's the same cards. The Moon in reverse and the Three of Cups in reverse. No, but what are you talking about? This general. Wait, hold on. What's happening? Oh. But for who? I got the Page of Swords in reverse, you know, which is deception and stuff. But I also got the Ten of Swords in the upright, which is betrayal. Also with the Nine of Wands, which is, you know, courage through the fear, the battle, the strength. What is this? Who is this for, though? You told me general. You told me general. What general? Is this with America? Is this with... What general? Who'd you just... Is a general getting stabbed in their back? Or are they stabbing them in the back? What general? Something in the command? What are we talking about? It feels like command. There's the King of Cups. Okay. Is that the EO? Inability to move on. These are the same cards I get all the time for the military. About being stuck. I got the King of Cups. That still feels like the EO here. The one that Biden left behind that says, you know, if there's cyber stuff, we're going to take care of it. But then there is this Six of Cups. And this comes up every time I read on the military. This refusal to let go of nostalgia of what I guess America used to be or what it's supposed to be. She was excluded. Okay, that makes sense because I'm like, I'm not hearing her. Okay, and then this was her though. We just pulled this out, so there's a reason why they're excluding her. She's feeding information to somebody. Communication. Remember, she was an agent. She was an agent. And we accepted and confirmed the nomination even knowing she was an agent. So she's being excluded. It has something to do with Russia. I think they're backstabbing Russia. I think that's what they're doing. I think they're backstabbing them for entertainment purposes only. I think that's what they're doing. Because I'm like, these are two allies of these people. And then they chased the vessel. And the vessel was supposedly empty. But it had to be carrying something. Okay, you got... Dude, they're trying to get us hurt. The U.S. The U.S. is backstabbing. Because the general doesn't want to... I heard general, and I'm like, what are we talking about with the general? So that's why these cards fell out. The general doesn't want to do this. The general doesn't want to do this. That's where this thing is coming in. Because he knows that the retribution is going to be crazy. Even though they're crippled because they don't have money, they have other ways. Why are they trying to hem him in? Why are they trying to do that? And that's how you know it's not him, because he's owned by them. But we got those merchant people again. And this does turn him upside down. This does turn him upside down. And then this came out again. Oh, this came out again. At least one. What were we talking about? Hold on, back it up. A lot of dope on the boats? I don't know. Is it? Yeah, I'm just talking about the one because I only know about the one that they chased. But there's a reason why. And that wouldn't make sense to me. on one hand, I'm like, okay, is this just theater? Are they just pretending? You know what I mean? Oh, attempts on, oh yeah. That man's dead though. If you notice, he hasn't been overseas. Y'all notice that, right? The only time he went overseas is to Scotland and the UK. He hasn't been overseas. He would have been traveling. See, this feels cyber. This feels like information, cyber information. Okay, there's so much cup here, cup and sword. Anyway, we're gonna move on, but something's happening. There's a general. He's saying no to. He's like, we can't do this because I see at the board, you know, like I don't know, radar board, something like that, and he's like, what are we doing? So somebody's very uneasy right now. Because because they have U-boats. They have things in the water. That's crazy. Something's happening, bro. I don't know. Because they had a submarine. Just something's happening. Something is being manifested secretly. This part actually doesn't feel bad. This feels counter too. They're creating enemies for us though. All right, so okay, let's ask. Let's ask. That way I don't have to guess. We're gonna ask, but first I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go check out my kids, see if they're all right. Because it's a little late here, so I'm gonna put that away. I did the sage earlier. And I let my guy get him a little toke or two on the sage. So we'll see. Give me like 2 seconds. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Hello. Okay, so I will expose something on us. Agent said there's been more than one. Oh, the boats. Oh, attempted DT, and then let R get rid of DT, then reps blame. Oh, that is smart, Cassandra. That is what they can do, is let the Russians take the fall for it. Girl, what a story. What a story. I wonder. Is that why they're trying to rile people up? I'm sorry, I want to see if I got my bowl. Ugh. Nope, it's a mosquito spray. I thought it was going to be the bowl. Oh my gosh. Mosquito spray. I feel a little let down just now. Okay, hold on. I wonder if they're going to do that. He needs... Girl, listen. I know they're like, no deech or whatever. Have you met a Miami mosquito? You can't... Listen, I know there's poisons and there's poisons. Have you met a Miami mosquito? Have you heard of encephalitis? Have you heard of a meningitis type of thing? Encephalitis eats you. So I don't know. Hold on. Saying a lot. Let's X this whole thing. That's interesting. I thought my bowl was coming today. Yes, I'm having a BF, a bitch fit. Okay. Oh, next, let's go. Let's go, boy. I wonder if they're gonna do that. Wait, so is that why we kidnapped him? Hold on. See, there's something where that vodka country keeps coming up because that's where the Venezuela chick went. Excuse me. I'm talking about outdoors, child. I'm talking about outdoors. Yes, Nix is not ready. How did you get tangled, man? Is that even doable? Can I do it with you tangled? I don't know. Looks like I can. But let me see. Bug repellent to bed in New York. Oh my God. When I tell you, these Miami mosquitoes are not like, okay, I have a lamp, a mosquito lamp that I have, and it worked fine in Georgia. It worked fine in Georgia. I brought that down here to use. Those mosquitoes like, oh, that's cute. Oh, that's cute. What are you going to do with that? So the coils work, you know. The coils work down here. But sometimes you got to have triple protection. The lamp, the coil, and the spray. Powered by humidity. That sounds about right. Hold on. You're still not right. What's happening? Oh no. Don't create a knot. I should have done that a little bit easier. See, I don't have nails, y'all, so this makes everything worse. How are you even this messed up? Are you still there, Pearl? Okay, she's still up there. Is this the equivalent of high for a pendulum? I put him in the sage and he got all twisted in the bag. Cause this is ridiculous. Okay. For Lent, I'm gonna give up biting my nails. I'll wait for Lent though. I'll do it for Jesus. I'll do it for Big G, Big Jesus. Just the smoke, you know. I let him smoke some. I do regular candle smoke too, but today, my son left as well, right? So my son went back to Georgia, and he gave me back my sage. So I was like, all right, let's sage the area before we get started. I only do a little bit, so it wasn't very strong, because my dad will come out and he was like, oh, what's all this smoke? So, you know, I do the sage and then I do my prayer. All right. Oh, okay. I had that turned wrong. Are you ready, man? Aye, Captain. Oh, I can't hear you. All right, he's yesing us. Okay, I think Nick says hi. Okay, that was a yes. Let's get a no. Please show me a no. Show me a no, please. Oh, he's ready. Look at that no. All right, my man. Let me think of a baseline question real quick. Why does my brain freeze on this? Do I need to stop biting my nails? Do I need to stop biting my nails? You know what? Whose side are you on? He said yes. I know, Jen. I'm like, seriously, though, for real. Where are we starting with this? Okay. So, can we ask you political questions? You ready for a PolitiChat, man? It's been a while since we talked. Are you ready for a PolitiChat? Okay, let's get started. I mean, like, are you really ready? If you're ready, be excited. Let me see your excitement. Oh, yeah. All right, you guys. So we're going to ask our normal questions so we can proceed with the rest of this reading with the understanding of what things are, okay? So let's start here. Is the Mandarin alive? Is the Mandarin alive? Okay, that's a no. Is he currently breathing? Okay, that's still a no, sorry. Did he cease to exist in the human plane in 2025? Did he cease to exist in the human plane in 2025? All right, that's a yes. Did he cease to exist in September for good? I'm trying to get a no. Did he cease to exist in September? Okay, that's a no. Sometimes I don't know what it looks like. I don't know. When I'm staring at him, I think I go cross-eyed. So I'm like, what's happening? So I look in the phone to see what direction it is. All right, so that's a no. All right, so we got that no. Did he cross over to the spiritual plane in December of 2025? That's a yes. Is he the one making all these irrational calls? That's a no. As y'all see, my hand's not moving. Okay. Has it been Stephen and Marco making these calls? Is it Stephen and Marco? Okay, let me choose one. Is it Stephen That's a yes on you guys. Is it also Marco? Okay, I guess I need clarity. I need to be clear. Okay, it's still a yes, but it feels like two different. Hold on. It's kind of like be specific. Is Marco the passive puppy we think he is? Nope. Is Marco secretly planning to be king of Latin America? Is he secretly planning to be king or emperor or dictator or whatever of Latin America? Yes. Are they talking about Cuba for the resources? Is there something like resource-wise with Cuba? No. Is Cuba a personal vendetta of Marco? There's a yes there. Will Marco be successful? Will he successfully take over? No. Will Stephen successfully take over? That's like a hell no. That got stronger. Okay, interesting. Will the Mandarin take over? No. Will anyone from the current clown administration take over? No. Have we reached a turning point in the fight? Yes. Okay. If y'all got questions, please put them in the chat. I'm trying to remember all the things that we said we would ask about. Is Rubio, I'm sorry, is Marco, you're already saying yes. Is Marco setting up Steven to be the fall guy? Mm-hmm. Okay. Will we, the America, go to war? Will we be going to war? Okay. I have a million things going on in my head, so hold on. Will we initiate going to war with another country? Will we initiate being in a full war with another country? Will a country bring war to us as a result of what's happening? That's an interesting answer. It started to say yes and then it said no. It did both. Okay. Duh, because I had two questions. I asked, will we go to war? That was yes. And I was like, will it be soon? But I didn't say it out loud, and that was no. So are you saying we have created the enemies that we will go to war with in the near future? Yes. We will have something. I mean, it's I'm telling you that Iran, it popped in my head the other day. Like I said, if I had the confidence of Rianne or whatever, I would have said, all right, you guys. So I had this thought about, and I didn't because I was like, I don't know what I'm thinking about it. It just went, Iran. Okay. Oh man, hold on. Sorry, my hand's like starting to have star pain. Like, I think I landed on my nerve wrong. Okay, so what are we talking about? What is going to be the question? So, yeah, so the war thing is a yes, but it's not now. That's the no. But it's, like, I mean, y'all, people are not going to forget what we did. And I said we, but people will not forget what we did. Okay, let me go back. We reached that point. Are we going to war? Okay, next question. Is someone fleeing to Iran? That's an interesting question considering they're going to do war. They're doing something there. Okay. Are we in the extinction burst of these Schmidt's plan? Are we in their extinction burst right now? Okay, so yes, they are near their end, you guys. Okay, is someone gonna flee to Edom? Wait, does Lindsay have anything? Like, will Lindsay be fleeing to Iran? Fleeing. Okay. Are they planning to take it over like they did Vinny? Or like they're trying to do Vinny? That would be the dumbest shit I ever heard. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. That's gonna be like Vietnam. That's gonna be like freaking Afghanistan. Like you no, Iraq. Like you don't go to people's houses and think you're gonna take over. Hold on. Okay. Are they going to attempt to take over Iran through regime change? Okay. Yeah, he surely wouldn't. That's why I'm like, why did they put that for him in on the AI thing? Okay. Will there be kind of an eye for an eye type of thing with the capture of one of our government officials? Is someone going to capture? Someone going to capture one of our government officials? Capture, kidnap, either. Okay, is someone going to off another official? It feels more like a maybe than a yes. Like there's a plan for that. Okay, let me back this up. All right, so there was a general that you had popped in my head. There's a general you had in my head. I saw him at one of those boards, like a radar board. Was that an actual vision of seeing the general at the radar board? I'm just using words, so just whatever the board is called. Okay. Is he going to say no? Is he going to say no? to whatever they're asking. That looks like a... Okay. Okay, I'm not clear on my question. I'm sorry. I don't know what I want to ask about that general, so I'm going to pass that one right now. Let me go back here. Wait, let's talk about Minnesota. What happened, Cassandra? Minnesota. Is Minnesota like a portal or gateway or something of change of the revolution? Is there like something strongly significant, spiritually speaking, with Minnesota? Okay, that's a yes. Okay. Is Tim planning to run for senator? Is Tim planning to run for senator? Okay, no. Is Tim going to be on the transitional team? Will Tim be on the transitional team? Yes. Stanislav Petrov? Why does that name sound familiar? Okay. Has he been approached by our boy Barry? Was he approached by Barry? I'm getting crazy goosebumps. Was he approached by Barry about being on the transition? Yes. Oh, okay. I wonder if that is a general on our side or if it's general on, because, I thought of the subs. Okay. That general you showed me, was that general American? The general you showed me, was it American? No. That general you showed me, was that general in the vodka, on the vodka team? That's a yes. Is he in a submarine? Is he in a submarine, that general? Would a general be in a submarine? I don't know. There's a submarine. There's a submarine. It feels stealth. It's like a stealth sub. Yes? Yes. Were they tracking the U.S. who was tracking the other thing? The tanker? Were they tracking the U.S.? Oh, wow. That's a crazy little game. Yeah, I'm just using words. I don't know the words that I'm using. I'm a civilian, y'all. I don't know rankings. I don't know rankings. But it's like, I don't know. I will say, I did also hear Admiral because I thought about Bradley. I thought about Halsey. So I did also hear Admiral. But I just stuck with General. Okay. Well, let's see. You had dreams of, girl, you're giving me goosies here. Because, that's on their side, right? All right. So are there going to be, man, Will there be American hostages taken by a foreign nation thanks to all the shit they're doing? Yes. Which country? Which country? Are the subs armed? Like with warheads, like missiles and stuff? Are the subs armed? Yeah, they are. Will they be used? Will there be an attack? Oh man, I was hoping for a no. Will there be an attack by the... Will there be an attack? Yeah, is there a planned attack? How about that? Is there a planned attack? Mm-mm. Will Americans be reminded that they're just as vulnerable as the rest of people? I'm thinking Pearl Harbor, I'm thinking 9/11. So that's what I mean by that, and that's a yes. So there is a reminder. Will it be a successful attack that is used as the reminder? Okay, that's a no. Will we know? Will we, the regular people, know of this reminder? Or will it, yeah, will we, the regular people, know about the reminder? Yeah, it might be something overseas. Oh yeah, did we ever find the Doomsday plane? Okay, let's go back real quick. KH. Okay, Mr. Global. Watch it. Everybody's talking about them, so it's like it just makes sense to watch for the Iran. Is that why Coach dropped on the? Yeah, he's that's transition. Yeah, we are kind of too big for all out war on our land. However, we're not too big to be reminded that we're not too big. Period. The hope floated through my head. What hope? Bingo. Huh? What did I miss? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Will they capture a U.S. citizen? No. Will they? Is anyone? Okay. I state. Okay. Oh, I just saw your boy, Kushner. Is Kushner going to meet a violent end? Yep. All right. Are any of these ollies, oh, goosies, are any of the ollies or congressmen, administration, is anybody making decisions right now going to run to Israel, I-State? Will they be running? Okay. So there will be some who run. I missed the blow. There will be some. Listen, Leah, it's so funny. I use Uno reverse, and then all of a sudden, I keep hearing it everywhere. There are some Uno, like, yeah. Okay. Let's see. What are we saying? Hi, Ines. Okay. Oh, that might happen, actually. I just felt that might happen. Will a U.S. plane be intercepted by another country? Yep. Will a U.S. plane be downed by another country? I get a hesitation with talking about this stuff. Is any of this changeable, like energetically? Will okay. So yeah, so I am feeling like some hesitation, but it also feels like if this happens or if that happens. So it does, and he's still saying yes. So it's feeling like that. Okay. Will there be, or are there subs off the coast of Oregon from foreign nationals? Yes. They're gonna be close, man. And that's what it feels like. It feels like sharks in the water. Like, hey, we're here. You know, like we're here. I just wanted to repeat that one. Um, yeah, it feels like it comes to a button. We don't know if he pushes it. Yeah, there's something about like there's a I don't want to do this, like a no. Hey, Candy. Okay, that doomsday plane. That doomsday plane. Why are you telling me no? Has it been sold? Was the doomsday plane sold? Okay, no. Is the doomsday plane back on U.S. soil? I'm curious. Hold on. Did they ever report finding that plane? Oh my God. Computer's like, girl, you have not rebooted me in days. Okay. Was it a doomsday commander plane? Command center? So it just said Donald Trump's doomsday plane mobilized as World War III fears with Russia soar, you guys. Is that real? Oh my God, so much just happened. Yes, this is a big deal. This is a big, big deal. Hold on. What's happening? They may do something with us or our operatives overseas. Are there drills going on in Quantico? Okay. I'm having chills because I've seen Dawn. This was 10 hours ago. This is 10 hours ago where it says Trump doomsday plane heads to Washington, D.C. as global. I already opened it. Duh. And then another one says 9 days ago. That I was trying to open to see if it was like, oh no, that's MSN. It says top secret command jet appears in public, a rare E-4B flyby. That was 9 days ago. And it says it almost never appears in public, but why would they do that? Okay. So then today, the 8th, his doomsday plane hands to Washington D.C. as global tensions rise. Global tensions wouldn't fucking rise if you, not him, but you, them, didn't do anything. Yep, that's what happened. Well, Kushner be on a plane. Young Kushner daddy. I'm talking about Young. Young is playing with Saudis, and that's not the smartest thing you can do. Will people taken by ICE be given justice eventually? We don't know everybody taken by ICE. Are we picking up different timelines? Now that's a question. Hey, Rev Risa. That's a question. Okay, we're going to ask that. Hold on. We are playing a dangerous game. Be on app, a little fish, big fish swimming in the water. Okay. Has it landed? You mean the plane that was gifted by Syria? No, not that one. He's not. Yeah, Jared. Jared is good and cooked if he doesn't come all the way through. Yeah, he's way mixed up. His dad isn't. Yeah, his dad is dirty also. Okay, you're looking on the page also. Good. I know we don't know that. I mean the ones we do know. Oh, hold on. I gotta go back to what you said. Little fish, big fish swim in the water, comes back here. And, Okay. Essentially, the ones that would have a chance to get justice. Okay. PJ Harvey, not Fiona. Pizza index is higher than the V attack night. How high did it go that night? Oh, I missed the mystic drink. Okay, something's up. Okay, on that page. Can't remember which country. Feeling J. Yeah, it's definitely Jared. We've read on him before. And he's way too dirty. That's why he's in all this Russia mess. You know, I had a feeling that Witkoff might actually be in trouble. I need to think about that, because if you are playing with fire with Russia, and Witkoff is our ambassador, and he's been trying really hard to push that information, push that stuff. I got a feeling he's in trouble. Okay, so yeah, so it says that his plane has been seen. It recently flew there, so you probably did see it if you saw the helicopters and stuff. Wait, what's the flight radar about? The recent flight into the Washington area appears to be positioning or readiness movement rather than a publicly declared emergency deployment. The aircraft is regularly flown to maintain crew proficiency. I don't know who wrote that, but you know that is not what that's about. Talking about is just to, keep people sharp. Blackouts in the U.S. I have wondered about that, and the fact that I wondered about that bothers me, because I try not to think on things, because things I think on tend to come true. I don't like that. I'm gonna look. Let's look in a second. Hold on. Live and let fly. Let's fly. I don't even know what that is. Okay. It feels kind of geared towards them, like skewed in their information. So, okay, but wait, we're still not talking about the what was that one called? The second one. Was it called the two? The one for the Secretary of State? Secretary. Is that what it's for? Secretary of Defense? Secretary. Oh, and you know what somebody else pointed out? That when they were talking about Heg's breath recently on the news, they kept saying of defense. Of defense, of defense, of defense. Which is like, okay, you guys aren't doing it. You're not calling it of war. I'm not even seeing the plane that went missing, child. It was mentioned on Facebook. But I'm not. Gosh, like, where's a place you can like search? I need to look on DuckDuckGo, where you can search without it being somebody who kissed the ass of the. Stop tracking. I'm trying to think of like what the keywords were. Stop tracking. Okay, so that was GOTV. I wonder if they ever updated about it. Okay. Rachel Maddow reports, flight radar tracks Russia's doomsday plane after sudden departure. What is her channel called? Is it called Rachel Maddow Reports? Because, you know, that could be somebody else's channel. Oh, you know what I heard? And this is making sense now that I'm doing this search. They were talking about, when they were talking about the house that Epi had, the one that used to belong to Wexler, the Victoria's Secret guy that I'm pretty sure he blackmailed into hiring him or whatever. On that video, they were talking about how there was... Okay, they were talking about how the fact that those pictures were recently posted, like after Epps had been gone, and those pictures were shared as mansions of the turn of century or something, that what that person was doing, because they traced it back to somebody who worked in the administration, what that person was doing was trying to manipulate the SEO on search engines. So instead of you being able to reverse search these pictures and find out they are in Epps' place, this person had posted the picture on Facebook and other stuff, because Facebook does index on searches. Because, like, for instance, the first search I get on that plane, at least here on Bing, because I try not to use Google, but one of the first searches I got when I was doing the other search was an FB page. Like, why is FB ranking higher on an index for search than a reputable site? You know what I mean? Versus a social media site. So they were saying he was manipulating the search. And I'm saying that because as I'm looking at here, the only things that are coming up for the doomsday plane is like old articles, right? But also when it gets to searching the plane that got stopped with the tracking or whatever, one of the ones that I saw before was the first search was a Facebook page. And I'm like, why is that indexing that high? So basically what they do is manipulate the search through, you know, the stuff that you can manipulate it with. That was a whole bunch of rambling to say what I was saying, but I forgot what I was saying. How did I end up on Fox? Oh no, okay, refresh this. Okay, this was about seeing the plane. Okay. I think something really is happening.
You are looking at the most dangerous flight path in the world right now.
I don't know if that's her actual page, though. It looks like it's somebody else's page. And it sounds like that's a manipulated voice.
That red line leaving Moscow at 0300 hours is not a commercial jet. That is call sign RSD 980.
I don't know if that's her voice. That sounds off.
2214 PU.
That doesn't sound like her. Oh, yeah, okay. In the corner it says altered or synthetic content. Okay, because I'm like, that don't sound like her. All right, so that's not Rachel. So again, they're posting something for manipulation because this says flight radar tracks Russia's doomsday plane after sudden departure. Why would you do that as a no? But it says AI. It says synthetic AI. So it's not just a picture. Plus, it's an old picture of her. So it's not just a picture. If it was just a picture, it wouldn't be AI. It's the voice of it that is altered or synthetic content. It says sound or visuals were significantly edited or digitally generated. So yeah. Okay. But my question is, why would somebody do that? You know what I mean? Specifically Russia, specifically talking about the doomsday, specifically talking about, and like literally it was posted 35 minutes ago.
The flying Kremlin. The airborne command post designed to survive a nuclear exchange and continue issuing orders while the world burns. And while the news tells you he is working calmly in his office, coordinating the response to what they are calling a minor technical malfunction at Neonoxa, the radar tells us something completely different.
Yeah, that's not her voice. See, I know people's voices. That's not her voice. Okay. I need to just trust myself. All right. So, okay. So the one that we are talking about happened over Thanksgiving. That was a top secret U.S. doomsday plane vanishes over Atlantic. I only found one article about that. So let me try using these words specifically. Boeing E6 Mercury. I don't know if we ever found it. It says 2 days ago, U.S. upgrades EV6 Mercury Tamco fleet despite looming. See, nobody's talking about it. Nobody's talking about it. Like, nobody's talking about it. Let me do tracking. Okay, now I see Daily Mail. Unilad Tech. And that's interesting. I would look on Google, but let me say found. Let me put the word found. Here's what happened. See, they reworded it. They reworded what happened. So there's an MSN article that pops up at the very top, so you know it is totally bullshit. Yep, totally bullshit. So they posted this on, I forgot what day they said the article was posted. And so it says, somebody by the name of Mimi Hembrod wrote that the E6 Mercury, known as the Doomsday Plane, recently carried out a covert transatlantic mission that ended with the aircraft simply disappearing from public tracking systems. So, should the public be concerned? It seems that the vanishing of the doomsday plane is not something that people should worry about. After all, it's common practice for the public transponder to be switched off during secret missions. Once over international waters, they deploy a multi-mile trailing wire antenna and flies racetrack or circular patterns for hours, maintaining secure, low-frequency communications with submarines and ground stations. This is current protocol during TACAMO. In this latest flight, the disappearance took place roughly at 8:30 in the morning. What it means, bigger picture. Mystery solved. So the latest vanishing act stirred intrigue, but beneath the mystery is quite complex system. So they never said when it returned. That's not what I'm seeing, but they're saying it was just part of a covert mission. Wait, somebody just resigned. Oh, wow. You guys, his AI thing undressed the Princess of Wales. Oh, you know they're not playing. Remember we said something about the European people going to get him? Something about the international folks going to get him? So, yeah. And that was mentioned 3 days ago. World War III fears increase as Putin allies call for nuclear response to U.S. and UK over tanker. They're trying to get it. Okay, what's a nuclear... Oh, y'all, some crazy shit is happening. Russia's giant submarines to invade North America? Bro, that's got to be fake. You had to be listening to me. There's no way that would be the article. You had to be listening. China threatens to deal head-on blow to Taiwan after Venezuela raid. Oh my God. What is happening? When was this video posted? 2 months ago. So now you're just not showing it. Okay. So during the Cold War, the Soviet Union developed a secret program to create massive amphibious assault submarines capable of invading North America. Beginning with Project 621 in 1948, these underwater giants were designed to transport tanks, troops, and even aircraft beneath the Arctic ice, surfacing to deploy entire battalions behind enemy lines. Later concepts like Project 717 envisioned 11,000-ton nuclear-powered vessels with torpedoes and surface-to-air missiles and beach landing ramps. Although advanced models were drafted and tested, international nuclear treaties and engineering limits halted the program before construction began, leaving the idea as one of the USSR's wildest unbuilt superweapons. How do we know they did not build it? How do we know they did not build it? Okay. So then the U.S. Air Force Boeing WC whatever Constant Phoenix, an aircraft used to detect nuclear activity, was spotted flying across several states on Thursday. Flight data shows that the so-called nuclear sniffer, taking off from Nebraska, circling South Dakota, and looping towards Fargo, North Dakota. The aircraft is currently circling above Rapid City, South Dakota, as it continues its mission. What is happening? The purpose is to collect atmospheric samples to detect and identify radioactive debris from nuclear explosions. Why would we be doing this? The last time this jet was deployed was in 2024 to the Middle East. The flight comes as the USSR nuclear treaty, the New START treaty, is set to expire on February 5th. While U.S. officials have not confirmed the reason for the mission, domestic flights of the WC are often for crew training and equipment calibration. So now we're trying to say that's not uncommon. I mean, that's not, yeah, uncommon. So there's 2 planes that are supposedly not uncommon. Okay, your son's in South Dakota? You guys, I think some shit is happening. All right, so let's look. Because first of all, the fact that they're showing me all this nuclear stuff and all this there you go with the freaking computers listening. Because my MSN never shows me that stuff. Oh, man. Okay. All right, so none of this stuff is uncommon. So they say. Missile silos. Strawberry Slurpee. Oh my God, that sounds on my song. Okay, let me back up because I know I missed you guys. You're on that page 2. Ambassador to France. Chills about airspace. Yeah. Oh, blackouts in the U.S. at different times. Can we reschedule end times? Listen, can we just like donate people as tribute? I got a few people we can do. I'm just not feeling good about airspace. All right, so airspace. Now your government wants to bring state charges against Maduro. Wait, MyGov as in the Satan? What? What? Yeah, that definitely was her. Okay, so it dropped. All right, cool. The cadence is too fast. Aren't they voting on the war bill? They are voting on a war bill. What happened to it? I don't know what happened to it. I know who sent me that video about Melanie. Melanie was going off. She was like, the first bill of the year that we're actually voting on is about a shower head. You got me in here talking about a shower head. We got all this shit to do. You talking about a shower head? I was like, get it, Melanie. All right, that's why I went dark. My son's base. Okay, we already did. That's where the bombers are. He's out of service. Just saying there's a base. Okay, missile silos. South Dakota. I thought they voted no further. Yeah, I mean, what's a vote? At this point, what's a vote? Oh, you sent that, Carly. I was like, girl, get it. She was controlled. I'll say that. Even though she like let it rip. She was controlled though. Because I know she want to say, bitch. Or at least I did. I think I wanted to say bitch. Like, are you serious? And then she's like, okay, who asked you to do that? Did Donald Trump ask you to do that? And he was like, hey, we did it. Okay, I reclaim my time. I'm just going to take that as a yes. I'm like, okay. Do it, Suze, because I'm sending them too. I'm like, have y'all seen this man in person since last spring? Because everything he does excludes y'all. So have y'all seen him in person since last spring? You need to have a full in-chamber, in-person meeting with this guy. Oh, she did? Ooh, I got to watch her. Listen, I need the fire. I need all the fire. Because like I said, we got a bunch of not doomsday people, but nobody's doing nothing. Oh, really? You gave them nothing to do but words. That's all they can do. Oh, she's on now? Okay. Oh, don't ask me, Leah. Well, let's see. Man, I know this ain't politics, but help us out. Did Leah take her meds? Girl, it said you did. And it said big yes that you did. We'll see. I guess we'll see her. But that was a big yes. Okay. Oh, she was on. Mm-hmm. That's what they need to be saying, Dawn. Like, really. Because still, y'all got the, yeah, don't do it. Yeah, I'd rather, like, not take it than a double take it. So, ooh. Wait, hold on. Airspace. Airspace. Is there a need to be concerned, as Americans, is there a need to be concerned over the airspace this coming year? I mean, this current year. That's a yes. Is this from attacks? Is it from shoddy governments? Okay. So yeah, there is a need to be concerned about airspace, but it's just because of our government, not an attack, right? So is anyone going to attack planes from the U.S.? Is anyone going to attack planes from the U.S.? No, not unless they try to do it. But yeah, it's shoddy government. Do y'all know how long it's going to take us to repair this shit? Okay. All right, let me see something. Has the Democrats in Congress, have they seen that man since, have they seen him in person since April? Have they been in person with that man since April? No. Like, they really need to ask. They really need to ask. It's going to take a whole generation. Okay. Was that doomsday plane just a matter of retraining or practice or whatever it was? Was the doomsday plane flying to Washington just a practice? Nope. Was the nuclear sniffer a thing of practice? Was that just practice? Nope. Did Russia ever stop building their super submarines? Did they stop building their submarines? That's a no. Do they have one completed? Do they have a submarine created? That's a yes. Will Witkoff end up falling out a window? Metaphorically. Will Witkoff end up falling out of a window or, some kind of Russian way? I don't think Witkoff's going to make it. Because I kind of feel him sweating bullets, so to speak. Okay. What are we looking at? Oh, Susan's, Leah is saying by the time we're done rebuilding, she won't be here because things will be taking that long, I guess. Okay. Is there anything that Congress can actually do to stop this administration right now? Yes. Yes? It's vibrating. Yes. Yes. Who knows this? Who knows what to do to activate them? Who knows blah, 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 blah. Who knows what to do to activate them? Okay. I see BO, but he can't call them. Who knows what to do? Is there somebody in there? Okay, is there anyone in there who knows the tripwire to calling this EO in place? Is there anyone still employed? That's why they fired so many people. Oh my God. Okay, but is there anyone in there still who knows what to do? Is there still someone in there who knows what to do? You guys, this was taking so long. Did they fire the person Biden put in place to do it? That's why they did that. Oh, snap. What is that? Hey. Yes, they did. They fired the person. Remember, they got rid of a bunch of, like, whatever top dogs. Will he pass that information down? Will he or she pass that information to the correct person? Do they know who to pass it to? Do they know? Okay. Yeah, they fired the person who could do it. There is somebody who knows, but a low-level person can't call it. I'm getting goosebumps. Hold on. Is there someone high up who can call them into place? Will the EO be enacted? Will the EO be enacted? It is going to be. What are we waiting on? Is there a congressperson who would know? There's someone in Congress who would know. Does Pelosi not know? Does Pelosi know? Does she know? It's something only presidents know. Backup for a backup, but like, remember, they did a pretty deep cleaning because he fired a lot of top dogs immediately. And then, like we said before, they have surveillance going on. And then they put the AI guys at the top. Okay. Is there anyone currently employed within the government that knows about the EO and where to find it? Is there anyone currently employed that knows? Okay, yes. Is this person high enough to enact it? No. Do they know who to give it to? Yes. Will they give it to them? Will they tell them where it is or how to get to it? They tell them where it is. Yes. Have they already told them where it is? Is that what's holding us up? Is that why they haven't moved? Who is this person, bro? Remember, sorry, chat. What's okay? The EO apparently is an older EO, but has been reworked. And what it says is something to the effect of, if shenanigans had been found, the cavalry will go clean things out. But she's not there. You get what I'm saying, Chris? Like, she's not, it has to be somebody in there who has the authority. So yes, there's apparently a modified EO that only presidents have access to. That would send in the cavalry. Oh, that's why I keep getting assets seized. That makes sense. It's going to happen at the end of this month then, I think. Hold on, let me see. Because if I remember correctly, our January reading had assets seized and access seized at the end of the month. I could be wrong, or it just could be too early. Okay, is this still the tower moment that we read last month? Are we still in the energy of the tower moment we read last month? Okay, so nothing is a surprise then. Okay, it's a surprise to us, not to y'all. All right, cool. Are we still on track for the tower moment this month? Are we still on track for the Ollies who are infiltrated to have their access seized and their assets seized? Are we still on track for that? We are. Okay. So if we're still on track for that, is that still on track for the end of this month? Is it still on track for the end of the month? You've been saying yes all this time. Okay. Is it just delayed a little bit? Okay, slightly delayed. Is that what February 17th is about? Is that what February 17th is about? Okay, so double checking. Is TEM part of the transition coalition council, whatever we call it? Is TEM part of that? Will he be part of that? Okay, yes. So during winter, this current winter that we're in, will the entire administration be cleaned? Yeah. Now, again, you guys, time is hard. I'm putting a time on it based off of, I'm trying to remember Pelican Brief. I'm putting time on it based off of what I remember with our reading, but time is not something to lock down. But I do feel fast. I feel a lot of fastness happening. Is Kamala going to be part of the transition? Is she going to be part of the transition? No, I didn't think so. Is she? Okay, hold on. Is she looking to be part of the leader council or whatever we have after this? Will she be part of that? Yes. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to remember it though. I've seen it a long time ago. Yeah, time is the one thing we do keep getting wrong, Amy. I mean, yeah, sort of, kind of, actually. I haven't really been wrong about most time, but I don't actually give time. Like I said, the only thing I've been wrong about is the hurricane. And I'll say, in the volcano. I had that in the wrong place. Yeah, so the cleanup, Cassandra, isn't going to happen from KH. Like, it would not be fair, and I think that's part of the thought process behind it, too. it would not be fair for somebody, like, we've done this before, by the way, in case y'all didn't know. After Andrew Jackson, who's done essentially the same thing in a way, except, you know, there was no Russia or anything, but he drove us all the way down to basement level. And so he ruined us so much that the two-party system broke, and there was a third party that won, and that was the Whigs. And the Whigs came into such a mess, which they could not fix right away, that they didn't win another term. That's why we don't have 3 parties, because people were like, you're not doing it fast enough. Well, it's broken. What do you want me to do? Yeah, that's why he wants to remove the auto pen. But if he removes the auto pen for bitty bum bum, then he needs to remove it for him. Just hey, Nana, I was trying to remember what you were saying in the beginning. Okay, that's the one EO he can't get rid of. Yeah, for some reason he cannot get rid of it. And it's interesting. I was listening to somebody talking about that fact when I was driving. They were like, he can't get rid of it, and he's been trying to. But I think it's because it's not Biden's. It's amended. It didn't start from Biden. I think it started from T-Rump. If it didn't start from T-Rump, it started from a previous. So the whole administration has to be cleaned, because 1, those cabinet members is, you know, they weren't elected. They were chosen. And then 2, the elected weren't elected either. I'll just try not to say more. Yeah. Pelican Brief. Guarantee that's what's going on. I gotta watch the Pelican Brief again. I do. I'm going to. I got things to watch. Pieces are being moved, so it is pending. I don't know, Jenny. I'm sorry. I'm just not in the energy to even answer that right now. I sure did. Didn't Rachel Maddow do a story? I don't know. Dolores, I do not know. It's one of his 2020s. I think it's from him, right? Yeah. Don, for real. You know, sometimes men like you to take initiative. Some do. Trust. There's a lot of men who like to be, at least in one area, they like to be a little, I'm trying to think of the word, like not all the way on the bottom, you know what I mean? Not all the way sub, or what do you call it, submissive, but like in between, like a little, they like a little aggression, you know, every now and then they like a little aggression. Okay, I want every last girl, please. I will not. That's when I'll turn on the news. I will be like the old people who only watch the news every day, because I want to see everything get done, like everything. And then if I see it not happening, I want a direct phone number so I can call and be like, excuse me, you didn't ask the right question. Call them back to the stand. Ask them this. Like, put me in the audience, coach. I want to be there. Put me on the jury. They will not do that, but put me there. Put me on the tribunal. Put me there. I don't care. Somebody can call me and be like, we're going to kill your dog. I'm like, you already killed my dreams. Click. Like, you know. Seriously. Block party of 1. I'll be by myself. Listen, I'll be my own DJ. Shoot. You know, the news will be so happy when they get arrested, right? Because now they finally have something to talk about. And they'll be talking about it forever. And then they'll be arguing about it. And I would be calling them saying, excuse me, can you just shut up and show the tribunal, please? I just want to watch them. I don't even want to hear you, okay? You can just sit there and nod. You can act like a TikTok influencer and just, you know, as you watch it. Just don't be the stupid ones who laugh. I hate those people who stitch that way. Like, you're distracting me. I have ADHD. Please. Child. Oh, you know. Murdoch gonna make sure he covers it because it's money. Yes, he will. Okay. So where was I? And this is last 2 or 3 questions, and then we're done. Because somehow we just jumped from 8:30 to 10:30. Okay. So hold on, Pops. Let's see. Will there be fighting in the streets? That's a yes. Is that why things go so fast? Is that why the first quarter is going to go really fast? Is that taking to the streets, not with markers and poster board, but like actually, like really showing the anger, like to where spit flies out of your mouth? Are we having a shutdown at the end of the month? That would be so stupid, y'all. Will there be a shutdown at the end of the month? Okay, in today's energy, we're avoiding a shutdown. I think if they're smart, they would do that. Because if you send those people back home, it's on. It is on. After this girl done got killed, and after Venezuela, and after Iran, oh, it's on. You know what's so funny, Suze? It's crazy. I keep hearing Lionel Richie. Oh, what a feeling. We're dancing in the... Oh, okay, good. They passed it. Okay, baby, you were telling the truth. All right, thank you. Oh my God. But yes, it's funny. I hear that dancing in the... It's like the fighting moving to dancing. Yeah. I think it's going to go fast. I think that's going to be the thing. All right. So last thing, is Pam going to be removed first? Will Pam be removed first? Will Steve be removed first? Will Cash be removed first? You know, Cash is quiet. Have y'all seen Cash? And they included the extension. Okay. Look at them trying not to get their heads cut off. Literally. I'm not joking. You forgot about him, right? I just did too. And then I saw his bug eyes and I was like, wait, where he at? Is Cash planning his exit? Don't forget, he's a mole. Do y'all know the Brown University thing was just last month? Oh my God. So much. Want someone else over the files. I think the kids are getting their bubble tea. With the French Revolution, I think they're getting there. We literally had the nuclear physicist dude from MIT, whatever he was, and Brown just less than a month ago. Oh, exactly a month ago. I hope somebody's keeping track because it's so much. All right. I think that was the last question. Hold on. Let's ask about the Russian hacking. See if that's accurate. Finally, let me ask you. Is there a Russian hacker group of young kids who are threatening? Yep. Will they be attacking the digital coin life? Are they going after that for the ollies? Girl, yeah, look how big of a swing that is. So the Russian kids we saw the other day, they are doing their thing. Is there a girl leader? Oh, goosebumps. Yes. Oh, my stomach said go eat. All right, cool. Okay. I'm excited, you guys. So we have been on the money. Oh, wait, just one last thing before we go. Is Jeffrey alive? Is Jeffrey alive still? Okay, he still has live energy. Is Charlie alive? Charlie no longer has live energy. Did he pass in September? He did not pass in September. Did he pass in November? And he did pass in November, like we saw several times. And did one last thing. So is the Orange Menace alive? The Orange Menace is not alive. So is everything we've seen this last week AI? Has everything been AI? Yes. Has any of it been masks? Like CIA masks or anything like that? Has any of it been masks? Why did you stop? You didn't even say no. Body double. Has any of it been body double? Yes. Has any of it been AI? Check again. Yes. Has any of it been the real Orange Menace? Has the real Orange Menace shown up at all in this past week? Nope. Is he gone? All right. So I don't think I'm going to ask it in again. I don't think I'm going to ask again about that. I only do it for all the new people who still believe that he's here. Oh, is Shady calling any of the shots? Is he actually calling shots? Ah, he is. Is he going to be the top dog longer than 5 minutes? Will he be the top dog longer than a metaphorical 5 minutes? No. Will Turning Point be investigated for crimes, financial crimes? Yes. And will they be found culpable, guilty, whatever the word is, for those financial crimes? Yes. Did Erica have anything to do with Charlie's missing? With him missing? Yes. Did she have anything to do with his actual death? That's interesting. That's the second time we got to know. That's why she can't cry, because he's not dead. I mean, he wasn't dead to her. That's why she can't cry. That makes sense. You can't drudge up grief for something that isn't grief worthy. Okay. Okay. I wonder if he's dead. Yeah. Thank you, Amy, for saying what it was. I'm sorry. Sometimes I get locked into my questions. That makes sense. I'm not saying she loves him or anything. I'm just saying that makes sense as to why she couldn't cry. Because if he's not dead, then she can't cry about it. Hey, sweetheart. I'm getting off. That makes so much sense. Okay. Anyway, so you guys, it has been a lovely 6 hours and 40 minutes. I know it does, right? So I'm about to get off, but thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for the shares. We got 58 shares today. That's dope. Oh my God. And we're at 224,000. Thank y'all. That's dope. Get you a clicker. It's so much fun to not have to be the one doing it. Anyway, see y'all tomorrow. Because who knows? The news never stops. Bye, y'all. Peace out. I do enjoy our times together. Ooh, let me check her out.